Are you guys excited to be here today? All right, good. Appreciate you guys here showing up early. We got a long day. And today is going to be a two-part showcase. First, we're going to showcase the strength of the Republican Party here in Florida. Let's talk about that. Two ways to measure success here in the state when it comes to party politics. Number one, voter registration. When Governor Ron DeSantis was elected in 2018, there were 263,000 more Democrats than Republicans in the state of Florida. In 2021, for the first time in our state's history, we had more Republicans than Democrats in the state of Florida. And today, I'm excited to share that there are 627,000 more Republicans than Democrats in the state of Florida. That is a swing of about 890,000 voters towards the Republican Party away from the Democrat Party. Republicans are dominating in voter registration. Now let's talk about election results. President Donald J. Trump from 2016 to 2020, he 3x'd his margin of victory from 16 to 20. Governor DeSantis went from winning by 0.5%, less than 0.5%, or 30,000 votes, to 4 years later, just last November, about a year ago, winning by 19.4%, or 1.5 million votes. Republicans are dominating at the ballot box here in the state of Florida. So now you got to ask yourself, how? Why? That's the second part of today's showcase. How the Republican Party is getting stronger in the state of Florida. There are two reasons when you look at this, I believe. Number one, we have conservative leadership that delivers across our state. Our leaders here in Florida don't just say that they stand for something and talk about what they will do. They turn campaign promises into enacted policy. Our conservative legislature with our governor have made Florida the epicenter of conservative policy and freedom. In response, pro-freedom Americans are flocking to our state, and we lead the country in net in-migration. People are moving here. The second reason the Republican Party is strengthening here in the state of Florida is the grassroots. That's all of you that are here today. The Republican Party of Florida is the most well-run and effective state party in the country. But that is due to your efforts. You, the grassroots, run this party. You're making the calls, knocking on the doors, getting our message out, and getting our voters to the polls. The grassroots are the ones that got the elected leaders in position to lead for us. And they can never forget that, and we can never forget that. So I thank you for your efforts there. Now let's look what we have in store for you today. With as many rock star Republicans that we have in the state of Florida, I'll admit it's been tough to squeeze them all into one day. You see that on the agenda. And here's who you're going to hear from. We have 7 of the leading presidential candidates here today. And for the first time this cycle, both candidates from Florida, our former president and our current governor, are at the same event on the same day in their home state. We're also going to hear from some rock star congressmen. We got Matt Gaetz, who delivered us Speaker Johnson. We have Byron Donalds, who is one of the greatest fighters in the conservative movement. We have Michael Waltz here today, a Green Beret, who understands how serious it is to put men and women in harm's way. We have Corey Mills, who just days ago was on the ground in Israel evacuating people out of harm's way, Americans out of harm's way, and back to our country. And we have Kat Kamek, who is a pit bull out there fighting for Florida and ensuring that we recover from our hurricanes. We're also going to hear from our entire cabinet, who also all happen to be Republicans in the state of Florida. And many other Republican leaders you're going to hear from today. It's going to be great. So here's what to expect. It's going to be a jam-packed day. Every 20 minutes or so, we'll get a new speaker up here. There's no real break for lunch, so you're going to have to decide when you go. But I encourage you guys, have fun, recognize and enjoy the success of the Republican Party here in Florida, and celebrate our wins. But keep in mind, we cannot get complacent. We must continue the fight because we have a state to protect and a country to save. And our job is not done until there is not one single Democrat in office or thinking about running for office in the state of Florida. So until that happens, we must continue the fight. And again, I thank everyone that's here today. I appreciate every dollar that you spent on a ticket. Goes directly to the Republican Party of Florida for our grassroots operations. I appreciate everyone that has joined their county parties, that are making the calls, knocking on the doors. We cannot win without you, and our leaders could not lead without you. So thank you so much and enjoy the day.
Good morning, fellow patriots. Welcome to the Republican Party of Florida's Freedom Summit, where in Florida, freedom comes first and woke goes to die. We are in for a special day, but first things first. The official motto of the state of Florida is, "In God we trust." The motto of the United States is, "In God we trust." Therefore, let's start our day and go to the Lord in prayer. Please rise, bow your heads. Heavenly Father, you tell us in Ecclesiastes 3, 1 through 3, quote, "To everything there is a season, a time for every purpose under heaven, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to pluck up what is planted, a time to break down and a time to build up." Dear Lord, your enemies have sown seeds and planted evil in the hearts of men. Use us, O Lord, in this time to pluck up and break down the evil that has been planted. As in 1776, use us, Lord, to fight tyranny, fight terrorism, and fight all that is not of you. And in the words of Kate Smith, "And while the storm clouds gather far across the sea, let us swear allegiance to a land that is free. Let us all be grateful to a land so fair as we raise our voice in a solemn prayer. God bless America." And today, Lord, bless our speakers. Let their words be of you, by you, and for you. And most importantly, Lord, give them a unity of purpose, a purpose that has become abundantly clear in this day, to save the greatest nation that has ever been, the United States of America. We pray all this, dear God, in the name of the God of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, and Jesus Christ. Amen. And now, please help me welcome your National Committee woman and my good friend, Kathleen King, to lead us in the pledge.
Well, good morning, all you freedom-loving Florida Republicans. Yeah. Welcome to the Freedom Summit at the beautiful Gaylord Palms in beautiful Central Florida. It's always a great day to be a Republican, and it's especially a great day to be a Florida Republican today. 1 year from now, Florida will decide if Joe Biden remains president. 1 year from today, well, not today, but a year from now, Florida will decide if Chuck Schumer remains Senate president. And in just about a year from now, Florida will decide if Mike Johnson remains the Speaker of the House. So if you're in this room, we need your help. The RPOF is working hard with the RNC right now, but we need you too. We need you to embrace pre-election day voting by banking your vote early, whether it's by mail or in-person early voting in your county. We need you to step up and to be poll watchers or poll workers. We need to change your mindset and embrace election season in verse of election day. And then we need to work hard all through election season. And election season starts at 7 a.m. when vote-by-mail ballots start being sent out in your county. And then we have to increase our get-out-the-vote efforts and work all through the vote-by-mail balloting period. And then when early voting starts, we got to do that too. And we got to push those Republicans to the ballot box. And then we continue right on to and through Election Day up till 7 p.m. or the polls close, whichever comes later. And if we do our part, the people will do their part, because we are the best country in the history of the world. And it's our jobs to keep it that way. So please join me in pledging allegiance to our flag, demonstrating our love for this country and our acceptance of the duties of American citizenship. I pledge the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And now please give a warm welcome to Israeli-American, American Idol semifinalist, Hadass Levy.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets brought the America, God bless Israel, and thank you so much.
Asa Hutchinson.
I know what it's like to live paycheck to paycheck. We had to watch every penny, and when I became governor, I still watched every penny. It's how I shrunk the size of government, balanced the budget, and left a surplus. We need to do that in Washington, and as president, I will.
Mature, measured, and thoughtful, Asa Hutchinson is the drama-free adult in the room.
I'm Asa Hutchinson, and I approve this message.
Please welcome the 46th Governor of Arkansas and Republican candidate for President of the United States of America, Governor Asa Hutchinson.
Thank you, Florida. What an incredible national anthem that was sung. Let's give her a round of applause. And it's great to be at the Freedom Summit today. Ladies and gentlemen, on a serious note, we are a nation at risk. President Biden's presidency has been a disaster. And yes, his leadership has been as unsteady as his walk along the beach. Biden's economic plan has made it hard for families to make ends meet. Biden's open-door policies have threatened our security. His all-green energy plan has undermined our economy, and his weakness abroad has emboldened our enemies. Our economy is struggling. Nations are at war, and the United States leadership is threatened. My friends, it is time for a new direction. It is time for Republican leadership. I am running for President of the United States because we are a nation at risk, and I am the right leader for these perilous times. Many of you know my story. As a federal prosecutor, I put on a flak jacket to help negotiate the surrender of an armed encampment of terrorists. I successfully prosecuted them in court despite threats and assassination plots. As a member of Congress, I served with great members from Florida, such as now Chief Justice Charles Kennedy, who is on the Judiciary Committee with me. And guess what we did in Congress 20 years ago? We actually balanced the budget. I know how to do it. And it's been a long time since we've been able to do it. I was also a prosecutor of former President Clinton when he was charged with obstruction of justice, and I went to the Senate to try that case. I also served in the Bush administration as former administrator of the DEA. So I understand the fentanyl crisis that we face, and I know how to work with other nations to go after the supply of deadly drugs and to dismantle the cartels. And then I was in charge of border security in the Bush administration, and I will tell you that we didn't get it perfect, but it looks perfect compared to what has happened in the Biden administration. I understand the threat, and I understand what needs to be done. I had to set up the first visa security office in Saudi Arabia. I negotiated with the European Commission on security agreements post 9/11, and I worked to protect America from a terrorist attack after the World Trade Center attack in our country. But one of the highlights of my public career is that I was able to serve as governor of Arkansas for 8 years. And during that time, I proved that you can govern as a conservative. After more than 100 years of Democratic rule in the state, let me repeat that, 100 years of Democratic rule in the state, I signed legislation to lower taxes from 7% down to 4.9%. $700 million a year going from the government coffers back to taxpayers' pockets. I reduced the regulatory burden on our businesses, and we worked to shrink the size of state government, and guess what? I left a $2 billion surplus for my successor, Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And while governor, I followed a simple principle that I will also follow as president. I wanted the private sector of our economy to grow faster than the government sector, and it did. I reduced state government employment by 14%, 3,000 fewer workers, and the private sector created more than 100,000 jobs. I protected women's sports by signing a law that said biological men cannot compete in women's sports. And let me assure you, as president, I would sign a law that prohibited permanent change in the gender of our children. I know one of the debates today is about restrictions on abortion. As governor, I signed over 30 pro-life bills that led Arkansas to be recognized as the most pro-life state in the nation. I will be a pro-life president. And during the pandemic, I worked to open schools and businesses, not to close them down. In fact, Arkansas ranked number 2 in the nation in terms of days of in-classroom instruction during the pandemic, second only to Wyoming. And that was good for our school children. I didn't shelter in place, and I did not categorize some businesses as non-essential, because in my view, if a business provides a job for a family, it is essential. There is no one running for president with the depth of experience I have on the toughest issues facing our country. The number one issue Americans face continues to be the economy and how their paychecks have been eroded by Biden's inflation and high interest rates. I grew up on the farm, worked in factories, lived in a mobile home, and struggled to make ends meet. Today, our families are struggling, and I will balance the budget, fix the economy, and help our families. That's what Republican leadership will do. And as president, I will unleash energy production in the United States of America. We don't want our president going to Saudi Arabia and saying, "Can you please produce more oil?" We're going to produce energy in this country, and we're going to be energy independent and dominant. And let me tell you, I will support Israel. And I will not push back on Israel as they go after Hamas. What President Biden has done in asking for a pause is putting Israel in a weakened position, and it is wrong. I will strengthen our military, support our veterans. By the way, I love Pensacola. My sister taught at Pensacola Christian Academy, and my brother was married there. Florida not only respects our military, but you are the focal point of our national defense, from Pensacola to Tampa to Key West. Thank you, Florida. I will stand up to China. We will compete with China, and we will win. We do this militarily, economically, and technology-wise. And we do this partly by expanding computer science education in the United States, as I did in Arkansas. In Arkansas, I started out, we had 1,400 students statewide that took computer science. When I finished, we had 23,000. We have 51% of our high schools that offer computer science right now across America. I'll make it 100% so we can compete with China. When it comes to the fentanyl crisis that we have, I will make our drug czar a cabinet-level position in order to make drug abuse a priority in my administration. And I will empower the DEA as it goes after those who traffic in fentanyl and enforce the law. I will reform federal law enforcement, and it needs reforming. And you can go to asa2024.com and look at my plan, or you can make a donation. But that is my plan to reform federal law enforcement. And I will secure the border by working with our governors and not suing them in court for using a water barrier on the Rio Grande. The cartels will be public enemy number one in my administration, and the Border Patrol will have the resources they need. Now, when you evaluate the candidates, ask yourselves, who has the proven record? Who has done what they promised? And who leads in a way that not only wins the presidency, but also helps carry us to a majority in the House and Senate? I won my last election with 65% of the vote. You don't do that unless you expand the base and win independents. My team has asked me, why should I file in Florida? When you have a former president from Florida and a governor from Florida on the ballot, and when there's a winner-take-all rule for the delegates. Here is the answer to that question. If you are a serious candidate, you need to be in Florida. You have a significant number of delegates, and you will be critical in winning the general election. And second, Florida's primary comes later in time. That means you will be in a better position to decide on the candidates. Your primary comes 2 weeks after Super Tuesday and after the beginning, so it happens, beginning of March Madness. This means you will have more information and perhaps more clarity in all that is going on in the chaos of Trump world. Now, there are some that say we need to wrap this up quickly and consolidate the candidates. I, for one, believe that Florida voters should not be cut out of looking at all the candidates. Who among you today has filled out the March Madness bracket and has already picked the winner? No one. Although we have our favorites, no serious sports writer is arguing that the season should be skipped. And so let's not get in too big of a hurry. The full season must be played out in politics as well as in sports, and the voters will have the final say. Next March not only brings us March Madness, it will also we will witness our justice system at work and on trial in federal and state courtrooms. As someone who's been in the courtroom for over 25 years as a federal prosecutor, and also in defending some of the most serious federal criminal cases, I can say that there is a significant likelihood that Donald Trump will be found guilty by a jury on a felony offense next year. That may or may not happen before you vote in March. And it might not make any difference to you, but it will make a difference for our chances to attract independent voters in November. It will make a difference for those down ticket races for Congress and Senate, and it will weaken the GOP for decades to come. As a party, we must support the rule of law. We cannot win as a country without integrity in the White House. And while some will ignore the destructive behavior of the former president, I assure you we ignore it at our own peril. The next generation will not look favorably back on this time. On this day, 43 years ago, November 4, 1980, Ronald Reagan was elected to be the 40th President of the United States. Reagan beat an incumbent president during a time in which there was great uncertainty at home and abroad. The years before, on that election day, the U.S. Embassy in Tehran was stormed and 52 American hostages were taken by force and held captive for 444 days. High inflation and high interest rates threatened the American dream. The man occupying the Oval Office on that day seemed overwhelmed by the job and eclipsed by the times. Does this sound familiar? Between today and the end of March, Republican voters across the country must make new choices to give us the right leader for the GOP. Someone who believes in the party of Lincoln and the party of Reagan. And then we need a new leader in the White House so that we can resume our march to a more perfect union. Florida must lead the way. Florida will have an incredible responsibility next year. Electing the next president will require us to put our differences in the past and we have a lot of work to do ahead of us. My Susan and I are people of faith, and we trust in the Almighty God to direct the affairs of our nation. And it is important that we put our trust in Him and we put our faith in His leadership and guidance for our country. And God knows we need His providential help today. Thank you, Florida, and may God bless America. Thank you.
Here in just a few minutes, but I want to take time to talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, we're up against another government shutdown, and how they usually deal with it is spend, spend, spend. Now, while our government is giving each other high fives, your savings and investments are losing value due to the weakening dollar. Now, we can end this cycle and diversify right now into gold. And our friends at the Birch Gold Group want you to take that first step in investing in gold, silver, and precious metals. And when you open a gold IRA, now check this out. For every $10,000 you spend by December 22nd, the Birch Gold Group will send you a free gold bar. Just simply text the words Trump to 989898 to claim eligibility before Black Friday. You got to do it before Black Friday. Now, Birch Gold Group can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA with no money out of pocket. Now, no money out of pocket. Plus, you'll still get the gold bar for free. Now, don't let your savings become a victim of this further devaluation of the dollar. Text the words Trump to 989898 to our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. And remember, take advantage of this before Black Friday and get all of the benefits of investing in gold, silver, and precious metal. And do not let the looming government shutdown prevent you from protecting your savings and all of your investments from going down the drain. Diversifying gold, silver, and precious metals only from our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, back to our programming.
It's not just about a weather. We're basically advertising right now that we've got a shark-free, hurricane-free, anaconda-free, alligator-free. It's very safe in North Dakota. Matter of fact, there are no hotels in North Dakota that actually have alligators inside the hotel, like I saw this morning. But I'm running for president because America needs a 180-degree change in the direction where Joe Biden is taking us. Joe Biden is wrong on the economy, wrong on energy, and wrong on national security. The terrorist attacks in Israel and Russia's invasion of Ukraine are terrible symptoms of Biden's policies, but the disease itself is Joe Biden. It started with a disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. It continued with Biden keeping Western Europe completely dependent on Russian energy, which enabled and paid for Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Biden's energy policies helped China and they hurt the U.S. And then just in September, under an ill-conceived 5-person hostage exchange, Joe Biden funneled $6 billion to Iran, the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. The end result? A horrific attack on Israel and, surprise, more hostage-taking. That's what happens when you put a $1 billion price tag on Americans' heads. Simply put, Joe Biden's policies, they empower dictators and terrorists throughout the world. And the world is less safe for Americans, and it drives inflation at home. From day one, I focused on 3 interconnected issues that affect every single one of you and every single American. That's the economy, that's energy, and that's national security. If we get these things right, we improve every American life, we unlock the best of America. That's our mission, and that's why we're running. I grew up in a tiny town in North Dakota, 300 people. Woke? That was something we did at 5 a.m. to start the day. I held about every job you can imagine, working on the farm, the ranch, the grain elevator, started a construction company when I was in high school, even paid my way through college working as a chimney sweep. Every job I held was one where you took a shower at the end of the day instead of the beginning. And when I'm your president, we'll have someone who understands and respects the real work that Americans do every day. And that includes everybody in law enforcement and all of our military as well. Respect those. My dad died when I was a freshman in high school. He was a World War II Navy vet. My mom, a widow with 3 kids, went back to work to make ends meet. I understand what Americans are feeling with economic insecurity under Joe Biden. In my mid-20s, I literally bet the farm to help grow a tiny startup into a worldwide billion-dollar company. I've been making payroll every 2 weeks since my mid-20s. I've created more jobs than all the other candidates combined. I know what it takes to sign the front of a paycheck, not just the back. We built a company that served customers all over the world, 140 businesses in 132 countries. When I am your president, we'll have someone in the White House who knows what it takes to win in the global economy. That's what we did for decades. And now with technology and AI, it's changing every job, every company, and every industry, and it needs to change the government as well. I know exactly how to do this. I was in the private sector my whole life until 2016. We jumped into a governor's race 60 points down, won the primary by 20, won the general by over 40 points. In 2020, we won again by over 40 points, the largest margin of any governor's race in the country. In our first 4 months in office, we cut $1.7 billion from a $6 billion general fund, more than 25% of the budget, and we kept every train running on time. Yes, you can cut spending and improve services. Yes, it is possible, and it starts with treating you, the taxpayer, like a customer. After cutting spending, we slashed red tape. Just last year, we passed 51 more red tape reduction bills. We literally crowdsource ideas from our citizens on how we can get government out of their businesses and out of their lives. We've cut taxes every legislative session I've been governor. We provided over $1 billion in additional property tax relief. We've eliminated income taxes for active military and veterans. And last session, we enacted the largest tax cut in state history, and now a majority of our citizens pay no income tax at all. Today, thank you. Today, North Dakota is both growing and getting younger, and we've got the second lowest unemployment and the highest workforce participation rates in the nation. The place we start improving every American life is focusing on the economy. Bidenomics is a set of reckless fiscal policies guided by extreme liberal ideology built into an endless swarm of new and dangerous regulations. High inflation is really a hidden Joe Biden tax. Right now, all of you, every American, inflation is costing the average family $700 more a month. That's $8,400 a year. It's a massive hidden tax hike from Joe Biden. It's hurting everyone, especially those that are living paycheck to paycheck. And if you're part of that lucky half of America that's been able to put away some savings, Joe Biden's inflation has come like a thief in the night. It's stolen nearly 20% of your purchasing power from your savings account. Interest rates are at a 23-year high. They're pushing the American dream of homeownership out of reach for millions. And worse, if Joe Biden had his way, your actual taxes would go up even more, a lot more. His budget called for $4.7 trillion, with a T, trillion, that's 1,000 billion, $4.7 trillion in new and increased taxes. To put that number in perspective, that's over $14,000 of additional taxes for every man, woman, and child in America. We know that Joe Biden's reckless policies actually created the runaway inflation. But now he's bragging that inflation is lower this year than last year. That's like telling someone, hey, congratulations, your pay cut is half of what it was last year. Joe Biden and the mainstream media are trying to sell America on Bidenomics, but America's not buying it. Biden's red tape and regulations are hamstringing job creators with almost unimaginable layers of federal red tape. They're driven by bureaucrats' liberal ideology that defies economics, they defy physics, and they defy common sense. This would never happen if we put someone in the White House, but does what happened when you put someone in the White House like Joe Biden, who's never created a job in the private sector. As your president, I'll fix this crazy economy. We'll get inflation under control. We'll cut taxes. We'll lower gas prices, and we'll help people realize their fullest potential. To stop inflation and to make the U.S. safer and more prosperous, we need to reverse Joe Biden's green fantasy energy policies. On day one of our administration, we will stop buying energy from our enemies and we'll start selling energy to our allies. America produces energy cleaner and safer than anywhere else in the world. Anyone who actually cares about the environment, actually cares about it, should want every drop and every electron of energy produced here in the United States. When we become truly energy dominant superpower and we support our allies, we will actually prevent wars like the one Putin started in Ukraine. We'll stabilize the globe and we'll restore America as the leader of the free world. Instead, Joe Biden's policies have turned Russia and Iran into China's discount gas station. At the same time, he's subsidizing electric vehicle production with your tax dollars, even though China controls 80% of the world's rare earth minerals needed to make EV batteries. It makes no sense. It's like Joe Biden's energy policies were actually written by China. As governor of one of the largest energy-producing states in America, and as a business leader who built multiple global software companies, I understand what it takes for America to win. When we increase energy production, we stop inflation, we grow jobs, and we weaken dictators. Last, we need to recognize the real threats to America and strengthen our national security. And that includes border security, food security, energy security. In a country built on neighbors helping neighbors, we become a country of neighbors fighting neighbors. We need a leader who's going to fight to unite the country against our common enemies like China, Iran, North Korea, Russia, and the Mexican drug cartels. It's time for America to have a commander-in-chief who understands how to make America both safer and more prosperous. Without a fundamental change in direction away from Joe Biden, we are headed towards a century dominated by the Chinese Communist Party and an axis of anti-American regimes. With a change, we can usher in an unprecedented era of mass flourishing with breakthroughs in education, healthcare, and more, which will improve every American life. We can create another incredible American century. This moment demands a president focused on unleashing American potential. I understand from all my work in the private sector the economic challenges and the innovation opportunities of this moment. We must also recognize that border security is national security, and our national security is compromised every day that we do not control our own borders. The likelihood that Hamas agents have entered America has increased dramatically over the last 2.5 years. The radical left's support of our open border policy has overwhelmed our defunded Border Patrol and put American people in danger. I've been down to the border more times than Joe Biden. We've had troops from our state down there multiple deployments throughout my time as governor, including flying helicopter missions from San Diego to the Gulf Coast, trying to stop transnational criminal organizations that are helping drive the mass invasion, 6.5 million people and 300,000. We've lost more than 5 Vietnams of Americans dying of overdose deaths. I will use all the diplomatic information and military capability to stop that from happening. It took Joe Biden 2 years to get to our southern border. I've been there repeatedly as governor. I'll get there in my first 2 weeks as your president. Ronald Reagan spoke of a shining city on a hill. America need not to be perfect for it to be exceptional. I've had people working for me around the world in all those countries. I've had people working for me that didn't have the right to vote, didn't have the right to free speech, didn't have the right to assemble. I learned as a young person how exceptional our country is and the opportunities that we provide. And our Constitution, it provides the foundation for never-ending work of achieving the historic and aspirational vision presented by our founding fathers. But right now, under Joe Biden, as we're creeping towards World War III, we're in a Cold War with China, we're in a proxy war with Russia. We're in a proxy war with Iran. To defeat those adversaries, we must have a leader who understands the power of free societies and free markets. Ronald Reagan taught us how to win cold wars. It starts with having the strongest economy. I remember visiting parts of Eastern Europe just before and after the fall of the Berlin Wall back in the 1980s and in the early 1990s. I actually went through Checkpoint Charlie in the 1980s. I witnessed Poland's transition to a democracy at the dawn of that following decade. I saw entrepreneurs coming out of being suppressed by communist countries and flourishing. It's a reminder, when we think about what Ronald Reagan did, it's a reminder of the power of a president who lifts America up and lifts up freedom and liberty at home and abroad. Ronald Reagan famously told us freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. Sometimes people remember that, but they forget the second part of the quote, and I think it's the most important. Freedom must be fought for and protected, or we'll spend our later years telling our grandchildren what it was like when America was free. All of you are here fighting for freedom. I'm a proven governor and a proven global business leader. I'm a Washington outsider. I actually know how to shrink government and improve services. As your president, I will bring out the best of America, and I will improve every American life. Thank you, Florida GOP. Have a fantastic day.
To the Florida Freedom Summit here in just a second, but I want to take a break and talk about something very serious. And I think the timing of what I'm about to tell you is perfect. Now, did you know that 90% of our pharmaceuticals that we consume here in the U.S. are actually made outside the U.S.? So what happens if the next global crisis strikes? What happens if the next pandemic happens? What happens to those pharmaceuticals? Well, the price of those go way up. And if you can find them at all, most American shelves in pharmaceutical stores will be empty. And so there's four letter words that I want you to concentrate on right now. Guns, gold, food, and meds. And that's where our friends at the Wellness Company come in. Now, they've got this emergency kit developed by Dr. Peter McAuliffe and others that can help you survive the next pandemic, the next crisis. And these are things that this emerging kit can deal with. And I want to make sure I go over these with you because I want you and your family to be safe. Now, this holds down 8 prescription medications. It's like having a pharmacy in your bathroom anywhere you need it. Antibiotics, antivirals, antiparasitics, and things that have like amoxicillin, ivermectin, Z-Paks, things that you need to have. Now, this kit comes with a 22-page guidebook and instructions on how to use each medication safely and how much. So you don't have to worry about not being instructed how to use this stuff. It's all in this emergency kit. It's like having a doctor in a box. So head to makecaregreatagain.com. That's makecaregreatagain.com and grab your medical emergency kit right now. And don't forget to put RSBN at checkout and you'll get 15% off your order. Now, right now, because of what's going on in the world, this is at a huge demand. So I encourage you to do it right now. Do it before the holidays. This does make a great holiday gift that you can leave at home, work, in your car, because who knows where you might need it. So right now, go take advantage of it. Go to makecaregreatagain.com. Don't forget to put in the RSBN to save 15% off. Now, back to our program.
Christian Ziegler. He's doing an incredible job running the RPOF, so let's give a big round of applause. But as we know, this is a team sport, so you've got great officers all around the state. Evan Power, your vice chairman. Christy Banks, Mike Moberly, James Campo, Clint Pate. His dad was great. Peter Feynman, who I just saw backstage, and Kathy King. So congratulations to all of them. First off, they and you are doing a fantastic job making sure that we remain the best Republican Party in the U.S. Now, think about it. It's because of your hard work that we now have a voter registration advantage of over 620,000 now registered Republicans. So big round of applause for that. You guys have done a great job. So put that in perspective. Let's go back to 2010. We had a deficit of, no one told me this when I first started running, by the way, 569,000. There were 569,000 more Democrats and Republicans back when I ran in 2010. But it's because of your hard work that we're able to win. And I want to thank everybody, Christian, your whole team, all the volunteers for doing this. You're changing, you're not just changing Florida, you're changing the country. Because if we can win nationally because of Florida, if we win Florida constantly, we're going to win nationally constantly. So thank you very much. The other thing, I want to thank everybody here that supports the RPOF and all the volunteers, because this is a team sport. This would not happen without you. And it's really important that all of you continue to support the RPOF. They need to be in a position financially and with all their volunteers to be in a great place for 24, because everybody that's running, it makes a difference how well funded the party is. Now, it's always a great day to be in Florida, and here's why. It means we aren't up in Washington, D.C., where Mitch McConnell and a few Republicans, the Democrats, Chuck Schumer, they're going to pass some new spending bill. You know, the way it works up there is Joe Biden wakes up and he says, I think we ought to spend money this way. And so they come over to the Senate, Schumer brings it up, and we go pass it. And think about it. It takes now, this year 9, but the first 2 years of Biden took 10 Republicans to get anything passed, and they did. So now let's go through what's happening right now under Democrat control. An open border, completely open border. Any of you have been down there, it's completely open. Thousands of terrorists, criminals, and drugs pouring across their country. They're all just coming in, it's completely open. So I don't know if you saw this week in Homeland Security Committee, FBI Director Christopher Wray, I asked him, I don't know if you guys saw the clips. I said, is America safer under Biden? You know his response was, how can I say this without saying the wrong thing for Biden? So think about this. The man who runs the FBI couldn't say we're safer. That's pretty scary. I told my daughters, I said, you should think about this every day. You know, we all worry about our families. I said, you just have to think. Our border's open. Look at what happened to Israel. So it could happen here. So we got a botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. Think about it. We stranded thousands of Americans behind enemy lines, took the lives of, and this didn't need to happen. 13 heroic U.S. service members died. We left billions of dollars of military equipment behind. Now some of that's reportedly being used by Hamas in their raid against Israel and in their still attacking the IDF. By the way, let me tell you a story about this. This is anybody that's been in the service. My service tags, we have 2 service tags, and they're not shaped like this, but this service tag was given to me by 2 parents. They're American families that their kids grew up in the States, and they joined the IDF. So outside our office, we put a poster of all the hostages. I don't think at the White House they have that. But the top is Hebrew, and they came to me. Their kids grew up, and they joined the IDF, and they were captured the first night, and they haven't heard from them. So 2 people have told me different things. It says the hostages or their hearts are in Gaza, and bring them home now. And don't you wish we had a president that would do that? So we got a military that's more focused on pronouns and being lethal. We got the complete destruction of women's sports. Did you see that thing? The clip came out where I think it was a lacrosse game that somebody, a male played women's sports and really sent this little girl to the hospital. People getting paid not to work. Now think about it, a guy that ran on getting jobs back. I don't think that makes sense. We got crime rampant all across our country. People break the laws and there's no enforceability. We got a nation where criminals have more rights than victims. We appease our dictators. You got merged dictators. They're eroding freedom, democracy, stability around the world. And does our president stand up and say, no way? No, he says, let's go over and say hi. So Schumer just went over there. So now Israel's under attack. and at war, and Joe Biden is reduced, well, think about it, he reduced oil sanctions, and they gave Iran, what, $6 billion? And he can't talk about it, he can't talk about hostages. So we know Iranians, Israelis and Americans have been tortured and killed. I was at one of the kibbutz about a half mile from Gaza in 2019 with my wife, and there were babies beheaded there. I talked to a lady that gave us the tour. She said that basically everybody on her street was killed. I mean, this is all at the hands of Iran. It's Iran-backed terrorists. So we got a president who can barely even talk about the Americans held hostages. You saw that when he did his little talk, he talked about for 50 minutes. He spent 15 seconds on our hostages, and he's talked about Ukraine 23 times. So he ought to be in the Situation Room saying, how the hell do I get these hostages home every second? Instead, he's doing what? Green New Deals, went on the beach in Delaware. So think about it. His State Department admitted that money, if we give money to Gaza, it goes to Hamas. They admitted it. His State Department, not Trump's, his State Department. They said it's likely to go to Iran-backed terrorists. And he said, okay. They said we should, think about it, we should be, when you see this stuff, you think, how could that happen? You know, I've been up there 5 years, you say, how can we be doing these things? So I filed a bill, and here it's really difficult to understand. It seems pretty logical. It says we are not going to give money to Hamas. Real controversial, right? So I went down the Senate. Yeah. So I went, now who could vote against that, right? So I go down the Senate floor, and guess what? Bernie Sanders and Chuck Schumer blocked it. So it just said, it was like one page. It says, all they have to do is say, we're not going to give American taxpayers to Hamas. But it failed. I mean, you can't make this stuff. So here's my deal. We need to talk about the atrocities. We need to talk about what happened. And we've got to support Israel. And we've got to make sure they completely destroy Hamas. So somebody said, oh, gosh, they said, oh, we need to have a ceasefire. I agree. We ought to have a ceasefire the moment after every Hamas terrorist is dead. One of my grandsons was somebody was telling him about, how, we got to worry about, the Palestinians. And so I explained to him, I said, what would he's got a little sister. I said, what would happen if somebody came and did something mean to your little sister? Would you just say, well, let's just stop doing anything else? No, you have to stand up. And thank God that they're doing it. Now, Biden, instead of talking about our hostages, he brings out, he has an unserious proposal. He wants to leak Israeli aid to a bunch of other things, okay, including bailout for sanctuary cities. Not secure the border. We got to give New York, Boston, places like that more money so they can open up more hotels. It makes you mad. Mitch McConnell, think which side he's on. The Biden side, the Chuck Schumer side. But guess what? We invited Mike Johnson, the new speaker. Yep. We invited him over to lunch last week, and Mike Lee, Ron Johnson and I did, and he said, absolutely not. So we are going to do whatever we can to get money to Israel. So what we're demanding, I'm demanding, and a lot of us on the Senate, we're demanding a clean vote just on the aid to Israel. It's already passed the House. Thank God for Speaker Johnson. But here's what they're going to try to do. Mitch McConnell, Chuck Schumer, Joe Biden, some others, they're going to try to tie it all together because they're hell-bent on helping, Ukraine, give money to more money for sanctuary cities and a variety of other things. But I want Ukraine to win, but we need to have it completely separate. We need to make that as a separate decision. So here's the deal. We can all be, oh gosh, we can all be grim and say this is not going to get fixed, but it is. And think about, we haven't mentioned the economic collapse that Biden has done. Look at inflation, look at interest rates. Have anybody bought a house? I was just meeting with the realtors. Interest rates for a home are now over 8%, right? But this is what you get. This is what you get. If Democrats are in charge, you get everything falls apart. Now, does anybody ever think Joe Biden's lucid enough to even know what's going on? I don't know. So I think he's become an embarrassment to his own party, but he's also an embarrassment to our position in the world. But look, it didn't just stop with Democrats. We have Republicans in Washington who cave into the Democrats, right? Think about it. They couldn't have passed the infrastructure bill without Republican votes. They couldn't have passed the CHIPS bill without Republican votes. They couldn't have passed the stupid omnibus bill without Republican votes. So last year, so this was not the easiest thing I did. Not the most, I didn't make all the friends in the world, but I ran against McConnell. So, you know, he'd never, ever been challenged before. Never, all right? So think about it. With him in charge, we are not fighting for conservative policies. And there's one person. It's Mitch McConnell. He organized it to where they got what they wanted, all those bills. Now look around the room and go around the country. We've got a thriving Republican Party. I mean, we're doing unbelievable. But we got a Republican Party in Florida, all across the country. So guess what? Shouldn't we have one in D.C.? That would be nice. Well, I think we've got one with Mike Johnson as Speaker. You know something that you should be really proud of. So I think we're all very supportive of Israeli aid, aid to Israel. But guess what? He made sure it was paid for. That's smart. They haven't been doing that. They say, oh, we like this, we're just going to borrow more money. So think about it. Running against McConnell, it did make me a lot of new friends. Some people said I'm the least popular politician in Washington. I never called myself a politician, by the way. But look, I take that as a badge of honor. Because how many of us are happy with what's going on in D.C.? We're not. We shouldn't be. So, look, I'm going to take on anyone. I'm going to tell everybody, I represent Florida, all right? And you should represent your state, your district, but I'm going to do what's right. I tried to do it. I started that way when I ran in 2010. I'm going to represent every family in this state. And we're going to do the right things for our states, and you should do the right thing for your state. So here's what's happened. I didn't win. Unfortunately, I didn't win. But no, it couldn't happen in the United States. But the election was supposed to be in January. You know when it was? The day after I announced I was going to run against him. Could not happen here, right? But look, we didn't win, but we showed the establishment that we're not going to sit back. And we're not going to let them destroy this country. We are not. So we said in that ad, we are not going to let them destroy our country. They're trying. So what did Ronald Reagan say 40 years ago? He came up with the phrase, it's going to be morning in America. That's how we should think about it. It's all up to us. Back in what was that, 1980? It resonated back then. And, you know, people for all walks of life were saying, we cannot stand the Carter years. Well, they were saying that today with the Biden years. So I said to my ad, Ronald Reagan, you could almost say George Washington, you say, they wouldn't recognize this country, right? Right? So some people say, is this the beginning of the end? It's not. It's only the beginning of the end if we let it be. If we stop fighting every day, if we cede our country to the incompetent, crazy Democrats, who they just don't believe in the true fabric of this country and our values, then we lose. But think about it. We turned Florida around. We had problems back in 2010. We turned it around by working together. It wasn't one person that did it. We all did it together. So I've always been an optimist. I mean, so I've always believed that we can do this. We can return us to the rightful position of the economic and military powerhouse and the undisputed moral leader of the free world. But it's going to start with winning in the White House. We have to win the White House. We have to, by the way, we have given so much power to the executive branch. We should never do that. But we've got to win the White House, we got to get a Republican majority in the Senate, and we got to get a bigger majority in the House. We will. Now, you might have seen that I endorsed President Trump on Thursday. You can imagine he liked the phone call, right? He did. He's fun. So I made the decision because I believe, I don't think there's any question in my mind, he is the one person running that can really bring strength back to our country. Now, we all get to make our own choices. So I think it's great today. You're going to have a great opportunity. You're going to see all these great candidates. But one thing's clear. Every one of them is better than Biden. So of incumbents in the Senate, Ted Cruz and I have the hardest races. So both of us are up this next year. And so each of our races, we're critical to get a majority. Now, we've got other opportunities. We've got opportunities in West Virginia, in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, in Michigan, in Montana, in Arizona, in Nevada. I talked to a great candidate in Washington yesterday. But in my case, I'm running against a radical socialist from Miami. Guess who picked her? Chuck Schumer. So guess how much Chuck Schumer spent against me last time? $65 million. Now, he tried to get some celebrities and some NBA players to run against me, but they, I guess, had some sense. So I don't think many of you probably have heard of her, and most people haven't, and I doubt that anybody will. But here's all you need to know about her. Who do you think she's voted 100% with? Nancy Pelosi. 94% with Ilhan Omar. I don't think she'd win in Florida. 93% with AOC. And guess who she takes selfies with? Tlaib. So she refuses to condemn her friends in the squad for their support of Hamas. Can you think about this? Who in their right mind would support people that mutilate babies? I mean, like you just say to yourself, who could do that? And why would you have hatred toward Israel or hatred toward a Jewish population? I don't care what party you are, okay? But we've got to do everything we can to call Hamas for what it is, and don't stop. We need to say exactly what they did. They murdered babies. They shot people point blank. It's just unbearable barbarian terrorism against innocent people. So I'm going to fight anti-Semitism. I'm going to stand up for Israel. I hope everybody here does the same thing. I don't think we ought to support businesses that don't believe our way, right? And if you don't support Israel, I'm not going to support you. So right after October 7th, somebody told me that the Starbucks Workers Union came out and support Hamas. Yep. So I called for a boycott of Starbucks. They called and said, well, you know, we don't really want to respond to this. I said, great, I'm just going to get everybody I can to boycott you until you do. So it took them a few hours, but finally they came out and they said they didn't support it. So think about it. How many times you want to go get a barista and say, oh, who do you support? They ought to have this and this and this. This is what they ought to have. So my understanding, they did finally, it took them all day, but they finally put their statement out, and I heard now they're suing their union, so which is what they should have done for the same thing. What about our college campuses? You know, when I went to school, I mean, first off, my mom would have been so mad at me. I don't know if many of you met my mom. She was work. She had standards. But here's who you should admire. Ben Sasse, new president of the University of Florida. He's been relentless in support of Israel. He's called out terrorist sympathizers, and he's told every Jewish student at the University of Florida he's going to make sure they feel safe. That's what every college president should do. Everybody should be doing that. So, if you donate to charities or organizations, don't give money if they don't support Israel and if they support Hamas. Here's what's neat. I've called some of these donors big donors to University of Pennsylvania and to Harvard, and they've cut funding because their leadership at these universities won't even say that it's wrong what their students are doing. So, and then we got employers like Sweet Greens and Davis Polk that are saying, if you support Hamas, you are not coming to work here. Now, we don't see Democrats doing this, do we? So which side are they on? So we have to have big wins next year. We're going to have big wins next year. We're on the right side of the issues. So let me just finish with this. I'm a poor kid that grew up in public housing, and I built a career in business because I know the most important thing you do is get people a job. That's why I ran on 10. You guys gave me a big opportunity when you supported me back in 2010 when none of you knew me. And I'm very appreciative. I think my wife is still appreciative too. I only was governor because of you, right? And I'm only in the Senate because of you. You know, you guys are the ones that got people out to the polls. You busted your butt to get people out there to tell them what I believed in. As you know, in the 2018 race, we had to win 3 times. On election night, my oldest grandson, August, he said, Grandpa, he was 7. He said, Grandpa, am I going to be on television? Grandpa, I want to be on television. I want my friends to see me on television. I said, August, whatever happens tonight, you're going to be on television. So we won by 57,000 votes. We announced it. So that was great. And now, to put that in perspective for a second, I'm the only Republican that won in the Senate in a swing state in the country in 18 because of you. So the next day, Mark Elias, the Democrat lawyer, comes down. He says, we're going to win through the courts. We won because of you. 7,000 volunteers, 1,000 lawyers, and we kicked their butts. So thank you for this opportunity. I will do anything I can. If you don't have my cell phone number, somebody close to you has it. So give me a call. I love to campaign with you. I want anybody out there running. I wish you the best of luck, and we are going to have a great 2024. Have a great night. I'm Dave. Bye-bye.
That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night.
A better life, right? It's why thousands of people are running to Florida. I'm Jay Collins. As a Green Beret, I've been shot, frozen half to death, and got hit by a mortar. I'm here to serve, to solve problems, one step at a time, to help build a better economy for all of us. In Florida's Senate, I'll do just that. I'm Jay Collins, and a better life starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome retired Green Beret and Florida State Senator Jay Collins.
He's got the red, white, blue, blind high on the farm. Semper Fi tattooed on his left arm. Spent a little more in the store for a tag in the back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's so exciting to be here today. First off, thank you for taking the time to be here. Moments like these matter. I'd like to thank Christian and Evan and all of the volunteers working so hard to put this together. What an exceptional event. Let's give it up for them a little bit, please. Now, I'm sure many of you are wondering, who in the heck is this guy, right? Obviously, I'm not a hair model, and no, I'm not running for President of the United States. But if you'll bear with me, I'd be happy to answer a little bit of those questions. I am Jay Collins. You saw the video from when we ran, but let me explain my background and kind of my why and how we got into this. I was born to an underage mom. I was born addicted to drugs. I was raised by my grandparents and adopted at 7 years old. I was raised on our generational family farm, which we ended up losing coming out of the 80s like many farmers because the economy just didn't work. Failed leadership failed my family. And what we did is sell a farm that we were going on the third generation for pennies on the dollar. Later on, I had the opportunity to join the military because my grandfather, my dad, raised me on the stories and the history of our military because he was a D-Day misdrop. I spent 23 years in the Army, most of it as a Green Beret. So I know Rick Scott was just here. Thank you. We're going to go with Go Army, Be Navy. There you go. I was blessed with many opportunities. A couple of the ones that I'm most proud of are this. You never know what you can accomplish until you have to solve that problem. I was put in a position in Afghanistan where I had to save my own arm to perform surgery on myself in a combat environment. I have 2 hands, 1 leg, so we must have done pretty good. Never thought it was possible until we had to do it. Later on, I was given the opportunity to requalify as a Green Beret after losing my leg. Well, technically, I didn't lose it. I mean, I know where it is. It's just not with me anymore, right? I was extremely grateful to have been a small part of a truly amazing tribe. Now, I'm a leader in the nonprofit sector. We feed people after natural disasters. We give back to communities, and we use food, comfort food, to draw people together. And I'm blessed to represent my home, a place where I'm going to grow up, and my children are going to grow up, and I'm going to grow old. I see you guys. Keep smiling, Colt. I love you, buddy. You know, but these are all part of who I am. But the 2 titles I really love and care about the most are husband and dad. My wife, Layla, she herself is a 20-year veteran, and my 2 boys, Gabe and Colt. Why don't y'all stand up? I know. Dad did it again. I love you guys. I want to share a little bit of a story here about Layla. And this is really important because the focus is on what I want to talk about as we go into this. It's about sacrifice. When I was a Walter Reed, unsure if I was going to walk, run, jump, be a Green Beret, be able to be an active dad, my wife said, my family needs me. I'm going to sacrifice my career as a senior counter-intel agent in all the Army Special Operations to make sure I can take care of my family. So she retired while I was trying to find a way to get on my leg and get up on my feet and requalify. But friends, that is what we have done as Americans. We sacrifice for our family, for our friends, for our community, and we move forward. I can never thank her enough for her kindness. Let's give it up for Layla again. When I tell you I didn't dream of politics, I don't think I can state it enough. I spent 23 years as an Army Green Beret. I envisioned being on a boat in the Gulf scuba diving and fishing with my kids. So the question I normally get asked is, you seem like you're somewhat well-adjusted, not a great haircut, a little bit of a beard game. Why on earth did you get into politics and run for office? Well, that's a great question. Like many in the military, we observed the debacle in Afghanistan. It gutted me. I had interpreters, friends, people that I had served with in that country calling me, screaming, crying, upset because they were trapped and their family was being tortured. But that wasn't why I got into this. It just helped make my decision that much more profound. How many of you have ever had that moment in life when your children use words that you said against you? Bring it back up. Man, I did. Done it a couple of times now. I was talking to our children about the election, about what Biden could do to the economy, how it could affect our lives. And my son, who's now 11, said, "Dad, you're complaining. What are you going to do about it?" Because I drill into them. That's right. Don't complain unless you have a solution. Obviously, it was a cacophony of different emotions. Obviously, pride, because he listened, right? You needed affirmation. 2, it was frustration that I was failing to live up to my own expectations. But lastly, it was resolve. Resolve to get moving and continue to serve a nation that we love. If I was willing to die in a nation that was not my own, working with people that I didn't know, why would I not do all that I could to protect and preserve this nation at this time for my family right here at home? Retired General Jimmy Doolittle once said, "Nothing is as strong as the heart of a volunteer." He was and is absolutely right. Since the very birth of this nation, America has been driven by the heart of a volunteer. Leaders who understood the power of neighbors helping neighbors. Our forefathers volunteered to stand against tyranny from a cane across the sea. They fought for and created a nation of the people, by the people, and for the people. A nation forged with a daring belief that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among those are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Friends, as American citizens, we have a responsibility, both profound and simple, and that is to protect and preserve those freedoms, those things we hold to be true and self-evident for our children, just as our forefathers did for us. Many of us have called them conservative values, but we don't own them. Friends, those are the American values. Those are the values that made this nation what it is, the nation we fell in love with, the nation that we were willing to die for. Those values were there when we forged a nation at Yorktown. They were there in the earthworks of New Orleans. They were there among the poppies of Flanders Fields. They were there at the cliffs of Pointe du Hoc. They were there frozen at the Chosin River in Korea. They were soaked in the rice paddies of Vietnam, and they were there for 2 decades in the deserts of Iraq and the mountains of Afghanistan. And they're here today in this room with patriots, volunteers like yourselves, who give your most precious commodity, time, to protect and preserve the nation that you love. Throughout my own military career, I was blessed to volunteer several times. I volunteered to join the Army. I volunteered to test the theory of gravity and jump out of a perfectly good airplane as a paratrooper. I volunteered to earn my Green Beret. I volunteered for a special missions unit, and I even volunteered to keep doing those things after I lost my left leg. But along this journey, I was afforded the opportunity to work with true heroes. Many of those people we buried in Arlington or in their neighborhood cemeteries. And I ask you, friends, today, who do you remember? Who have you seen that paid that ultimate price? Would they be happy with the course of our nation, or would they need volunteers and leaders like us to step up and fight for what we believe in? Today isn't about my story, though. I share bits of it to get to a simple point. It's the very first and most profound lesson I learned as a Green Beret. It was shared with me as I was checking in to SFAS. I know the military loves acronyms. Please bear with us. That is Special Forces Assessment and Selection. We jokingly call it the School for Advanced Suffering. The cadre looked like he was 70. I found out after the fact he was 27. He looked like he had been ridden hard and put away wet, to use a horse analogy. When he talked, it sounded like he had just smoked 20 Pall Malls and eaten glass for lunch. And he said something in this gruff, gravelly, somewhat angry voice. "Son, if you don't figure anything else out, understand this. You have always got to leave things better than you got it." That is what we're trying to do. How many of you believe this nation is currently living up to its full potential? Anybody? Yeah, me too. Given the state of the world, we have some work to do. This is the world where Biden's regime handed over $7 billion in cash, equipment, and weapons to our enemy. Friends, the world took note. Our enemies grew bold, and they started making plans. They muzzled our children, causing years of educational and emotional harm. They've driven inflation through the roof, with an average American losing $7,000 in spending power. And they've caused and stood idly by while our border is overrun by illegal immigrants with fentanyl in tow. Under the Biden regime, many cities defunded our brave men and women in law enforcement, placing these community heroes at risk. He has continually divided our nation, finding every potential way to divide us by race, creed, color, gender, economics. But friends, I got news for you. We are one people. We are all God's children, and we are all citizens of these United States. The world we live in is the price of failed leadership. Now, I've had a few more, what I'll call seasoned friends. They've made more trips around the sun. Ask me, aren't you afraid to raise your children in today's world? And my response is always the same. Heck no, I'm not. Because if we're going to raise our children and they're going to have to slay a dragon, friends, we had better start prepare our children to go slay that dragon, give them the tools that they need to get that job done when that time is asked. What we teach our children today will be the reality of our nation tomorrow. With all of this in focus, once I got into the political world, there was only one way to jump in. That's feet and knees in the breeze. You're either in or you're out. So we got in. I ran for office focused on economy, education, and security. So that's what we got to work doing. As a freshman senator, I was blessed to have Kathleen Passidomo offer me the opportunity to be the chairman of the Ag Committee, knowing the loss my family had gone through and how meaningful it was. I was blessed to help protect and preserve agriculture at a time when it's on the ropes. We're stabilizing, revitalizing, and growing agriculture because agriculture is a national security issue. We must make the economic model of agriculture work. Thank you. I was blessed to get to carry the constitutional carry bill and claw back, thank you, and claw back individual freedoms as opposed to ceding less for the first time in decades. Later, I was given the opportunity to help take some of our best practices as Green Berets to our schools and map them and make them safer. So when we can't be there to protect and preserve our children, they're as safe as they can be because we're investing in their safety. Now, you've heard a few of the speakers around me and before me talk, and I learned a couple lessons. One of those is that we must take our enemy at their word. When China, Iran, Russia, Syria, North Korea, Venezuela, Cuba express their hate for this nation, they mean what they're saying, and we should take them serious. China is on a new long march. Russia has invaded Ukraine, and Iran continues to drive terror across this planet. The terrorist thugs of Hamas attacked our closest ally, and they've ensured that members of their tribe, of Hamas and the terrorists, are doing all of the dirty tricks to God's people and our allies. And we have to remember who we are. I'm grateful to have helped ensure members of the CCP can't buy property, because in Florida, we decided we had to punch back. We also made sure that the other countries are concerned, they can't buy agriculture land, and they cannot buy anything within 10 miles of vital infrastructure, airports, spaceports, seaports. So what do we do now? Where do we go from here? As a nation, I would submit that we have to remember who we are. We have to focus on those things that got us here, those ideas, ideals, and principles. The world is a safer place when America is strong, we have a strong leader, and we lead from the front. The values we love are not limited to those who volunteer to fight our nation. These values exist in our law enforcement and first responders and their selfless service to the community. Friends, we must unequivocally have their backs, make sure they have the time, tools, and training necessary to complete their mission, but more importantly, they have to get home to their families safe. We must stand with our law enforcement. Right now, likely at this very moment, we have parents volunteering to coach their children's teams or planning for next year's PTA functions. We must protect those things we hold dear, and that's our children. We have men and women building businesses, serving the community. We must continue to build jobs that matter, drive economic development and manufacturing in this great nation. We have farmers working from dawn till dusk to feed this great nation. If you eat food, you depend on agriculture. We can't cede that to countries that don't like us. And friends, all of them are working to leave things better than they got it. That is the nation we know, and that is the nation we love. We must be courageous. Winston Churchill once said that courage was the most important quality of all because it guaranteed the rest. It's not just physical courage to charge a bunker. It's the equally important moral courage to stand up for what's hard and right, no matter the odds. We must display candor to use our voice and speak the truth, no matter the cost. And we must have an iron-forged commitment to finish things, no matter how difficult. In the immortal words of the great 80s and 90s philosopher, Rocky Balboa, the world ain't all sunshine or rainbows. It's a mean and nasty place. I don't care how tough you are. It'll beat you to your knees and keep you there if you let it. It ain't about how hard you can get hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward, how much you can take and keep moving forward. That is how winning is done. That is the spirit of America. I've been a soldier. I've been the husband of a soldier. I waited at home worried while my wife deployed. I often ask myself, what are those things we're fighting for? What are those things I value? And friends, it's simple. It's our family, friends, the community, our state, and this nation that we love. Those are the same things we fight for today, even if the battlefield has changed. We must work hard to overcome those obstacles in front of us, but I want to share a couple of simple things. I often wondered, why did I lose my leg? Why did I get injured? I quickly learned it's because it isn't about me. It's about we the people of the United States. I had things being placed in my life to prepare me for what's next. And this is a big point. As Green Berets, we call ourselves quiet professionals. What I learned was this: quiet and silent are never the same thing. When you're silent, people speak for you. Friends, we've had enough of people doing that. But when you're quiet, people wait to hear you speak. We know what right looks like. We have a voice, and we must use that. We cannot let others speak for us. Thank you. We often call the World War II generation the greatest generation, but friends, it wasn't the war that made them the greatest. It was what they did after, in raising a nation, creating the behemoth, the nation that we fell in love with. They stood up and created what we love. Now this is our time. We cannot fail, we will not fail, because our children and the future of this nation depends on leaders like you and people like you across this great nation. Like each of you, I do not believe that our nation's best days are behind us. When I look at crowds like this and I hear Americans speak, that fire is in their belly. It's in their soul. They are ready to do what is necessary to protect and preserve this nation, just like each of you. And because of that, those best days are ahead of us. Make sure you support people up and down the ballot. Every race matters as we move forward. I want to thank you for listening. Thank you for listening to the guy not running for president today. May God bless you, and may God continue to bless these United States. Thanks.
Our program here in just a few minutes, but this is the time of year you might be planning for the holidays. Perhaps Thanksgiving's right around the corner, even Christmas next month. But this is also the time when many Americans start to choose their 2024 health insurance plan. I know all of the confusion, which one is best, and if you make some kind of hasty decision, it could cost you a lot of money for even benefits that don't really fit your needs. So that's why our friends over at America First Healthcare is a company that was built by conservatives for conservatives. They want to help you weed through all of the confusion and get the best coverage for you. Now, unlike traditional health insurance companies, America First Healthcare offers health insurance plans that no other company has access to. This has many alternatives to the government-issued plans that you may not know about that can also cover all of your needs and save you money at the same time. This is one way to kick the government out of your health care. They have helped over 5,000 families, and they want to help yours as well. And they've got a very special offer for today's broadcast. Simply text SAVE. Now, I got a number here. You might want to write that down. It'll be on your screen as well. Text SAVE to 855-452-0986. That's SAVE to 855-452-0986. Do not shop for healthcare insurance alone. Their team will help you through this very complicated issue and get the right plan that's for you. You can even scan the QR code that's on the screen. But if you can't do that, text the word SAVE to 855-852. Scratch that, 855-452-0986. That's America First Healthcare. Now, back to the Florida Freedom Summit.
In 2010, we had $30 billion of debt. Today, we have less than $16 billion of debt. We paid down to $14 billion of debt. When you look at what's the significance of that number of debt? $16 billion is still a lot of money. The state of New York, with 2.5 million less people than the state of Florida has, 3 million less people, has over $160 billion of debt. And we had $22 billion in reserves. I was very proud of that because as we left after the pandemic, the previous high watermark was probably $5 billion. We left with $22 billion in reserves. So we left a pristine and clean balance sheet. During my last 2 years, we did a lot of things in the Senate, and I'm going to talk about agriculture mostly, but we passed the largest school choice bill in the history of the state at the time. We gave parents rights to raise their children the way they see fit and did not let bureaucrats put masks on our children. And we certainly do not let boys play in girls' sports in the state of Florida any longer. We were very proud of all those things, and then I was very blessed and fortunate to get elected to your Commissioner of Agriculture last November, and thank you for that. Obviously, it was a historic win that the cabinet received. There was 60-40 for everyone, and we had a great team, and we're very proud of it, and thank you again for that. When you think about agriculture, I look at agriculture as a national security issue. I've been talking about it as a national security issue since the beginning, since I was elected to the department. And you think, well, why is that national security? We don't always think of food as a national security issue. And I remind people that we all in this room know that oil is a national security issue. We have strategic supplies all over this country in case there's a war over oil in the Middle East, in case there's a major disruption of supply. Now, we know Biden has played games with our strategic supply, but that's another story. But we know oil is a national security issue for those reasons. What if, with your food supply, if there were no food in the grocery store for just 1 week? You'd have complete chaos in this country. What if it were a month? You'd have people starving to death. And just so everyone here knows, the United States of America 30 years ago was a net exporter of food. Today, we are a net importer of food. And when you think about the significance of that, the pandemic taught us a lot of things about our supply chains. Couldn't buy semiconductors, so you couldn't buy a car for 4 and 6 months. Used cars went through the roof. Biden inflation, how that's affected us. We cannot ever depend on our foreign enemies for our food and our food supply. And So we did many things when I was in the Senate. I'm going to mention a few of those, and then we did many things this last year working with the legislature to guarantee a supply chain from our food resources in the state of Florida that we could count on. And remember that when we talk about agriculture, it's the second leading driver of the economy. During the pandemic, agriculture was the leading driver of the economy. During recessionary times, it is the leading driver of the economy. Over 2.5 million people are employed in agriculture and over $180 billion a year output. And so we're very proud of not only what we represent from the notion, we have to eat every day, 3 times a day, but the reality is it's a leading driver of the economy also. One of the bills we passed and worked on during my Senate presidency was the Right to Farm bill. It hadn't been updated in 60 years. And under the Right to Farm bill, we changed 2 things in that bill. We had a lot of foreign operatives. We had a lot of people from out of the state that were suing your farmers and basically trying to shut them down. Again, we can't live without our farmers. So we were taking these hurdles out of the way. In the Right to Farm bill, we said a couple of things. If you're going to sue a farmer today on a nuisance lawsuit, you have to live within a half a mile of them. So that eliminates almost everyone that's going to sue. And then secondly, when the farmer wins the lawsuit, and inevitably they most always do, that person then has to pay the farmer's attorney fees. That sort of put a death knell in those kinds of things. When you think about the wildlife corridor here in the state of Florida, as president, I championed the ideal of putting the wildlife corridor in place. The wildlife corridor, for everyone who doesn't know, if you Google a map of the state of Florida at nighttime, you will see all the beautiful lights in the state of Florida. Everywhere it's dark on that map is the wildlife corridor. Everywhere it's dark on that map is where animals traverse the state from Monroe County to Pensacola. Everywhere it's dark on that map is where your aquifer gets recharged, and everywhere on that map is dark is where we grow your food substantially. So we're very proud to have that defined. This last year, the Senate leadership and House leadership put, I believe, $800 million towards areas within that corridor, and we have to have that as a matter of not allowing growth to come in on our farmers. It's very important. In the Department of Agriculture, we have a section called Rural and Family Lands. And the rural and family lands, the lands that we buy, by the way, we don't buy land in rural and family lands, we buy development rights. We want that property to stay in private hands. When it stays in private hands, it stays on your local tax roll, supporting your local systems. When it stays in private hands, we don't have to come back a few years later and get more money to take care of the land that we just bought. And I think it's kind of ridiculous that the state would own that much land in the first place. So under your rural and family lands, since we've started as Senate President, I put $300 million in that program. We've spent nearly $200 million of that. We're going to go back to the legislature and continue to take down our development rights on our agricultural land as farmers and these generational farmers want to do so. 6 months ago, we opened that program up for the first time in 5 years, and we have over $1.5 billion of opportunities to buy development rights from your ag community as we sit here today. Farmers each year go to the legislature and we lobby for certain sales tax that we want to take off of items that we have to purchase every day. And we do that, and then when you get to the store to enjoy your sales tax, you had to fill out several pieces of paperwork to be entitled to your sales tax break. So a lot of times, unless it was a larger purchase, you wouldn't take the time to do that. And then retailers had to fill out paperwork and send it through the state system. Starting January the 1st, we will have a card that looks similar to a driver's license that you'll keep in your wallet when you go to make your purchases. You'll be able to show your card and you will get your sales tax break with no questions asked. That's going to help your local farmers. A couple of other things in the division that I'll mention that we do. Our Consumer Services Division is a very large part of the department. A few months ago, with the help of the legislature changing the laws, we did what we called Operation Candy Crush, where we took, if you went into these stores, it looked like Skittles and candies and all that was high THC that were being sold to our children. The legislature made it very clear that we were not going to tolerate that any longer, and we've taken over 100,000 packages out of local stores to protect our children. And when I say they look like Skittles, you couldn't tell the difference. And if you open the package, kids would take these Skittles to school. There were over 2,000 children in the hospital last year from these type of episodes. And one Skittle might be 3 doses of the recommended medicine. So the legislature empowered us to take care of those things. Those have been done. In the last couple of weeks, we had a 5-ton bust of what they call the gas station heroin. We're getting rid of these poisons that's infecting our society and getting rid of them out of our hands of our children. We're very proud of that. Our ag law has really stepped up. We have a new colonel, Colonel Adams. In January, he's doing a great job. In the last several months, I'll just mention a few of the accolades. One of them was we found over 150 stolen semi-trailers in just the last few months. They have caught so many drugs and things coming into our state. Last week, we had more arrests than any other week in the history of the department. And so we're very proud of our ag law for the work they're doing in and around the state, and they're keeping us safer as a state. We're making sure that the commerce coming in the state should be here in the state. One of the last 2 things I'll mention lastly, this last year, working with your legislature, we had Elizabeth Warren-type liberals wanting to track our gun sales in this state. They were wanting to put an MCC code attached to ammunition sales or gun sales. Your department, working with the legislature this year, said that if you do that in the state of Florida, it can be up to a $10,000 per event fine. Many other states have taken up that now. We've essentially quashed that in the United States. Credit card companies don't like their commerce in one state to be different than another state. So we're very proud of the fact that we're protecting our gun rights and gun owners. Fuel theft. When you think about fuel theft, the last year we worked with the legislature. In the old days, you would stick your credit card in and they would have a scanner that would take your numbers and they would hijack your credit card and use it to steal from you. Now, the more sophisticated way today is using technology to put up to a fuel tank, and it'll show that they put 25 gallons in a bladder bag of some sort or a tank when they really took 500 gallons or 1,000 gallons of fuel. We've had 4 major busts in the last 30 days, 45 days, and that's due to the legislature's ability to let us to have the ability to do it, and our ag law, working with local sheriffs, are taking down these criminals. We're saving the fuel buyers of the state of Florida millions of dollars annually by those busts, and we're very proud of that. And what I will say is we live in a world with a lot of troubles. What happened to Israel just about 3 weeks ago is the crime of our time. To compare it to 9/11, it's a similar event, but imagine 45,000 Americans dying. What's happening at our southern border is a crime. The fentanyl coming across. We have very weak leadership in Washington, D.C. today. And I don't even call it leadership. We have no leadership in Washington, D.C. today. When you think about what happened in Israel with the gross and the capturing of grandmothers and grandfathers and families and the execution style things that happened, we clearly need to let Israel, and when I say let, we need to encourage Israel to take down Hamas, Hezbollah, and that whole region if necessary. At some point, we will either fight that war today, as we started to 20 years ago, or we will be fighting it again in 20 years. And we stand with Israel, and we hope them Godspeed on doing their work. And thank you for having me here today. It's been a real honor to serve as your Ag Commissioner, and I look forward to seeing you in the near future. So, pass it on.
Break from our programming, and I want to talk about a true patriot. I wish he was on that stage talking to you guys today, and that's our friend Mike Lindell from MyPillow. Now, he was one of the first people, I think he was the first, to come out after the 2020 election and say, Brian, I've got some things I want to talk about, some things I've come across that the American people need to know. And he's a true American patriot. Now, he has been attacked not only on social media, he's been attacked financially. I spoke to him last month, I think, and he said, yeah, the rumors are true. I am hurting for cash. The cash flow is down. They cut his credit limits with certain banks, so now he can't go out and purchase certain things. So let's be supportive of Mike Lindell this time of year, especially with the holidays coming up. There's so many different companies that you want to avoid and big box stores you want to avoid. Why not just shop with Mike Lindell? Go to mypillow.com/RSBN. Real simple. mypillow.com/RSBN and shop there. And they've got, not only they got the classic pillows, they got the Pillow 2.0, they got the bed sheets, they got the dog beds, they got the slippers, they got the robe, they got the towels, they got it all. They got thousands of products you can choose from on that website. Go check it out. Now, you used to be able to save up to 66% off. That's increased. Now you can save up to 80% off on certain items. Go shop this holiday season there at mypillow.com/RSBN. Not only are you getting a great product, you're helping out a true American patriot. And this time of year, with all of the legal stuff he's gone through, let's help him out. And a portion of those proceeds obviously come back to help our efforts here at Right Side. Go check it out. mypillow.com/RSBN. Get the discount, get the savings, and help Mike Lindell, a true American patriot.
People watch today, if your arguments are so strong, if your arguments are so great, and mine are so bad, then just keep quiet. Let me make my awful arguments, and then you can just reject them out of hand. But the problem is you fear the truth. The problem is you want to shout down any voice that says anything different than what you want to hear. And you can continue to do it, and believe me, it doesn't bother me one bit. I'll tell you what does bother me. As we stand today and watch the atrocities that are going on in Israel, that's what we should spend our time talking about. And that's the place where I suggest some of our anger should be directed. When we should make sure that every candidate running for president makes it very clear to every American and every citizen of the world, the United States will stand undivided with the state of Israel, and we will defeat terrorists all around the world. And I am the only candidate in this race, the only one who's had the opportunity to prosecute those terrorists, to do the job that needed to be done after September 11th, to take terrorists who are going to attack American citizens on our soil and put them in jail. One of them was going to attack airliners coming out of Newark Airport and try to shoot them out of the sky. And we caught them before they could, and he spent the rest of his life and died in prison, as he should have. Another group of 6 of them were going to spend their time attacking our military base in New Jersey at Fort Dix and killing every American man and fighting woman they could find. We caught them, and they are spending the rest of their life in jail the way they should. We need a president who knows how to do that. When you look at what's happening in Europe, the last time the United States turned its back on a shooting war in Europe, we wound up there a few years later, and we had to sacrifice the lives of 500,000 American soldiers to defeat Hitler and fascism in Europe. We need to stand today with Ukraine to defeat the Russians so that we don't have to ever send American men and fighting women back to Europe to defend freedom and democracy. That's what this country has always stood for, and that's what we need to stand for today. We need to stand with Ukraine and defeat the Russians. And when we look to the south to our southern border. And we know that because of how porous it is, the terrorists at this very moment could be crossing that border with the intention to do harm to the American people. It has been too long and too many empty promises from too many politicians to defend the southern border and to strengthen it. We need to once and for all secure our border and do it the right way, not with empty promises that don't wind up being fulfilled. Our country was always its greatest, not when we filled the moat and pulled up the drawbridge and said we didn't care about the rest of the world. Our country was always the greatest, not when we did small things that divided each other, but that we did big things that we could all do together. And whether you go back to the forming of this country, when it would have been easy to stay with the king in Great Britain, but a collective group of men and women decided, no, America could only be free, truly free, if we had our own country. They decided to go big, and that's why we're here, and you have the freedom to boo me today. Make sure you send a thank you note to George Washington for that. Second, in 1861, when Abraham Lincoln could have let this part of the country go and just kept it small in the north, he decided to go big. And he fought the Civil War to keep this country free and united. And we made great sacrifices to do it. But because we had a leader who was willing to do big things, after 4 years of that sacrifice, we were a bigger, stronger, freer, richer country than we were before. In 1941, when Franklin Roosevelt could have continued to have America respond to the voices of isolationism and keep America away from what was happening in Europe, he didn't. He decided that a threat like Hitler anywhere was a threat to us as well. He united the country, and we led the fight against fascism 75 years ago. We went big and we came out as the world's greatest power, freer, stronger, braver, richer than we were before, because we did big things and we did them together, and we need to do that again. In 1961, when John Kennedy said we were going to go to the moon in this decade and return men back safely, people said it couldn't be done, but America gathered together with our greatest scientists, with our greatest innovation, and we went big. And even though he had been gone for 6 years, his dream was realized, and his dream for our country was realized, and we continue to lead innovation in this country, not by going small, not by looking inward, but by looking outward. We did it then, and we can do it now with leadership that wants to do big things for our country, not small. And Ronald Reagan in 1981 was one of the voices unwilling to accept the existence of the Soviet Union. He called them an evil empire, which they were. He called them violent and destructive for our world, which they were. And he called us together to fight communism around the world and to not cower from it, to not be isolationists, to not just look inward, but look outward. And in 10 years, the Soviet Union disappeared, and what did America emerge? As the only true power in the world, bigger, stronger, safer, freer, and richer. When we go big, we do well. When we go small, we lose. And so today, we confront these problems around the world. China attempting to overtake our position as the true leader of the world. North Korea attempting to terrorize the rest of Asia with nuclear weapons. Iran being the banker of terrorism around the world. And Russia attempting to put the old band back together and reassemble the Soviet Union one piece at a time, starting with Ukraine. We need a president who's going to understand that all of these things are connected, and that if we shy away from it, if we say that we have too many problems to deal with those problems will be at our shore, everybody. They will be here, and they will only cost us more in terms of lives and treasure if we wait. We need to encounter these problems now and let these folks know that America will never be a country that will cede world leadership to any other country, because we are the indispensable nation for freedom and liberty around the world. Those are the big things that we have to fight for around the world. And at home, we can no longer put up with 39% of our 8th graders not reading at grade level and 25% of our 8th graders not doing math at grade level. We need an education revolution in this country that puts parents back in charge of their children's education and takes it away from the teachers' unions. We have $33 trillion in debt. More debt than this country has ever had in its history, and 13 trillion of it has been added in the last 6.5 years. We must reject failed leadership that uses our grandchildren and great-grandchildren's credit card to keep their promises of today. We need leaders in this country, once again, who know how to look at the interests in Washington and say, no more spending of the people's money. We need desperately. So I assume from that yelling, you're for $33 trillion in debt. That must be one of the things you're for. You're probably for it because you won't be here to pay for it. But our grandchildren and great-grandchildren will be here to pay for it. And you need a leader who will say no and just not come up here and tell you everything you want to hear. And every one of those great leaders that I talked about who did the big things, whether it was George Washington or Abraham Lincoln or Franklin Roosevelt or John Kennedy or Ronald Reagan, each one of them understood that there would be times when what you said would be unpopular. But what you needed to be wedded to first and foremost is the truth. We deserve, once again, better character in the White House than what we've had from the last 3 presidents. Much better than what we've had from the last 3 presidents. We cannot turn our back on the character flaws of the people we've helped to make leaders and then point our finger at the character flaws of the one who's sitting in the White House now. When he's wrong, we must also admit when our leaders have been wrong. And you can yell and boo about it as much as you like, but it doesn't change the truth. And the truth is coming. The truth is coming. And all of you need to understand that America deserves better than what we've had, and it never makes America a better place, whether it's on a college campus in the Ivy League or whether it's in an auditorium in Orlando, for us to be booing and shouting down opinions we don't agree with. Let's go and defeat the opinions we don't agree with. That's what I'm trying to do, and I'm happy to take it on with you. America deserves better. Thank you for having me today. I appreciate it very much.
Back into our program here in just a few minutes, but I want to have a timeout on this and have you go check out our website, rsbnetwork.com. Now, it's more than just a website. Yes, you're going to get articles and you're going to get programming notes. You get videos that are on there from previous broadcasts, like this one you're watching today will be uploaded on that as well. But the website's a great resource to sign up for the newsletter, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. You can go on there, click on it, fill out a couple information. We'll get a newsletter into your inbox as news develops. And it's absolutely free. We're not going to sell your data. We're not going to sell it off to China. You're going to get bombed with spam emails. We don't do that. But what we will do is send you the information that you need to know on the subjects that are most concerning about you. Our editor-in-chief, Grace Saldana, does an excellent job. We have a staff of writers, Summer Lane, Alex Caldwell, and more. Go check it out. Subscribe to our newsletter. But while you're there, also, you can donate. Now, we started out this very humble little network years ago by contributions from you, the viewer. Now, we've got some great partners along the way for advertisers, which is great. But really, the backbone of this company has been you, the viewer, through your charitable donations. You can do a one-time donation. You can do a reoccurring donation. It's all up to you. The budget's all up to you. But I do encourage you, if you like the programming on Right Side, you like what we're doing, we're covering the 2024 presidential election, we're covering all the things in the Supreme Court across this country, then I encourage you to donate to Right Side. You can go to our website as well. You'll click on the Donate tab. Like I said, you can do a one-time donation. You can sign up for a monthly reoccurring, and it's all up to you, and you certainly appreciate it. Check out our website, rsbnetwork.com. That's rsbnetwork.com. Now back to the program.
Important to note, go woke, you go broke. You know what I'm saying? I love being your chief financial officer. Everybody told me that running the state's finances would be a quiet job, but they were wrong. I guess that was before this virus that invaded our country from a communist nation outside of our borders and went to war against America's freedom and liberty. And you may be thinking I'm thinking and talking about COVID, but not. I'm talking about the woke virus, my friends. We're now fighting the woke virus at every level of our financial levels of corporations. With companies like Budweiser and Target are starting to learn, if you go woke, you go broke. Now, here's their scheme. They call it ESG. But what it really means is these trillion-dollar asset managers are dictating to companies how to run their businesses based on liberal politics, not on the best outcome for the investors. I don't like any of it. BlackRock's Larry Fink was making speeches bragging about it. He was talking about access to capital is a privilege. And Larry Fink was telling capital markets, if you want our money, then you must adopt our politics. I didn't like what I saw. I investigated on how our investments were performing in the state of Florida. We discovered that we had about $2 billion sitting in BlackRock, so we pulled that money out. Florida still to this day has pulled more money out of BlackRock than any other state in the union. I was not going to allow Florida to go woke and go broke with the leadership and ideas being pushed out by the Larry Finks of the world. Here's the crazy thing about it. As we pulled that money out, the returns on our investments in Florida, I'm the state treasurer also, the returns on investments were the highest we've ever had in the history of the state. We had $1.1 billion in interest on your money. Now, it's too late to save the Larry Finks of the world from the woke virus, but I'm proud to say that Governor DeSantis, Speaker Paul Renner, President Kathleen Passidomo worked to fight to protect us from the woke virus. I want to thank them for their leadership in the Florida legislature on passing some of the strongest anti-ESG laws in the nation. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I'm proud of our governor. I just look at what he's doing to hold these woke state attorneys accountable and what he's doing and what it takes to keep Florida free. So imagine if we could fix the double standard of justice at the federal level. If we could fix the double standard of justice that doesn't lock up a Hunter Biden, but does everything possible to prosecute a President Donald Trump. So here's where I'm going with this. I think we need to set up a new legal defense fund for any Florida presidential candidate to use when they are targeted by politically motivated prosecutors by the Department of Justice. When these men and women are brave enough to put their name on the ballot, we should protect them. Are you with me? We need to fund this. Our state right now is in the best fiscal health we've ever been in the history of the state. So it wouldn't hurt to take a little bit of our budget surplus, set it aside. We can use this to protect any Floridian who wants to defend themselves and make sure that these politically motivated prosecutors don't magically appear during election cycles. It's just wrong. It's wrong weaponizing government. It's wrong that they're using resources that are available to Floridians, so we should be able to help these individuals fight back. We could even call it the Defending Florida Fighters Fund. So I would love to end the weaponization of the federal government against our own citizens. Imagine if we could end the weaponization of government against parents that go speak at their own kids' school board meeting, and end the weaponization of government that is against our own president, former president of the United States, President Donald Trump. And let me ask you, does anybody truly have any faith in our federal judicial system anymore? No, me neither. We have our own tax dollars being used for a federal witch hunt against President Trump just because he's a political opponent of Joe Biden. Here in Florida, we have a large population of our state that fled communist countries. And in those countries, it's done all the time. Politicians use the federal police to punish their political enemies. This should never happen in America. This is a sign of democracy in decline. This is not a democracy of the people, by the people, and for the people. So, number two, I don't know about y'all, but I want to defund the IRS. I got a good friend of mine, Toby Overdorf's out here somewhere. Toby, there's in the front row. Toby carried the bill last year. We're going to continue to hold the IRS accountable with the help of the Florida legislature. You remember a few years ago, back in 2020, there was this defund the police movement. Well, again, I think we should flip it on its head, and it should be defunding the IRS. Joe Biden is spending $80 billion of your money to add more IRS agents to the rolls. They're going to use our own tax dollars to come out of you. They're going to crawl through your Venmo, your PayPal, your Cash App, your bank account transactions to find more money that you're spending. I don't understand why they can't take those same 87,000 agents and send them to where the real crime is being committed, the southern border. It is time to defund the IRS. I'm going to work as your chief financial officer. I'm going to work with our great governor. I'm going to work with the legislature, and we're going to push some key things through the legislative process next year. Here's what I'm thinking about. First, I'm going to start off an IRS transparency portal. This is where Floridians can submit complaints when they are being targeted by an individual IRS agent that's harassing them or exhibiting politically motivated behavior. We are going to find out who is targeting Floridians, and we're going to hold them accountable. And then when the federal government will not root out their own corruption, we're going to expose it online and let the transparency do its job and root this evil out of the system. When you hire 87,000 IRS agents, you can't tell me that 1% of them don't have a political agenda. I'm sorry. People are people, and they will carry their politics into their jobs, and sometimes, as we have seen by the evidence of what they did to the Tea Party groups, they will be targeted by our own government. We have got to create transparency. Second, they're targeting, I don't know if you've been keeping up with this, but if you use PayPal or Cash App or any of these Cash App-related apps, I just got a push notification of mine wanting to know if I've been notified about the IRS about tracking my transactions. Friends, they're going after every transaction over $600. You're going to get a 1099. They're going to start to go after every single transaction that pierces that $600 threshold, even if you're transferring it to another bank account. So we're going to pass a law in Florida that works against big tech to make sure you can opt out of the monitoring that they're trying to do and partnering with the IRS. And third and last, you know what I want to do? It's kind of crazy we don't have this right now. I want to have an independent tax advocate for the citizens of the state of Florida. So in the case of insurance, we have a insurance advocate that works for you that is against the insurance companies. They need to be. against government if it needs to be, an independent advocate. That's what I want to do with the IRS. I want an independent advocate that when you have a problem, when you have a question, when you have a concern, you can pick up the phone, you can call without having to hire an accountant or hiring an attorney when your own government is creating a threatening situation for you. So again, we need somebody to be standing there with you independently to hold the state accountable, hold the feds accountable, to make sure that you keep your dollars in your pocket. I'm a big believer. You spend your money better than Tallahassee does. You spend your money better than Washington does. We can't sit on our hands anymore. Time has come back to fight against the IRS. I'm going to be your chief defender, and I'm going to be their worst nightmare. So this is my message to Joe Biden. You are not protecting the border on illegal immigration, illegal drugs, or criminals flooding into our country. You are not making us safer. You're making us weaker abroad, and you're not stepping up to protect Israel. And in Florida, we will not sit idle, sitting aside. We're going to continue to fight to keep Florida free. Now, I love being your CFO, and it's now I'm being kind of funny. It's your chief freedom officer, okay? So look, take out your phones. I know you got your phones. Mine's on silent because I'm not going to let y'all call me this time. But take out your phones. And if you go to keepfloridafreepc.com, you can get your own bumper sticker set that says Keep Florida Free. Go on the website. While you got your phone out, punch my phone number in there. Don't call it because I got it on silent. It's not going to ring through. 850-583-1817. I'm here to work for you. I'm here to be your partner. I'm here to be your advocate. I'm here to be your friend, and I like to be held accountable. If you need me, call me. Now, in closing, I want to wrap up with this. We have to take back the White House in 2024. I've never been so hopeful for Florida's future. In fact, we're in the best fiscal health that we've ever been in the history of the state of Florida. A lot of people don't realize that. Best ever. I'm so proud of our first responders. They came after Hurricane Idalia, Hurricane Ian. They're excellent. They're sacrificing time away from their families, their friends, to make sure our safety is there. I get to be the state fire marshal, so I get to work with these guys every day. So do me a favor, like in my case, there's a little fire station down the street from my house. Ever since the boys have been old enough to be able to put two and two together, what I was trying to accomplish, we would bake some cookies, put them on a paper plate, wrap it in saran wrap. We'd take it to the fire station, and we would thank those men and women for working on Thanksgiving while we get to stay home with our families. So this holiday, on Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, go out of your way. Stop by the police station, the sheriff's department, the hospital, the emergency room. Please go in there and drop by and say thank you. It'll go a long ways. It'll help their morale, what they do. Good people. Florida's thriving. I've never been more concerned about the direction our country is going into. That's why we need to make sure that we're doing everything we can to protect ourselves from federal overreach. People forget that we're a donor state to the federal government. We give more money than we take back in. So I think it's right that we pass laws to protect us from federal overreach, to protect ourselves from a federal government that's out of control, where the inmates are running the institution. After all, again, I remind you, we're a donor state. Florida's a symbol of freedom. And for those that still believe in the founding principles of America, this is why we need to stand up. We need to protect ourselves to ensure that Joe Biden does not get elected in 2024. You know, President Trump used to say that we were going to win so much that we're going to get tired of winning. Remember that? My fear is we're going to get tired of fighting. But you know what? Are you tired of fighting? Hell no! None of us are tired of fighting. I'm so excited to be here. I'm so excited to be your chief financial officer. Let's get back to work. Let's take the White House back, and let's win in November. God bless you.
The Florida Freedom Summit on this beautiful Saturday here in November. I want to take a quick break and talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, we have another looming government shutdown coming. It's coming, folks, and well, the elites in Washington will only deal with it the way they always deal with problems, and that is spending your money and making the dollar go down in value. Well, let's end this cycle and diversify into gold, silver, and precious metals, and the Birch Gold Group wants you to take that first step. Right now, before we get back into programming, text the words Trump to 989898, and this is what you're going to get. I've got the latest offer that the Birch Gold Group has right now. And listen up. When you open a gold IRA, for every $10,000 you spend by December 22nd, Birch Gold Group will send you, ready for this, a free gold bar. Just text the words Trump right now to 989898 and get started in that. And you know what? You can convert your existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA with no money out of pocket. And get this, you still get to keep the free gold bar. Take advantage of the offer right now for this broadcast. Text the words Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. When you look what Congress is doing right now, they're going to kick the can down the road. The government shutdown is looming, and they're just going to spend more money to get out of it. And that is going to bring the value of the dollar down. Do not let your precious savings, your investments, go down to nothing. Protect it and diversify. Gold, silver, precious metals, our friends over the Birch Gold Group. Text the words Trump to 989898. Now, back to the Florida Freedom Summit.
3 years. So you mean leaders come together in one room to give out ideas and share ideas and promote freedom? Yes. That is an extreme MAGA competition. We're coming together to make sure that we are ensuring we're the country that our forefathers envisioned and that our children deserve. Sign us up. Yes, it is. During our first term, under the leadership of Governor DeSantis and with his firm resolve, Florida showed that even in the face of fear and challenges during COVID, when the liberal mob decried any other approach than locking us up in our houses, shutting down our businesses, closing down our church services, we showed that we could stand out by respecting individual liberty and freedom. And we did so while focusing on the health and safety of Floridians. We focused that freedom is our central responsibility, and Florida is thriving. Florida's calculation, the Florida way, has catapulted our state into success. In fact, we are now the nation with the most people trying to move here. We are setting records in business formations. We are breaking tourism records. We are at a decades-low crime rate. Indeed, we are on a path of prosperity and success. And we have shown the world that if you focus and implement conservative ideas and conservative policy, it works. We did so in such a condensed time frame, and look at Florida's success. It's exponential. We are thriving. But look at the backlash. You know, it reminds me of an attack of the zombies. Anytime you promote life, vitality, stability, there's an attack. The intensity and the vitriol, it's like a zombie attack. They want you to be like them, think like them, believe like them. And we do not accept that here. We know, but we know that our conservative values and principles will not do it. That alone will not cut it. You have to be focused, and it has to be followed up with deliberate and efficient implementation of those ideas. Focus and the ability to endure and persevere ahead in the face of radical backlash, perseverance in the storm of overwhelming false narratives pushed by some in the media and the well-funded and liberal-staffed nonprofits, squaring off against a democratic machine for ideas that you know are worth fighting for, that is the key to success. Success is not an accident, and we have shown that and proven that in Florida, but it is based on a team of courageous conservatives. And I don't just mean those of us that you have chosen to help lead the cause. I mean you. I mean you in this audience of courageous conservatives. Our team, our great Republican team, has led with a brand of courageous conservatism. You hear it every day. It has become the envy of the nation. There have been great teams throughout history, even teams that evolved into what we would call dynasties. We lost one of the greats last week, Bobby Knight. They called him the General too, and I like that. He used his skills to develop teams into dynasties, but along the way, he stood up, he spoke out, he supported conservative causes and conservative leaders unabashedly. We can take this great team, this great Florida Republican team, and turn it into a dynasty. How do we do that? We do not back down from continuously seeking out how we improve. Every day, we're evaluating how we improve, and look what we've been able to do. When I first spoke to you 6 years ago, we were down in terms of registrations, hundreds of thousands, Republicans to Democrats. Now we lead by 600,000 registered Republicans. And by committing to improvement, we're going to break our personal best. We'll break our own record. We also have to put in the work, not being complacent, always drilling down, getting the job done, not resting on our laurels. I know that all of you, just not through our term, for decades have shown up, worked hard, engaged with voters, drove turnout. We are so grateful to you. In fact, it was that work and that dedication and that belief in us that resulted in a historic Republican win last year. Thank you so much. Our team has not been complacent, and I want to know that your dedication and passion has inspired me as your AG. And as I have watched this president and radicals in just under 3 years break down the structures that protect so many things that we value, I have rested on, I've been buttressed by your passion and support. And whether it was immigration or education, when they tried to rip away parental rights, whether it was fighting for our unborn, whether it was pushing back against the criminal justice nonsense that just weaken and destabilizing our communities. I have been effective, and we have won, and I have waged war against President Biden and his administration because of you and your support. So what else does it take to turn a great team into a dynasty? It takes leaders who are not afraid of the moment. And there has never been a more important moment in our country's history. In just 3 short years, we have seen this machine kneecap our country. And they have gone after the 3 basic needs of mankind: health, physiology. Fentanyl is rushing into our country. China and the cartels are assuring that. When Nancy Reagan first stood up in the 80s and said, "Just say no," she was worried about the national overdose death. You know how many we were losing? 3,200 a year. Under President Biden, we lost 110,000 in 1 year. They are killing Americans. Last week, I stood with Sheriff Grady Judd, and we announced a huge, record-breaking fentanyl bust right here in Florida. It was from the cartels, and it wound up here. It was enough to kill every child in our state. That is what we are up against. That is the evil we are up against. They have also attacked our security. When I first brought suit against Biden for breaking down the structures of immigration security, I was one of the first AGs to do that. Florida was the first state. We were the first state to sue on catch and release, and we were the first state to fight back when Title 42 expired, and we won. But Biden and his administration, they're like shapeshifters. Every time we win a battle in court, they shift. They change the name of a policy. They change how they're applying it. They create another program totally in violation of law. And what has that done? As I have unveiled through litigation, evidence after piece of evidence after piece of evidence over these years, every time Biden said, Mayorkas said, Everyone said in that administration, our border is secure. Our border is secure. They repeated that over and over. And so a week ago, when we uncovered an internal memo that said the DHS was now warning that foreign fighters were crossing into our country amidst the surges that President Biden caused. And on Tuesday, when Director Wray said, as an aside, in congressional testimony, the threat of attack against American citizens on American soil is at a whole nother level. Did President Biden or Secretary Mayorkas or Director Wray stand at a podium and deliver that message to Americans so they could be on guard? No, because how could they, after year, when confronted saying, our border is secure? So this week, I stood with Florida law enforcement leaders from across this state, and we warned Floridians, as a leader should do, that you should be on guard because the threat, as in Director Wray's words, is at a whole nother level. And that is on President Biden. He owns that. And we're going to make sure he eats that next year. They have also attacked our sense of community, our belonging, our love for one another. I sat, as the wife of a law enforcement officer, I sat speechless as I watched riots happen under this administration, as cops were attacked, as their cars were burned. I couldn't believe it. It took so long for President Biden even to call it a riot. And when BLM came out and attacked our cops, does it surprise you it's BLM that's now pro-Hamas? And last week, when there was a BDS anti-Israel conference on one of our university campuses, would it surprise you that those same people, the socialists, were now sponsoring that? They have attacked and disrupted and made chaos amongst our communities in an effort to destabilize them. The health, security, communities have been deliberately attacked by the machine. And so in this moment of time, you have to have courageous conservatives to put their head down and walk into that wind and stay focused and implement our agenda to get this country and our state back on track. At times, and I know you feel it, and I am a mother of a young child, still in school, I see it every day, the fear of parents. I know you feel it. At times, it feels like these chaotic and ill-intentioned forces are gaining traction. I know you feel it. But it is in this moment that it will take our band of courageous conservative fighters to hold the line. And then we push forward, implementing our ideas that we know will work. And we don't back down and we get it down, because our Florida Republican team, you, and all of the leaders that are come on this stage today, we are America's dream team. We are America's dream team. We've shown it. We've delivered results, and we've delivered historic electoral wins. And I don't care if your favorite player is Larry Bird or Magic Johnson. What's important is we are fighting for the common cause together. It was their team that succeeded. They used their extraordinary talents, their hard work, their perseverance, and they succeeded. And it will take that same focus and collaborative effort to push our country back on track. There has never been a moment like this. It is all on the line, and it will take a great team, a team like Florida's team, to take that great team and make it a dynasty. Thank you for giving me this chance to lead. God bless my conservative, courageous Floridians.
Sleeps deeply. The pillows are bad and the sheets are made cheaply. But there is one family in the Sleepyville town that uses MyPillow for the best sleep around. MyPillows are adjustable for proper alignment, and the Giza sheets breathe so they feel no confinement. So order MyPillow for great sleep refinement.
Why are they so chipper?
Their co-workers wondered.
So much energy and zest, like they've had the best slumber.
And when they peeked in the window, the secret was clear. MyPillow sheets, pillows, and mattress toppers appeared. MyPillow is breathable and lasts more than 10 years. It's washable and dryable and was manufactured right here. Giza cotton is what makes the softest of sheets, and the mattress topper helps support pressure points for deep, dreamy sleep. So click the link below to stop counting sheep.
We want MyPillow!
The citizens of Sleepyville cried, but they didn't realize the family had a surprise inside. They were all given a MyPillow to keep. We spend a third of our life snoozing, so let's make it quality sleep.
I got towels too.
And mine are blue.
So welcome to MyPillowville, where everyone sleeps on the pillows that align and the softest of sheets. With the support of the mattress topper, the people snooze deep and wake up well rested, and their deadlines they keep. So if your bed feels like rocks and your sheets feel like Brillo, you need better sleep, which means you need MyPillow. So what do you...
Transforms Florida from a state in which Democrats used to outnumber Republican voters by more than 800,000 to now one that dominates statewide, has a supermajority in the House and Senate, and we now have more than 625,000 registered Republican voters over the Democrats. In fact, in a state where unemployment is at an all-time low, I think the only people that are collecting unemployment are Democrat politicians and party hacks. Prior to serving as Florida's lieutenant governor, I know many of you know, I had the privilege of serving in the Florida House of Representatives for 8 years. And we're blessed to have a great legislature, both in the House and the Senate, and I know many of them are here today, so thank you for your service. And I was looking to term out in 2018, and actually looking forward to taking a break from politics, believe it or not, and spending time with my family. However, that didn't exactly play out as I had planned. In 2018, I get a call from then Congressman Ron DeSantis asking me to join the ticket in Florida's gubernatorial race and serve as his lieutenant governor. After much thought, prayer, discussion with my family, and a little cajoling from my middle child, who is my political child, I decided to join the ticket and serve alongside Governor Ron DeSantis as Lieutenant Governor of the great state of Florida. And it is with the utmost confidence that I can honestly say that that's one of the greatest decisions of my life. And despite what you'll read or see in the news, Florida is no longer a swing state. We're no longer a battleground state. We're no longer a toss-up state. Florida is bright Republican red. And for the last 5 years, together, Governor Ron DeSantis and I have carried out the most conservative agenda in the United States of America. In fact, our administration has enhanced Florida's education system. We've secured universal school choice. We've defended parents' rights in education. We have put an end to critical race theory, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and all of those woke terms that they love to push on our people. We have stood up for our military, our veterans, our law enforcement officers, and our first responders. We've prioritized economic freedom to help our economy grow and thrive, and in turn, help Florida's families that are actually having to navigate under Bidenflation and the crippling effects of his ridiculous policies that have actually hurt Floridians. We've protected our children. We've protected girls' sports. We've made sure that our children are being free from indoctrination, child mutilation, and gender-destroying care. And yes, We've taken real action and delivered real results to support Israel, our friend, our strongest ally in the Middle East. Last year's election results is proof of our administration's success. We made history by winning with a margin of nearly 20%, the largest margin for a Republican in our state's history, because people are tired of politicians that only talk but don't deliver results. We fight every day for Floridians, and we focus on making history and not necessarily headlines. And that's why Floridians made their voices clear, and they sent a resounding message to states across the nation. The Florida model works. Policies matter. Principles matter. Pollsters, pundits, and political talking heads do not matter. What matters is the people. Those of you that are here, you matter to us. And that's particularly true of education. We shun the high-paid union bosses and the bureaucrats. We support our teachers, our students, and their families. We're #1 in the nation for education, #1 for educational freedom, #1 for parental rights involvement, #1 for school choice, and #1 in the nation for higher education 7 years in a row. And that happened because the governor and I worked hard to ensure that our children can receive an in-person education. We took on the union and the establishment. We removed woke ideologies and pornography from the classrooms. Because when it comes to education, we want our kids to be educated, not indoctrinated. We want our kids to learn their ABCs, not their LGBTs. Children need to learn about math, science, civics, history. They do not need to spend their days randomly picking their pronouns or their genders for whatever the whim of the day is. We simply will not allow our healthy, resilient, strong students to fall prey to life-altering prescriptions or procedures. We've also protected parents' rights and put the power back in the hands of those that know their children best. Governor DeSantis also took on the biomedical establishment and refused to force vaccines, boosters, mask mandates, lockdowns. Today, we're seeing across the country, the radical left is again turning to hysteria and trying to impose mask mandates on our children. Mark my words, that will not happen in Florida, not ever. We've prohibited school districts from forcing our children to receive the COVID-19 vaccines. We've prohibited them from forcing our children to wear masks, and we've prohibited them from sending healthy children into quarantine. We won't allow emergencies to be weaponized. We will not give in to the hysteria, and we will not bow down at the altar of Fauci. If we allow government to use emergencies to infringe on your liberties, rest assured that they will create emergencies to trample all over your freedoms. In fact, it was Benjamin Franklin who once said, "Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." Our founding fathers were wise, and they were not concerned with government doing too little. They were concerned with government doing too much. And I'm also proud that we're an administration that looks to protect girls' sports. The left loves to say that they believe in science, yet they have single-handedly attempted to redefine basic human anatomy, all the while destroying the sanctity of women's sports. And to have any discussion about the dangers of their efforts will have you labeled as a hateful bigot. And I will tell you, as a mother of a 24-year-old daughter who played sports her entire life, I could never have been more proud to see her preparing for an upcoming basketball game, a track meet, a cross-country race. And because of the love of sports, because of the love for her teammates, her female teammates, I will tell you that her and her teammates reached the state championship in the 4x100 relay. And those are the types of opportunities we're trying to preserve. Those are the types of girls we're trying to protect in every sport and in every corner of our state. By allowing men to compete in women's sports, we're making a mockery of women. We're compromising the fairness and integrity of women's sports, and we're perpetuating a lie that men can become women. In Florida, girls play against girls and boys play against boys. Period. End of story. And that's why Governor DeSantis enacted the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, and that's why we look to continue to fight for what women have fought for decades, for equal opportunities in sports, and we're not going to let the left rob them of their opportunity to fairly compete and win. I have often said that in Florida, we don't idolize celebrities or sports stars. We won't recognize their latest cause du jour. We recognize, admire, and support our men and women in uniform. We've made it clear that Florida is a law and order state, and we back the blue. And while other states and cities are spiraling out of control, pushing soft on crime policies, allowing criminals to run loose, applauding rogue prosecutors who fail to uphold the rule of law, here in Florida, we've enacted policies that are tough on crime, put criminals where they belong, and support our law enforcement officers each and every day. Many people today, perhaps you're here, have been forced to flee their dangerous cities, their dangerous states that are spiraling out of control. In search of safety and security, here in Florida, we've been that refuge. And over the last several years, our administration has worked to advance Florida's blueprint, to make sure that people are safe in their neighborhoods, that families don't have to worry about their children. We've stopped local governments from defunding the police. We've increased penalties for those that are rioting, looting, and disturbing the peace. We've enhanced penalties for those that are selling and distributing opioids, and we've increased the mandatory minimum sentencing for trafficking in fentanyl. We know that fentanyl is killing more of our young adults than ever, and that's at the hands of Biden's reckless policies at the border and the red carpet that he rolls out to the Chinese Communist Party. We've also established a recruitment program to recruit talented law enforcement officers from other parts of the country. We've given out $1,000 bonuses to our law enforcement officers 2 years in a row. And I'm proud to know that earlier this year, we had issued more than 2,200 law enforcement recruitment bonuses for those that are coming from near and far, mainly California, New York, Illinois, and Pennsylvania. And what do those states have in common? You guessed it. They're run by losers, lunatics, and leftists. We also cannot forget our brave men and women of our military. Our state is proud to be the most military and veteran-friendly state in the nation. In Florida, we believe that heroes don't wear jerseys, they wear the uniform with the U.S. flag on their sleeve, and they never hesitate to answer the call. In fact, they're not obsessed with the latest version of the pride flag. They are focused on the only flag that matters, the flag of the United States of America. So we will always honor and appreciate those who are prepared to lay down their lives, especially those that have shown the full measure of devotion. You know, in John 15:13, it reminds us that greater love has no one than this, and those that will lay down their lives for their friends. And our military, I'm so proud that our state supports them every step of the way. We're going to make sure to continue to honor, respect, and serve those who serve. And we've done so. We've done so by making sure that we provide them with the tools that they need when they return to civilian life. This year alone, Governor DeSantis signed 8 pieces of legislation to support our military and their families. We support veteran education and training opportunities. We've expanded veteran benefits, and we've strengthened long-term care for our veterans and their families. And just last month, I unveiled an initiative called LG on Mission. I'm looking to meet with service members and veterans across our great state, recognize them for their service, and work on finding new and creative ways to support them and serve them. From our World War II veterans to our newly enlisted state guardsmen in Florida, we thank you for your service. We also know that under Governor DeSantis' leadership, Florida is the fastest growing state in the nation. We're #1 in new business formation, #1 in tourism, #1 in economic freedom, #1 in net migration. Unsurprisingly, while other states are hurting, Florida is thriving. And this session, we enacted the largest tax relief package in the history of our state, $2.7 billion worth of tax relief. We understand that Floridians are struggling, which is why we want to continue to find ways to reduce the burden caused by the Biden administration. Pain at the pump and at the checkout line is caused by Biden's disdain for hardworking and God-fearing Americans. But our administration is committed to relieving some of that financial burden, relieving some of that stress, and we're going to continue to do so by providing tax relief and toll relief. The Bible also reminds us that those that bless Israel will be blessed, and those that curse Israel will be cursed. And it goes without saying that there is no greater friend to Israel than Governor Ron DeSantis. He has not just said that he unequivocally supports Israel. He's taken significant action and meaningful reforms to make sure that we're delivering, not only for the people of Israel, but for our Jewish communities right here in the state of Florida. We have continued to find a way to lead in combating anti-Semitism. We've fought the BDS movement. We've provided millions of dollars in security at Jewish day schools. We've funded Holocaust memorials, and we have proudly strengthened the economic and cultural ties of the state of Israel. And on October 7th, immediately following Hamas's despicable terrorist attacks on Israel, Governor DeSantis increased security around our Jewish communities at synagogues and schools, made sure that he announced legislation to increase penalties on the largest global sponsor of terrorism, Iran, and to make sure he brought back nearly 700 Americans that were left abandoned there by Biden, and made sure to send 2 cargo flights filled with supplies to Israel. And this week, we will have a special session to address Governor DeSantis' legislative proposals on Iran, because we've pledged to continue to use every resource at our disposal to support our Jewish communities in our state, and we look forward to other states following our lead. Friends, what I'll leave you with is I am so proud to serve as your Lieutenant Governor. Governor Ron DeSantis and I will continue to stand for what's right, even if it isn't popular and even if it doesn't align with the headlines of the day, the corporate elites, or the woke crazies of the radical left. In Florida, we've made history and will continue to ensure that Florida remains an oasis of sanity. We will always fight for you. We will never back down. And in a state that recognizes the importance of faith, family, and freedom, thank you for standing alongside us and supporting us. May God bless you. May God bless the great state of Florida. Amen.
Break from our program. We'll get back to that in just a second, but I want to talk about our friends over at the Wellness Company. Now, did you know that 90% of our pharmaceuticals are actually made outside the U.S.? So if there's ever a pandemic, another crisis, some kind of global issue, well, two things are going to happen. The price of these pharmaceuticals are going to go way up. And if you can find them, they're going to cost you a lot of money. But chances are you're not going to find them, and shelves here in America are going to be empty. That's why our friends, Dr. Peter McAuliffe and others, have developed this medical emergency kit. Now, I'm going to go over some of the things you get in this kit. This is very important that you might need in an upcoming crisis. You got 8 prescription medications. It's like having a pharmacy right there in your home with a doctor in your bathroom. Things like amoxicillin, ivermectin, a Z-Pak. This kit comes with a 22-page guidebook on instructions on how to take these medications. And this is everything from like a tick bite to extreme injuries. I mean, you never know what's going to happen, and you want to be safe. Go check it out. The website is makecaregreatagain.com. That's makecaregreatagain.com. It's an emergency kit that you've got to have in your office, your home, your car. Keep one in your car as well. And don't forget to put RSBN at checkout to receive 15% off your order. This is very important. You look at what's going on in the world today, you never know what is around the corner, especially with an election coming up. I've said this for months. Go check it out. The website, makecaregreatagain.com, makecaregreatagain.com. Put that promo code, get the discount on that, because you need to protect your family in case of a crisis, and this medical emergency kit is just that. MakeCareGreatAgain.com, promo code RSBN. Now, back to the Florida Freedom Summit.
And unfortunately, those on the other side do not believe like us. They do want to take their views and impose it on you. Not just you, not just against candidates running for president, not just against our elected officials, not just against our pocketbook or our businesses, but now they're targeting our children. And it's not good enough for them because, again, they want power. But those days are over. In the past, the idea of not allowing or allowing an abortion was a controversial topic. Now Democrats are openly embracing abortion up until the moment of birth. We used to count illegal immigrants, border crossings, by the thousands. Now it's by the millions. And there was universal national pride and support of our military and law enforcement. Now Democrats are marching in our streets demanding that we defund law enforcement. But most concerning, again, are the left are going after the most vulnerable and impressionable amongst us, our children. They're teaching children to hate America. They're forcing girls to share locker rooms with boys. And they're taking away the opportunity in sports from girls. In my hometown, we had a silver medalist swimmer that got second in the Olympics. She comes home, she swims in the NCAA championships, she loses to a man. This battle is not just left versus right, not just liberal versus conservative, or even right versus wrong. This war is a showdown of insanity versus sanity. But there's some good news. We have common sense on our side, and I believe history will show that we are just in this battle. But that's why it's important for all of us in this room to stand up and continue the fight. And that's what the Republican Party of Florida is going to do. We are going to stand for law and order, not defunding the police. We are going to support the Second Amendment, not taking away our ability to protect ourselves, our family, and our friends. We're going to stand with life and not the murder of the innocent unborn. We believe countries have borders and a process-focused immigration system, not fast lanes for illegal aliens. And we stand with our friends and our greatest Middle East ally, Israel, rather than the animals who seek to rape and murder innocent Israelis. And we do not shame America because we appreciate and love the greatest country on earth. This fight will not be easy, but it will be just. And we will not stop until we have a conservative in every city commission, county commission, school board race in the entire state. So let's protect our state, let's bring back sanity and save our country, because frankly, we have no other choice. So next up, I'm going to bring up an Israeli American who's been spending her time. She was actually a semifinalist on American Idol, but she's been taking her talents all around the country and raising money for the IDF soldiers that are impacted right now. Her name is Hadas Levy, and she's going to be coming out to sing God Bless America. Enjoy.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, what we've found. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America. Thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. Thank you.
While so many companies are promoting what is wrong, we choose to celebrate what is right. Life.
Patriot. I wish he was on that stage talking to you guys today, and that's our friend Mike Lindell from MyPillow. Now, he was one of the first people, I think he was the first, to come out after the 2020 election and say, Brian, I've got some things I want to talk about, some things I've come across that the American people need to know. And he's a true American patriot. Now, he has been attacked not only on social media, he's been attacked financially. I spoke to him last month, I think, and he said, yeah, the rumors are true. I am hurting for cash. The cash flow is down. They cut his credit limits with certain banks, so now he can't go out and purchase certain things. So let's be supportive of Mike Lindell this time of year, especially with the holidays coming up. There's so many different companies that you want to avoid and big box stores you want to avoid. Why not just shop with Mike Lindell? Go to mypillow.com/RSBN. Real simple. mypillow.com/RSBN and shop there. And they've got, not only they got the classic pillows, they got the Pillow 2.0, they got the bed sheets, they got the dog beds, they got the slippers, they got the robe, they got the towels, they got it all. They got thousands of products you can choose from on that website. Go check it out. Now, you used to be able to save up to 66% off. That's increased. Now you can save up to 80% off on certain items. Go shop this holiday season there at mypillow.com/RSBN. Not only are you getting a great product, you're helping out a true American patriot. And this time of year, with all of the legal stuff he's gone through, let's help him out. And a portion of those proceeds obviously comes back to help our efforts here at Right Side. Go check it out. mypillow.com/RSBN. Get the discount, get the savings, and help Mike Lindell, a true American patriot.
Wolf, Matt Whitaker, a bunch of our great friends, because we knew that for the next 4 years, we had to carry on the Trump policies and be ready with executive orders for the next Republican president to come back into office. And so you want to tell them a little bit about the Florida chapter?
Yeah, 100%. I'm heading that up with you. So we're trying to expand those great policies we had at the federal level at every state. And it probably doesn't surprise everybody here. What's the most important state to start with? Florida.
Yay! So, Omid, I mean, you've accomplished so much in your life. And tell us about Public Square. What is that?
So how many people here like to give their money to Jeff Bezos? Exactly. I'm pretty sick of that too, because what ends up happening is not only are you actually indirectly helping the Chinese Communist Party, because they make almost all their stuff over there, you're also helping a guy named Jeff Bezos. And he owns a little outfit you may have heard of, the Washington Post. They don't really like our side of the aisle that much, so effectively you're giving money to press to say bad things about people that we support. I just think this is crazy. And by the way, it's happening in every aspect of our economy. So a few of us decided to do something about it. 3 months ago, I took Public Square, you'll hear from their founder and CEO later, public on the New York Stock Exchange. Thank you. And the reason we did that is we can't let these woke corporations take our money and then fund our opposition. We need our own companies. And the capital markets belong to all of you, not them. So now we have our own public companies that we can go out there and support and have our values. We got to get started somewhere.
And where is Public Square based?
Well, it was, believe it or not, based in California, of all places, but we changed that. It is now in the free state of Florida.
And you're getting a standing ovation for that. So, Omid, talk to us about some of the, Omid's a new father, and he's about to have a second, maybe daughter. He has one daughter.
Thank you.
And his awesome wife is pregnant with their second baby. So talk to us about the diapers, what you found out.
Yeah, so basically one of the nice things about Public Square is, for those of you that have used it or will use it, you'll see you can just type in what you want to look for, just like Amazon. And what we were seeing is that a product that wasn't on our app, that wasn't patriotic or free speech oriented, was diapers, believe it or not. I didn't know this, but the top diaper brand in this country, they all support Planned Parenthood. Can you believe that? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Michael will hear from, it's like basically saying, hey, I have a shoe company, but I like to amputate your foot. Yeah. It makes no sense, but that's what they're doing. So they take your money, and then they support something that you're completely against. So we said, forget that. We now have, under Public Square, the first unabashedly pro-life diaper brand. It's called Every Life.
Amazing. Omid, that's amazing what you're doing. And so I've heard Omid say he's defeating woke capital, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I believe that what we are under attack from, it's not just the Biden administration, in some cases the intelligence agencies. Sometimes it feels overwhelming, and you think about, what can we do? Everybody here is a patriot, and they're trying to do their part. I was thinking, well, there's another area that they're beating us. They're taking all of these corporations, making them woke, and weaponizing them against us. The obvious stuff is what we saw in the election, where Facebook and Twitter and all these places were censoring our free speech. And it is a constitutional violation when the government's telling them to do it. That's what people need to realize. It's not a private actor when the Biden administration is telling them to shut us down. Right. So that's violating all of our constitutional protections. So I thought, I'm going to go out there and help companies that are going to stand up against that. Because that's the other area we have to fight now, is in commerce. And so with all of my initiatives, It's making sure that like companies like Public Square or Rumble, which are both based here in Florida, are going to be able to power this new patriotic economy. So it's not good enough to just be a capitalist anymore. You need to be a patriotic capitalist. You have to put America first in all your economic decisions. Otherwise, the Chinese are going to win.
And you're a financier for patriotic causes, and that's what our country needs. And, you know, we were talking about this earlier. That's what the left is so good at. You know, we saw Bud Light, we saw Target, all the stupid things that they were doing. And you have the 1789 fund now. Talk to us about that.
So what people have done in the past since ESG came out, or one of these companies offends our values, Target putting down like transgender outfits for kids, or what Anheuser-Busch did with Bud Light, destroying a company by putting a transgender person on the ad. You know, Kid Rock would go and shoot the cans, and hey, we all laugh at that. I mean, he should do that. But that's not positive long term. It's only so long that a boycott can work if you don't want to give money to Ben & Jerry's. How do you find solutions to actually do something positive? And so, for example, now we had a 3,000% increase on Public Square for beer after what happened with Bud Light, because people are now finding each other. The way they won is they used to keep us apart. You couldn't find the other companies you wanted to, you know, patronize and what have you. So this is the first product that we're putting out there with Public Square. Right now, it has over 75,000 businesses on it, which means it's the largest repository of American-owned small families businesses in the country already. Okay. And by the way, those are the companies that got destroyed during COVID because they shut all these businesses down, and they moved all of that wealth over to Amazon and the big companies. So that's another reason that we got to fight back against that. So we're not going to stop there. I've started a fund called 1789 Capital, named after the Bill of Rights, the year that it went into effect, which is the most important document we have as Americans. That's all about our liberty. So we're only going to, thank you, we're only going to invest in companies that respect the Bill of Rights. And that's what 1789 does. Our first investment was in Tucker Carlson's new company.
Did you hear that? Talk to us about Tucker, Amin.
So Tucker, I've known for over a decade. Besides being a friend, I'm an investor in the Daily Caller, which he started, which hopefully some of you guys have read. But more importantly, after what happened to him at Fox, it was very clear to me that we're dealing with censorship on a very, very high level. He's such an important voice for the people, and we needed to make sure that we were going to help him in this new endeavor. The future of the way we consume media is not just going to be on cable news. You guys all know that. I mean, even Musk says what you read in today's paper is yesterday's news. We're all looking on our phones now. So I was thinking, what's the future of how we're going to digest content? And it's on Twitter and platforms like that. So if you guys have seen his show so far that he's putting out, if you've seen some of those videos, they're incredible. He's totally unleashed now. The interview with Trump got 260 million views, okay? And on Fox, at most, he was getting 5 million. So this is where we're going. We have to be able to be unshackled, not with the way that we purchase products, but also the content that we view. Yeah. And so that's what we're doing with Tucker. We're going to fuel him to make him the #1 media platform in the country with your help.
My friend is a patriot. And so you even have a rocket launching company based in Dallas, right? Like 1789.
Yeah, one of the reasons we had to start the fund is, for those of you guys that know about, you know, venture capital funds in Silicon Valley, you may be surprised that they're not the most patriotic people. There's a big one called Sequoia that you may have heard of. And guess what they do? They go over to China and they invest in China. They go and get their money from China. So it's like during this Cold War, someone going out and investing in the Soviet Union, but being based here. That's how crazy it's gotten. So I didn't understand that. And then when you ask some of these big firms, hey, will you help the defense industry? No, we'd never work for the government of America, but then they'll go work with the Chinese. I mean, it's just mind-blowing what's happening in the private sector. So effectively, what we're trying to do is invest in things that are not only going to be free speech oriented, you can see that with Public Square or Rumble or what we're doing with Tucker, but also we have to invest things that are going to help American prosperity and strength and make sure that we bring jobs back here. We've outsourced all of our manufacturing abroad. We got to bring those jobs back to America so you can have a middle class again. The foundation of democracy is a middle class. And so one of the investments you were referencing is to help American strength. We are investing in a company out of Dallas, Texas, that has figured out a way to do rocket fuel much cheaper than the big guys. And so that's going to help our missile industry and protect us in this ever-changing geopolitical season that we're in.
And all of your companies are employing Americans.
We will accept no money in our fund from anybody who's not an American. That's number one. And we've committed to doing that. We'll only invest in American companies.
That's right. Omid, thank you for working to save our country. I really don't know how we'd do it without patriots like you.
Well, I mean, the other thing I'd just say is, like, everybody in this room should just understand how much power you actually have. They want us to feel like we don't have that, but we do. And trust me, I've studied it. If you think about us, just look at Red America alone, just this cohort that we belong to, it's the third largest economy in the world. Think about that. If we came together, the amount of spending power that we have, we can change the world, and it starts here with us coming together and meeting each other and partnering. And that's really what this is all about, is to give ourselves a parallel, patriotic economy that protects our liberty.
Thank you. Thank you on behalf of all of us.
Thank you.
God bless all of you, and God bless America.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we go off this way.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
And I want to talk to you about something that not a lot of people like to do, and that is shopping for health insurance. I know it's not on your things to do list, but it's got to be on your things to do list. That's where our friends over at America First Healthcare are trying to make it as easy as possible. Now, this is a company that was built by conservatives for conservatives. They've helped out about 5,000 families kind of weed through all the confusion to find the right healthcare plan that is for you. And more importantly, to save you money. If you've ever wanted to kick the government out of healthcare, now is the time to do that. And they'll make sure that you're set up on the right policy. It fits your budget. That's important. And you got the government out of your healthcare. The company, America First Healthcare. Now, this is really easy. You've got a great QR code on the screen right now. You can scan that, and that will send you to a site to get more information on it. Or if you want to do it old school, you can simply text the word SAVE to 855-452-0986. That will get you all the information you need to know. Let America First Healthcare weed through all the confusion that is setting up health insurance. And that's what you got to do for 2024. You're coming up this time of year is what you have to do. And they want to make it as easy as possible. Like I said, it's conservative health care for conservatives. Hello, that's something we should all value. The QR code is on your screen. That's probably the easiest thing to do. But if you want to do it old school, you can also text the word SAVE to 855-452-0986. Get that information kit. Make 2024, make it great again, but also make you healthy with the best health insurance plans for you and your family. America First Healthcare. Now, back to the Florida Freedom Summit.
the 26th state to allow permitless carry.
A 0% income tax. You have a $22 billion budget surplus, the highest in the state's history.
Uniform crime report shows crime in the Sunshine State dropped to a 50-year low.
Governor DeSantis has made Florida the freest among the most prosperous states in the union, pushing through universal school choice.
We oppose the sexualization of children. We will do battle with anybody that seeks to rob them of their innocence. And on those principles, there will be no compromise.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the First Lady of Florida, Casey DeSantis.
It's a pleasure to be here, and I got to tell you, I am so humbled and honored to be your First Lady. I've been able to do things that have made me very humbled and honored, and it's been a privilege since the very beginning. And I also want to say, as I've seen so many wonderful faces, so many familiar faces, thank you for the prayers. Thank you for sending me cards when I was going through my health battle. It meant the world to me. And I can tell you this, I would not be standing here right now if it weren't for those prayers. So God bless you and thank you for what you did. You know, I see so many great Republicans from across the state. I see so many wonderful, familiar faces. You know, I even see that we let some Democrats in here. I mean, the media, they're here. You know, it's funny, these hits from the media, some of them are so funny, they're just laughable. So I had a friend the other day, she called me and she was like, Casey, and this was a little while ago, she's like, Casey, they're hitting you. And I said, they're hitting me? Like, what did I do? You know, I'm just standing up for parents' rights, the innocence of our children, you know, those sorts of things. Like, they're hitting me? And she goes, yes. Do you know what they're calling you? And I said, no, what are they calling me? They said, Walmart Melania. I said, to which I was like, awesome! Like, that's the greatest thing you could call me. For me to be in the same sentence of Melania is a wonderful thing. She's gorgeous. That's great. I love it. Score. And then also, yes, guilty as charged. I shop at Walmart. I have a 6'5" and a 3-year-old. Do you know how quickly they go out of these clothes? I need $2 t-shirts, and especially with Bidenflation and Bidenomics, everything is getting more expensive. And, you know, I have to say, speaking of Joe Biden, how nice would it be, by the way, to have a president of the United States, to have their kids bring home homework to the White House instead of cocaine, okay? You know, don't tell me that you don't know where the cocaine came from. I've been talking to a lot of law enforcement and people in the know, and they're like, oh yeah, we could figure that in 2 seconds. We know where the cocaine was coming from. You know, all jokes aside, I mean, how good does it feel to be in the free state of Florida? You know, it's not by coincidence or happenstance that this once swing state that was really determined by hanging chads is now bright red. So you look at the voter registration, and now we outpace the Democrats by 650,000 voter margin. And you go back to when the governor was first elected in 2018, there were Democrats, they had an advantage over us by 300,000 votes. They outpaced us, and we were able to turn it around and add 350,000 voters. And that happens for one reason, because we have one hell of a governor. You see, you remember it was DeSantis on his first day in office who removed the supervisor of elections in Palm Beach and Broward County when they couldn't get their acts together. It was DeSantis who appointed 7 conservative justices to the state Supreme Court. It was DeSantis who presided over elections that actually tabulated the winner by election night. What a concept. And when hurricanes hit our state, it was DeSantis who built bridges in 3 days, got people in their homes, and restored power in record time. It was DeSantis when the federal government left Americans stranded in Israel. It was the governor who muscled the resources and brought those Americans home. And it was DeSantis, not Joe Biden, who sent troops to our southern border. It was DeSantis. It was DeSantis who fought Disney when they tried to overturn parents' rights in this state. It was DeSantis who stared down the NCAA when they were trying to boycott the state over the governor's support of women competing in women's sports. I don't know if you remember this, but it was our governor, it was Ron DeSantis, who stood up for our Special Olympians, ensured that they could compete without being forced to take an experimental mRNA COVID vaccine. There are no vaccine mandates in the state of Florida. Never have been, never will be. It's DeSantis who had the backs of our men and women of law enforcement, leading to a 50-year crime low in the state of Florida. It was DeSantis, if you remember, during the riots of 2020, who said to the protesters, if you loot, if you destroy property, you are going to jail. It was DeSantis who ensured that DEI, CRT, CBDC, ESG, they are DOA in Florida. It's DeSantis who has stood strong for our Second Amendment rights. It is DeSantis who has led the charge to enact the death penalty for child rapists and pedophiles. It is DeSantis who stands up to protect the innocence of life. It is DeSantis who fought the teachers' unions, stood up for our kids, protected our parents, and fought for good teachers to get historic pay raises. And by the way, it is DeSantis who balanced the budget, vetoed $6 billion in spending, had a $21 billion surplus, and who enacted more than $2 billion in tax cuts. And it was DeSantis who won in a historic landslide never before seen in a governor's race in the state of Florida, winning by 1.5 million votes, a 20-point margin. And when you look at it, he won nearly 30% of independents, 20%, 10% of women, 30% of Hispanics, and 20% of independents. But I'll tell you what else. I'll tell you what else is really important. It was DeSantis who held the line for this state and this nation when the country went mad during COVID. He kept the state open and he kept the state free. And here's the deal about COVID, and I think that this is really important, and I haven't had a chance really to talk too much about this. Yes, it is important that he fought and he kept our kids in school, he kept businesses open, he kept churches open, he prohibited mandates, he fortified our inherent rights. Those were and are the right policy prescriptions. But it's 100% about leadership. It's about being a leader when you are being hit from all sides. And I think it's important to remember in the midst of all of the chaos during COVID that the world descended upon the state of Florida. And they were going after the governor, and they still are going after him. The media was coming after him. The left was coming after him. The federal government, Republicans in Washington, D.C. were coming after him. The bureaucracy was coming after him. And day after day, in the midst of that storm, in the midst of that chaos, and the relentless attacks, trying to get him to back down, to shut the state, to shutter our kids out of school, to force mandates, to adhere to their demands, to bend the knee to the elites, I watched people go on television, I watched people say some of the worst things that you can imagine about a really good man. I saw them demean and laugh and do terrible things. Heck, I had supporters calling me in the height of that chaos, and they were saying, Casey, you got to tell the governor he needs to shut down the state. He needs to force vaccine mandates. He needs to force mask mandates. He needs to do all of this stuff because his, quote, political career will be over unless he does all of these things. You have to look at the polls. They'll never recover as a result of this. And I would watch him day after day after day. He would get up. He would go downstairs. He would get a cup of coffee. He would grab his notebook. He would arm himself with the data and the evidence coming out of places like the United Kingdom and Spain and Sweden. He would talk to people who were being silenced on Twitter, Dr. Bhattacharya and Gupta and Kaldorf. I would watch himself daily, arm himself with the truth, the data, the evidence, the courage, and the strength of his convictions. I would watch him daily, solid as a rock, get up, walk out the door, walk in front of the cameras, and fight. He fought for you, fought for me, fought the left, fought the elites, he fought Fauci, he fought the federal government, he fought the bureaucracies. And he fought to defend our way of life, our God-given rights. He fought for our families. He fought for our children. And day after day, I watched as he oftentimes stood alone in the arena. No matter the hit, no matter how hard they came after him, no matter what they said, he would not back down, not an inch. He ignored all of the chaos, he dismissed all of the noise, and he focused on true north. He defended our liberties, our rights, our livelihoods, our happiness, and our families. And you see, I see so many people go into elected office and they're really afraid to make the tough decisions. They either don't want to or are afraid to do it. They'd rather wait for a poll to come out or a consultant to tell them which position to take because it would be more politically advantageous for them in the time, and that would lead to a longer career for them in politics. And they would just try to take the easy way out because leadership is hard. Too many politicians want to subcontract their leadership to the bureaucracies because it's easier to point the finger to say, you know what, that guy over there, he told me that, you can't go to school or you can't put food on the table for your family. It's not me. We should hold that guy accountable. No, it's up to the person who has been elected to represent the people. That's where the buck stops. That takes courage. That takes a spine of steel. And I can tell you this, no matter the battle, no matter the fight, our governor put himself in front of an oncoming freight train to defend the people of this state. He's done it his entire time in office. He's done it every day. He will continue to do it every day of the week and twice on Sunday while he is still governor. He is a leader, one with integrity, courage, strength, morals, discipline, and a heck of a lot of fight. And you don't have to guess the next time a crisis comes our way, how Ron DeSantis will respond. And it's not a matter of when one comes or if one comes, it is a matter of when. It's inevitable. Because this is our time for choosing, as Reagan would say. We are not one generation away from losing America. We are one election. We don't have the luxury of sitting this one out and hoping that things get better because, in my opinion, if the Democrats get control, they will fundamentally transform this country. They'll pack the Supreme Court, nationalize elections, abolish the Electoral College. They will enact the central bank digital currency, and they're just getting warmed up. But there is hope because of the shining light that is Florida and our governor's leadership. He has proven that you can fight. He has proven that you can fight the big fights and you can win big elections if you have the backbone, if you arm yourself with the facts, the truth, and you have faith, and if you have the will and the courage to fight when it counts. It can be done. We will save this country. And you have got one hell of a fighter at the helm. And as you all know, he just doesn't fight. He fights and he wins and he wins big. And with that, it is my honor and it is my privilege to announce to you and welcome onto the stage America's governor and the next president of the United States, Ron DeSantis.
Thank you for coming. Wait a minute, can we get rid of these teleprompters? We have a president, we don't even know who the president is who's ever loading the teleprompter. No, I don't think we need that in Florida. Let's get those done. You got to speak from the heart. It's not about reading off a teleprompter. We are the freest state in all of these United States, the free state of Florida. We have set the standard on so many things that when things go wrong in other states and other cities around this country, the first place people think to escape for refuge is right here in the Sunshine State. And that's because we've led and we've delivered results. And we just seen, even within the last month, when Hamas executed a brutal attack on our friends in Israel, I knew instinctively that this would impact the state of Florida. We just have too much relationships. We have Israeli Americans. We have people go over with their church groups. I knew that there was going to be implications for this state. Well, a couple days go by, come to find out, Biden had abandoned these American citizens who were trying to escape the war zone. The embassy wasn't helping. The State Department wasn't helping. So I said, okay, there's a void. Florida will stand up and lead. So we did an executive order. We scrambled our resources, and we were able to rescue over 700 Americans and bring them back, mostly from the state of Florida, but not exclusively. I think what people have seen, because if you and my wife, look, we have the greatest first lady in all 50 states. That I know for sure. But you think of what's happened, and I don't think that there's a parallel anywhere in the modern history of the Republican Party than what's happened in the state of Florida over these last 5 years. Casey pointed out, 2018, people said this was going to be a blue state. You had almost 300,000 more registered Democrats than Republicans. And people were saying that Florida was going to be lost. Well, we did something about that. We obviously got in. We had decisions to make. We led very boldly, didn't trim our sails. We leaned in on issues. We were aggressive. We were able to deliver results. And by the time that we stood for re-election in November of 2022, we weren't 300,000 registrations behind the Democrats. We were 300,000 registrations above the Democrats, which had never happened in the history of the state of Florida. And what's even better than that, and that helped us be able to win a record election for a Republican in the state of Florida, a governor's race, but what's even better is just since the November election, when we were 300,000 ahead, we're now 650,000 registrations over the Democrat. How does that happen? How does that happen? And I stand here as someone, we raise millions of dollars for voter reg and all that stuff. People have volunteered. And I'm not saying that's not important. It is. But there's no way a voter registration program can go from negative 300,000 to positive 650 in 5 years. The only way that can happen is if people organically are choosing to affiliate with this party in numbers that we've not seen before. Part of that is people moving to Florida because they were escaping lockdowns, they were escaping high taxes, they're escaping high crime. Do we have people here who escaped over the last 5 years and have moved to Florida? Yeah, you see them all the time, all the time. But we also have people that have been Democrats or independents, and they're flipping over to be registered Republicans. And that's why you can take a county like Miami-Dade, which, we lost at the presidential level 2016 by 30 points, to not only win Miami-Dade, but win it by double digits. Who thought that was possible? And yet we got that done. And the reason why that's happening is because people associate what we do here as Republicans in Florida with success, with freedom, with leadership, and this is something that they want to be a part of. And that is not happening in most other states throughout this country. You look at some of these states, we've blown winnable elections year after year. Over the last 3 election cycles, the brand of Republicans has become toxic, very difficult to attract people to the party. So Florida has shown the way forward for the Republican Party. We show how it can be done to not only do good policy, but to do very good politically. So what is our model? How have we been able to do this? And I think it's very simple. In Florida, we fight for you. In Florida, we win for us. And in Florida, we lead this state to a better future. That's what we've pledged, and that's what we've delivered. And what's missing too often in the Republican Party, but also just across the country, is people want to see that you're willing to fight for them. It's very easy to do the right thing when the wind's at your back. The question is, when the media's after you, the left, when they're taking shots at you, are you going to be willing to dig in and do what's right, even in the face of opposition? Because if you're not willing to do it then the leadership and all the stuff we need is not there. A fighter is there when it's difficult. A fighter may be your lone voice on issues that matter to you, and we saw that here in the state of Florida when we had to deal with COVID. The amount of, and look, I'm fine, I'm a big boy, but the amount of grief that we took during COVID, and you go back now and look at it, and it's almost laughable because they were wrong and we were right, but not a lot of people thought that at the time. But we had to make a decision. Are you going to follow the crowd, or are you going to look at the data in front of you, realize what the people in Washington are selling us, wasn't doing the job, and chart your own course? And every time we charted our own course, we faced blowback. We faced a lot of opposition, and not just media, not just left, bureaucrats, and even some Republicans. But we dug in. We said in Florida, every single Floridian has a right to work and operate their businesses. And we're not going to let local governments stop that. We're not going to let the federal government stop that. We also said, when it wasn't popular, every single child in this state has a right to go to school and learn in person. Teacher unions didn't like that. The media didn't like that. The teachers union sued me summer of 2020, and they wanted to get the schools closed. We forced to be open. And then we stood up, first state of anybody in the country, to say, nobody in the state of Florida, whether you work for the state of Florida, whether you work for a local agency, or whether you work for a private corporation, nobody should be forced to choose between a job they need and a shot they do not want. So we had to make a very simple decision in the face of that opposition. How are we going to do? How are we going to stand? How are we going to choose here in the state of Florida? And I'm proud to say that we chose freedom over Fauciism, and this state is better off as a result of doing that. We've also had to dig in and fight for people when it comes to what's going on in our schools. And that means standing up and fight for the rights of parents to direct the education and upbringing of their kids, to ensure that we fight against toxic ideologies like critical race theory and get that out of our K through 12 schools, which we did. It also means we stand up and look, you saw Mace come out, 5 years old. We got a 6-year-old and 3-year-old daughters at home. So my wife and I are very sensitive to what's going on, not just in schools, but in society with respect to raising kids. We just believe that you should be able to have your kids go to school, watch cartoons, just be kids without having some agenda shoved down their throat. Leave our kids alone. And that means we had to take a stand very clearly about our schools and say, it is wrong to be telling a kid in second grade that they can change genders or that they were born in the wrong body. And when we stood up for that, media didn't like it, the left didn't like it, and we even had the most powerful corporation in Florida, modern history, Disney, did not like it. Now, I think a lot of Republicans around the country, and certainly the ones that are running for president against me, they either did take the side of Disney or certainly would have caved to Disney under those circumstances. I will stand up for our kids. I don't care what the opposition is. This is about the well-being of our children. If we can't fight for that, then what good are we? So we fought Disney, and we won the fight. And we got the gender ideology out of our schools for good. We also leaned in with our universities. We're the first state in America to eliminate so-called DEI from our public universities. You know, they say that it's diversity, equity, and inclusion, but it's really just an ideological agenda. DEI, as it's practiced, better stands for discrimination, exclusion, and indoctrination, and that has no place in our public universities. So we fought the fight on that, and we fought for people. And here's why it's important, because the left is never going to be satisfied until they control every institution in this society. So if you have these Republicans that say, you know, we should just cut taxes and not worry about the schools or what's going on in corporate America or all that other stuff, I can tell you all those institutions are concerned about imposing their agenda on you. You better be concerned about it. So no state has done more to beat the left at the institutional level than we have in the state of Florida. We have beat them in the schools. We're beating them in the universities. We have beat them in things like corporate activism in corporate America. And people know when their freedoms are threatened by the left, when the left is attempting to impose its pathologies on them, that the state of Florida will stand up and we will fight back on their behalf. And that's exactly what we've done. So it's important to fight. And if you don't have the stomach for these fights, then you should probably find another line of work. But it's just as important that we win these fights. You can sit there and talk about big game, you can have rhetoric, you can do this, make promises, but if you're not ultimately winning elections and ultimately winning the big policy fights, then it's not going to matter. And in Florida, of course, we win the elections very big now. We've set the standard, very important. Because if you don't win, you don't get to do anything. But if you look at the policy wins, I can stand here and thanks to our legislative leaders, people like Speaker Renner and Senator Pasadomo and so many others who've done so well, every single thing that we ran on in 2022, every single thing, 100% we've delivered on already. Not even basically a year after the election. If you think about it, just in the last 4 or 5 years, we've enacted universal school choice in this state. We enacted a parental bill of rights in Florida. We protected women's sports, like the First Lady mentioned, so that they don't jam men in women's athletics. We prohibited sex change operations on minors and puberty blockers on minors. That is not permitted in Florida. We banned sanctuary cities in Florida, enacted E-Verify, and we executed a transport program that did, among other things, transport illegal aliens to beautiful Martha's Vineyard. And I can tell you, people started talking about the border after that happened. We expanded Second Amendment rights by enacting constitutional carry. We cut taxes by record numbers. We've run budget surpluses and actually paid down almost 25% of our state's total outstanding debt. We inherited the most liberal state Supreme Court in the country. We've now made 6 appointments, and we now have the most conservative Supreme Court in the country. We prohibited the purchase of land by the Chinese Communist Party and its affiliates in our state. We signed the Heartbeat Protection Act. We kneecapped so-called ESG, environment, social governance, not allowed in our pension. We took $2 billion away from BlackRock, who was managing it in the pension. We banned social credit scores in the state of Florida. And we have banned the use of central bank digital currency, one of the first states to do that. When we had the BLM riots of the summer of 2020, we called out the National Guard, and we then enacted anti-riot legislation prohibiting local governments from defunding the police and making sure that people who riot and loot, engage in mob violence, end up in the slammer where they belong. We even enacted the death penalty for pedophiles, and that's what should happen. And we've done so much more, but what are the results of that, of actually winning all those fights? The results are as follows. Florida's economy is ranked #1 in the nation by CNBC, #1 again in 2022 for net in-migration. And I'm not asking people to come to this state. I mean, honestly, the more people come, we gotta build more schools and roads and do all this stuff. So it's not like we're begging people to come. They're coming because they see this place as a refuge of freedom and sanity. And the numbers and people voting with their feet speak for itself. We're #1 for fastest growing state, #1 in education by U.S. News and World Report, #1 for parental involvement in education, #1 in new business formations, #1 in both economic and education freedom, and our crime rate is now at a 50-year low, in part because when we had 2 prosecutors, one in Tampa and one in Orlando, that were supported by people like George Soros and were not willing to enforce the law as written, I removed both of them from their posts. They are gone. So you gotta win, and we have won in Florida, and we've shown how Republicans can win. But finally, you have to lead. And you have to lead by articulating a vision for freedom that can galvanize support, but also withstand a lot of opposition. Because when you stand for something, when you lead, when you get in front of issues right now, you are gonna face attacks. You are gonna face a lot of criticism. But you gotta be willing to stand your ground. You gotta be willing to stand firm for what's right. And we have no other choice but to do this right now as Americans, because as we stand here today, and as proud as we all are of Florida's successes, as a country, we're in danger of being the first generation of Americans to turn over to our kids and grandkids an America less prosperous and less free than the one we inherited. I'm not going to sit idly by and witness the continued decline of this country. The decline is not inevitable. The decline is a choice. We're not going to be satisfied with merely managing the decline a little bit better than the Democrats. No, our mission is very simple. We must reverse the decline of this country. We must usher in an American revival, and we must give this country a new birth of freedom, just like we have in the free state of Florida. And leadership is really the indispensable ingredient. Now is not the time for distractions. You got to be focused. You got to be disciplined. You cannot make excuses. We have to get the job done. And we know there are a lot of things that need to be done. We need to restore the American dream in this country. People that are working hard all across this country, trying to raise their family, are falling further and further behind because of the inflation and the interest rates that have been afflicted on this country because of the overspending, borrowing, and printing that's been done in Washington, D.C. since March of 2020, and that's got fingerprints of both parties on that. We're going to reverse that. We're not going to let Congress spend this country into oblivion. We're going to take Bidenomics, the rules, the regulations, the executive orders, rip them out and throw them in the trash can on day one. We are going to lower your gas prices by opening up all American energy resources for production. We'll be energy dominant, energy independent, and our nation will be more secure. We will also finally restore the sovereignty of our country. We will ensure that our border is no longer being controlled by Mexican drug cartels and being overrun by illegal aliens and having fentanyl pouring in and killing our country. We'll put troops on the southern border. We'll stop the invasion cold. And when people come illegally, you don't just sit there and throw up your hands. You send them back to their home country where they came from. We will build a border wall, and we are going to have countries like Mexico pay for it, not because they're just going to fork over money. Of course not. We're going to impose fees on the remittances that foreign workers send to countries like Mexico and Central America and South America. It'll raise billions of dollars, and it will go to construct the border wall. But perhaps most importantly, we are going to hold the Mexican drug cartels accountable for what they are doing to our society. We're going to authorize the use of deadly military force because they are killing people all across this country by the tens of thousands, and it is wrong. And the people in D.C. don't give a damn about it. But I care. I'm standing up. We're going to end the problem of the drug cartels once and for all. As the only veteran running for president, let me tell you, it's important that we revitalize our nation's military. On day one as commander-in-chief, I will take out all the woke, all the social engineering, and throw it away. And we're going to focus on mission first again. We're going to make sure that we succeed in fending off the threat posed to this country by the Chinese Communist Party. We're going to bolster our defenses. We're going to make sure to disentangle our own economy from China, which they've made a fortune off of us. And we're going to make sure China is not allowed to exert influence here in the United States. The things we've done in Florida, not letting them purchase land, kicking them out of the universities. We need to do that all across America. I don't want them purchasing farmland in Iowa. I don't want them purchasing land near military bases in South Carolina. We will have a policy that's very simple with respect to the CCP. We win and they lose. We're going to have a country where the school systems in our country are dedicated solely to educating kids, not to indoctrinating kids. We're going to uphold the rights of parents. We're going to make sure things like CRT aren't in school, but we are going to make sure that our kids, like we have in Florida, are learning American civics again, learning about our Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and our founding fathers. We're going to also make sure that whether you live in a red state or a blue city, that criminals are held responsible for their crimes again. We're not going to let the inmates run the asylum. We're not going to let rogue prosecutors get away with not enforcing the law. We are going to make sure that every American family has a right to raise their kids in peace and security, we will restore the rule of law from sea to shining sea throughout this blessed land. We also need to restore the U.S. Constitution to its rightful role in our society. And that means having a limited government that works alongside us, not an unlimited bureaucracy that's been weaponized against us. We cannot allow the administrative state to impose its will on us without our consent any longer. We are going to end the weaponization of agencies like the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the IRS. We're going to eliminate failed agencies like the Department of Education. And we are going to hold bureaucrats accountable for their poor performance, and there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be told something very simple that a lot of presidents have not been willing to do, but we need to now, is simply, you are fired. And there's a lot more that we need to do, but if we're able to do all that, then we will be able to say that we have restored America to what President Reagan called a shining city on a hill. We will have left her stronger and more prosperous to the next generation. We will have answered the call when freedom has been under attack. And make no mistake about it, President Reagan pointed this out. Our founding fathers understood it. President Reagan said freedom's only one generation away from extinction. It's not passed along in the bloodstream. It's something you have to fight for. It's something you have to cultivate. Every generation of Americans, when freedom has been under attack, has answered the call. And our founding fathers knew that this would be important. When they went to Philadelphia to craft our Constitution, they had studied the history of every republic and the history of mankind because they wanted to draw lessons about what happened with those experiments. And there was one thing that united the history of every republic that had ever existed in the history of mankind, and it was this: every one of them had failed. So our founders understood that it fell to the United States of America to determine once and for all, can people really govern themselves? Can we have a society based on the idea that our rights come from God, not from our government? That society should be governed by the rule of law, not the rule of individual men? Or was mankind forever destined to live under various forms of despotism? And they fully believed that this country would answer that question for all of humanity. When Benjamin Franklin walked out of that Constitutional Convention, he was asked, did you give us a republic or a monarchy? He said, a republic if you can keep it. You can have the best Constitution in the world. You can have the best Declaration of Independence in the world. These things don't run on autopilot. They require every generation of Americans to step up and be counted, sometimes putting on a uniform, risking your life, and indeed giving the last full measure of devotion for service to this country. Now, we're not called upon to make sacrifices at that level, but what we're all called upon to do is do justice to the sacrifices of people that have come before us, to make sure that their deaths were not in vain, to make sure we answered the call, to preserve what George Washington called the sacred fire of liberty. This is a fire that burned in Independence Hall in 1776 when 56 men pledged their lives, their fortune, and their sacred honor so that they could found a new nation conceived in liberty. It's the fire that burned at a cemetery in Gettysburg when our nation's first Republican president pledged this nation to a new birth of freedom. It's a fire that burned when the boys who stormed the beaches of Normandy help end Nazism and help save freedom throughout the world. It is a fire that burned at the foot of the Berlin Wall when a resolute president stood in front of the Brandenburg Gate and said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." And down that wall came. It is our responsibility to carry this torch. It's not a responsibility that we should run from. It's a responsibility that we should welcome.
that we have an opportunity to make a difference. So there's going to be a lot that happens in this country over the next weeks and months, but I'll tell you this, I will get the job done as your nominee. We will not only win the presidency, we'll win the Congress, we'll win the Senate, we'll win state legislatures and school boards, just like we did in the state of Florida. As a leader, I'll always conduct myself in a way that you can be proud of. And as your president, I promise you this, I will not let you down. God bless you all. Thank you. Keep up the great work. Florida's the model. We know how to get it done. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, we'll get back to the program here in just a few minutes, but I want to take time to talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, we're up against another government shutdown, and how they usually deal with it is spend, spend, spend. Now, while our government is giving each other high fives, your savings and investments are losing value due to the weakening dollar. Now, we can end this cycle and diversify right now into gold. And our friends at the Birch Gold Group want you to take that first step in investing in gold, silver, and precious metals. And when you open a gold IRA, now check this out. For every $10,000 you spend by December 22nd, the Birch Gold Group will send you a free gold bar. Just simply text the words Trump to 989898 to claim eligibility before Black Friday. You got to do it before Black Friday. Now, Birch Gold Group can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA with no money out of pocket. Now, no money out of pocket. Plus, you'll still get the gold bar for free. Now, don't let your savings become a victim of this further devaluation of the dollar. Text the words Trump to 989898 to our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. And remember, take advantage of this before Black Friday and get all of the benefits of investing in gold, silver, and precious metal. And do not let the looming government shutdown prevent you from protecting your savings and all of your investments from going down the drain. Diversifying gold, silver, and precious metals only from our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, back to our programming.
Environment that we're in, everything going on in Israel, we're going to keep this conversation a little fluid, so if you guys want to change it up at all, please do. So, Randy, as the only Jewish member of the majority party in the Florida legislature, you've been at the forefront of all the efforts to fight anti-Semitism. What are some of the most recent successes in this area, and what do you still have on the agenda for the next legislative session?
Well, Matt, before I answer that question, I have to make a comment. I sort of feel like Wayne and Garth from Wayne's World up here, because I'm sitting next to two legitimate American heroes. Not that overused word, but real American heroes. And I want to acknowledge that. But as important as they are, there is one other person in the room that I want to recognize, and I'd ask for your attention. We have Mayor Elbaz, who is the Consul General of Israel, here today, and please recognize him. He's been working hard. But with him, Mayor has brought Mirav Raviv, who came from Israel, and who's the cousin of Karen Munder, who has been abducted in Israel. Her parents have been abducted, and her 9-year-old son has been abducted as well. They don't know where they are. They are 3 of those 240 people that we hear over there. So let's let them know how much we are praying for them and how committed we are to make sure that they all come home. So very briefly, just to talk about some of the things we're going to do, we're going to have a special session next week, and at that special session, we're going to allocate $35 million in emergency funding to make sure that Jewish children are safe in the state of Florida. Everyone has the right to be safe when they're going to school, when they're praying, when they're out with their friends. And unfortunately, Jewish families like mine do not feel safe today, and I'm very, very confident we're going to get that done next week.
Excellent. Very good. So this next question is to Congressman Waltz. You sit right now on the Intelligence Committee, and from the Intelligence Committee perspective, what do you think are some of the most important lessons that we can learn from the intelligence failures that preceded October 7th?
Well, there's a lot. First and foremost, the terrorists didn't get the memo that Joe Biden thought the war on terror was over. And the problem of terrorism is absolutely with us. This all started with the disgraceful debacle that was the withdrawal from Afghanistan. That sent a message to the Middle East that jihad has won and America has lost. That's the terrorist message. And the entire world right now sees weakness in this White House. And so I'm convinced that this wasn't necessarily an intelligence failure. This was a policy failure, and this was a failure of Joe Biden's in this White House and his teams around him, because they're compromised. They're absolutely compromised, folks. The lead negotiator for Obama's Iran deal, a guy by the name of Rob Malley, look him up, was Biden's negotiator for the Iran deal. And anything that Iran was behind, whether it was supporting Hamas, whether it was supporting Hezbollah, whether it was taking Americans hostage, this administration didn't want to hear it. So I don't think it was necessarily an intelligence failure for the CIA and our community. The White House didn't want to hear it and didn't want to hear the indicators that we were getting, number one. And then number two, folks, this administration is trying to spend another $100 billion of your money on top of the $6 trillion that they've already spent in the last 2 years. Our entire federal budget is 1.5. They've already spent 3 times that. They want to spend 100 more on top of it. That's everything from disaster aid to Ukraine to Israel to China. No, House Republicans, Speaker Mike Johnson, Corey Mills have said absolutely not. We're going to debate all of these separately. We're going to break up your big swamp spending package. And number two, it's got to be paid for. And you know where we're taking it from? The IRS. Right? But there's a long list of things to take it from. You could take it from Green New Deal subsidies. You could take it from all the paycheck protection fraud. There are massive pots of money that we will support Israel, but we're going to call out this bad policy. It's bad policy on Iran. It's bad policy on the border. It's bad policy on Russia and Ukraine. And this is a policy problem from Joe Biden. But Washington loves to talk about what? Your money. So we're going to fix the policy before we spend your money.
Very good. So Congressman Mills, we all know about the so-called squad and their rabid hostility towards Israel. And as we know, the Democratic leadership in the House of Representatives has failed to stand up to this anti-Semitism. What effect or failures on this goal will have any issue with the bipartisan nature on the Israels related to Israel right now?
Look, when it comes to the squad, it's very obvious. They're not just anti-Israel, they're anti-America. And that's where we're at right now. You know, we're no longer even in the world of where it was Republican versus Democrat, or it was conservative versus socialism. We're in the now of good versus evil, America versus anti-America. And so the first thing that we have to do is acknowledge this and start calling them out, start censuring them, start expelling them, kicking them for violating their oath to our Constitution, which is actually based on our Christian Judeo belief to begin with. This is pretty simple. When we swear that oath to defend our Constitution against all enemies and foreign and domestic, what we are saying is that we are pledging to every American that we will protect your inalienable rights that is afforded in that line of jurisdiction that originates at God and ends with man. It is very simple to maintain our faith. Now, there are certain individuals within the Democratic Party that did get on board, who do believe in these values. One of those is a Florida representative by Jared Moskowitz, who is a fantastic individual who has continued to fight against the anti-Hamas regime. You know, Mike and I worked in what we would call a real squad. one that actually knows how to kick doors and get things done. I think it's insulting to even refer to them as a squad. Let's just call them the jihadist, Jezebels or something like that.
Or Corey, we've also called them the Hamas caucus because really that's what they are.
So at the end of the day, we have to understand that we must stand strong with our allies, but we really need to get back to an America First agenda. We have to start securing and prioritizing our borders. We have to start thinking about our economic growth. We have to start thinking about the protection of our children in our schools. And we have to get back a president who is a proven foreign policy leader, who has rose above, who has fought beyond, and has continued to put America first. That's where we need to be at right now.
Oh, yeah.
Well, thank you. So,
Matt, can I just jump in on one more thing that Corey was talking about? Look, folks, and I want you to hear this loud and clear. You just saw an Israeli family that their loved ones are literally in the tunnels of Gaza right now, and they don't know what's going to happen to their family members. Corey and I have been shot at from inside schools, from inside hospitals, from terrorists that wear women's clothing and shoot from behind the women, hoping that we'll shoot back and kill the women, so they then have a propaganda victory. Folks, we are dealing with pure evil. And there's only one thing to do with evil: exterminate it.
Right.
Wipe it out. Off of the face of the earth. Period. And to see this administration, to see this president, to see Tony Blinken already getting weak-kneed, already getting shaky in their boots, so I don't think they wear boots, shaky in their slippers, is disgusting. And I just want the Israeli Consulate General, I want this family to know, I want everyone to know, Republicans in the House of Representatives, we stand with you. We're 100% behind you, and we have your back.
And the bottom line is that there's an easy distinction between politicians and statesmen. We have far too many politicians in Washington, D.C., and all they do is talk. We need people who actually act. And that's why I can tell you, whether it was the 77 Americans that I pulled out of Israel recently, or the 159 that we flew back, or even the 4 that I pulled out of Afghanistan when we conducted the first successful overland rescue, the bottom line is that we will not be defined by Joe Biden or who sits in the White House. The American spirit, American values, and American exceptionalism sits within us all. And so we as Americans have to stop being the silent majority. And if Joe Biden's unwilling to do his job, I'll stand up and do it for him.
Hey, you're here.
So, Randy, going back to the issue, definitely putting forth the measures to support the early childhood centers and Hebrew day schools and synagogues with security. But I think one of the biggest concerns right now is what we're seeing on college campuses.
Yeah.
And we know that the state legislature controls the funding for our state colleges and universities. What right now do you have in a plan, or what has been done in the past, I know with other legislation you've worked on, that can help to secure these universities? We all know that people say, they're sitting around the, I guess the fraternities or whatever, protecting the kids, but these kids got to be able to leave to get from their dorms to their classes, and right now they don't feel comfortable. What do you got?
It's a very sad day. I never thought I'd be embarrassed to tell people I went to Harvard. It's all that money I spent is now down the drain. But we are going to have a reckoning in higher education, not just in the country, but here in Florida. Because the fact of the matter is, at our Florida State universities, Jewish children do not feel safe today. And it's very unfortunate, because 4 years ago, we passed a law, House Bill 741, that said that anti-Semitism in colleges would be treated the same as racism. And I want to ask you, what would happen if a student ran through UCF and said, let's hang all the blank from a tree? They'd be gone in 60 seconds, as they should be. But somehow, when it's gas the Jews, they all discover free speech. And that is not okay. And so I have a favor to ask of you. It is not enough for policymakers to pass laws. Those laws must be enforced. So whether it is your sheriff, whether it is your state attorney, whether it's the attorney general, whether it's the highest office in the land, we have laws in place to protect Jewish children. They need to be enforced. But I have 2 other favors. Thank you. I have 2 other favors I want to ask of you today. Number 1, I'm not a hero like these guys. I'm up here because I'm the only Jewish Republican in the legislature. That's why I'm sitting up here. And I can tell you on behalf of the Jews of Florida, your Jewish friends are not all right. They're going through something that they never expected to experience, where the Holocaust is no longer something they heard about from their grandparents. It's now something that they're experiencing firsthand. And just how my grandparents were defined as Holocaust survivors and their generation, Jews of today will be defined as survivors of October 7th.
That's right.
So when you have Jewish friends, make sure they're okay, because I can tell you, you hear it in my voice. This is what it's done to me. So let them know that you care about them. But the second thing I ask you to do, and this is political, most Jews are Democrats. And I'm not going to get into why, but most are. And they're having a reckoning where they cannot believe that the people they stood with and they fought with and they marched with and they justified have now turned on them and literally are saying that they should be killed. Now, we have two choices. We can gloat and go, ha ha, I told you so. And trust me, it's tempting to do. Or we can welcome them to our side. And so when you see Jews that are struggling, tell them that in the Republican Party, they are welcome. We won't put up with Rashida Tlaib in our own.
Amen.
And Randy, nothing showed that more to where this administration really sits, where their true colors are. To literally last week, the FBI director, well, I've got all kinds of problems with him, but he testified that 60% of hate crimes are being conducted against Jewish people.
Which are 2%.
Which are 2%.
Then again, if you ask Joe Biden, he said climate change.
Right, but what does Joe Biden and Kamala Harris do this week? They issue an anti-Islamophobia strategy, right? Pandering to the left. So they're going to come on over, right?
And we all know that's to try and win Michigan, and that's really what it's about. It's politics over people when it should be people over politics.
Yep. That's right.
So, Congressman Waltz, here's a follow-up question to you. So, you serve on the Armed Services Committee, and that particular panel, as you know, writes the Annual Defense Authorization Bill, sometimes referred to as NDAA. Mm-hmm. The bill provides critical assistance to Israel. I know that the House passed a measure back in July. Could you tell us some of the provisions that were in there?
Sure. Well, first and foremost, I'm a proud supporter and have been for over a decade of the Iron Dome. That was co-developed by both the United States and Israel being the technology powerhouse that it is, has developed it so much that now we're pushing the Army and the Marine Corps to adopt our version of the Iron Dome. So that's in there, but I'll remind folks, in 2021, the Hamas caucus, some people call the squad, I call them the Hamas caucus, they tried to shut down the entire government. They blocked all government spending for the entire federal government over Iron Dome funding that they wanted to strip out. Can you imagine if we had allowed these nut jobs to get away with this? So part of what goes into the defense bill is us fighting for what's right for our allies. The other thing I would just remind everybody, because you hear from the left in the media, this linkage between Ukraine and Israel. Not the case in law. It is in law that we will make Israel the strongest military in the Middle East. It's called Qualified Military Edge, QME. That is in law. It's also in law that we will provide them the $3.8 billion in terms of the military support, because they are our greatest ally in the Middle East, and we have to support them. We're not talking about supporting Israel. We're talking about Israel's right to exist and its ability to exist. Because when you hear on these college campuses, and when you hear Rashida Tlaib and others say from the river to the sea, from the Jordan River to the sea, what they're saying, that's a dog whistle for exterminating the Jews and exterminating Israel as a Jewish state. That's the garbage that you're hearing on TV, that you're hearing on MSNBC, that you're hearing on our college campuses. And when it comes to supporting our military and Israel's, we have their back 100% in the defense bill.
And that's a great point. One of the things I would also just note, you know, our National Defense Authorization Act, while it is to protect our allies, is to also strengthen our own United States military. And we know that our military has been hijacked by political agendas to try and focus on wokeism. And that's why in 20 of the amendments that I passed in this NDAA, its sole purpose and its achievement is to eliminate DEI completely from our military, stop this focus on diversity, equity, inclusion, and allow our military to focus on the top priority, which is not serving a political agenda, it's serving our nation and the American people.
That's it. So, Congressman Mills, you serve on the Foreign Affairs Committee, and earlier this week, the full House passed a number of bills that included a bill to increase sanctions on Iranian oil exports, a bill to increase transparency regarding anti-Semitism, also, I guess, looking into the Palestinian textbooks, a resolution to state that Iran's obtaining of nuclear weapons capability is unacceptable. Can you tell us a little bit more about those measures? And I know under the leadership of Chairman Mike McCall, we'll be looking forward to address the crisis right now in the Middle East.
Well, look, I'm very honored. I get to sit next to this gentleman who's my war buddy, my Ranger buddy, not just in the Foreign Affairs Committee, but in the Armed Services Committee. And I can tell you right now that one of the things that we've done is we've actually passed a law called the SHIPS Act. You know, everyone wants to talk about the $6 billion of unfrozen assets that are fungible assets that just went to Iran or is being held by Qatar. But what they don't talk about is that under this administration, you have seen a continuation of sanction violations on petroleum shipments. They are now looking at making nearly $60+ billion this year in petroleum shipments when we know that that oil is supposed to be sanctioned and prevented. Now, I can tell you, if we go back to the Trump administration, you didn't see any of that going on. But we have seen continually, year by year, an increase in shipments of petroleum. But we have to call things out for what they are. We know that China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea are all geopolitically aligned. We have to start calling out our adversaries. We have to start decoupling from China and their malign activities. We have to start getting back to American energy, American dominance, and drill, baby, drill. And we got to start understanding that the anti-Semitism that goes on, the idea that we're not going to prioritize our allies and be there when the nation calls, that won't exist under our watch, and I can guarantee that.
Can I just add to that? Look, this is a statistic that I watched under President Trump. All of these terrorist groups, Hezbollah, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, the militias in Iraq, they were all complaining that they were running out of money. They didn't have enough money to pay their fighters. They didn't have enough money to buy weapons, that the big money stream from Tehran had all dried up. Why? Because President Trump put maximum pressure in place on Iran.
And we need it again.
And we need it again. That's what we have to get back to. Joe Biden's not going to do it. No. They're still living for this fiction that they can get back into this dreamland Iran deal, which is never going to happen. So we're going to do it. Corey's going to do it in the Congress. We're going to put those sanctions in law so that Joe Biden has to fund them. And then the other piece is, you know, this Green New Deal obsession, the shutting down of American oil and gas, doesn't just make gas more expensive for all of you, for all of us when we go to the gas pump. It makes Russia richer and it makes Iran richer. So while this bad energy policy from Joe Biden is making them richer, then he wants to come to you and say, dig deeper in your pockets to help fight against their own policy. It is the most asinine, ridiculous thing I've ever seen, and we're going to keep calling it out, and we're going to legislate against it.
Hey, Matt, can I add one thing?
And I would just add one thing, which is that people are probably wondering, why does Iran oil mean so much to us? Well, here's the problem. America has continued to actually help and assist and fund the very terrorist organizations that we're trying to fight against. When Iran puts their oil into China's ships, and that China's ship goes to another location to be refined, and America then buys their oil because we're not producing it ourselves, which we could do here at home, we're strengthening our adversaries while borrowing money that we don't have that continues to fund the very enemy that we want to defeat. So we have to get back to an America First agenda, strengthen America, strengthen American energy, secure our borders, and get back to making America great again.
Here.
I would just add one more thing. These guys are doing a great job of making sure that we're helping Israel over there, and we're fighting in the Middle East. Amen. But I want no one to suffer any illusions. If they're successful in doing what they want to do in Israel, they're coming here next. Mm-hmm. And those folks who are protesting on campus, they're not Hamas supporters. Many of them are Hamas.
Already here.
And so we have a choice. When we stand with Israel, when these heroes do what it is that they are doing, they are not just standing with Israel. They're not just standing with the Jewish people of Florida. They're standing with all of you as well. And so we need to thank them and we need to encourage them every day for what it is that they're doing.
So, gentlemen, we literally are down to the last few minutes on this panel. And I know, Congressman Mills, you said you had some information you want to provide, kind of the imagery of what's happening in Gaza and really what the reality of the perception is, because currently the major media outlets don't really give the real story. Could you share that with the last few remaining minutes we do have?
Well, look, we all know that mainstream media is bought and paid for. We know that that is being dominated, being controlled, and that we're actually buying into the misinformation, propaganda warfare that China and others have launched against, whether it's through the utilization of social media like TikTok and others, or whether it's the cultural and revolution, social revolution that they're trying to launch. The reality is this: when you think about Gaza, everyone sees all these images of Gaza through mainstream media where it looks like everything is absolutely destroyed, it's demolished, it's in complete disarray, that there's indiscriminate fire that's being done by the IDF. Let me be very clear. In Gaza alone, you have about 260,000 structures, of which right now, with the brigades that have encircled Gaza, only about 9,500 have had any structural impact whatsoever, of which most, all, have had Hamas leadership, Hamas terrorists, or it was a link into the terror tunnels that's been funded by Gaza support over the years. The reality is that makes up about 3% of all of Gaza. But when you see the images through mainstream media, you see these buildings that are leveled, you see this massive city that has been destroyed, when the reality is it's less than 3%, which has even been impacted. The IDF has continued to do a very, very dangerous, but very methodically responsible job, which is making sure they get credible intelligence to act. Look, in warfare, no one wins. And that's why I'm always against the endless wars that have continued to thrust trillions of dollars and thousands of lives, because I didn't find them to be the purpose of an America First, America-based agenda. But what Israel is doing right now, let me be clear, they are there protecting the lives of their citizens. They are being very responsible in how they deal with the terrorists and what they're doing to use innocent civilians as shields. But what the mainstream media is saying about the indiscriminate fire and the actors, I mean, you literally have paid actors who are pretending to be killed or pretending to be treated that's now coming forward. So what I ask every individual, as we already do here in America, educate yourself and find good, positive outsources and stop trusting mainstream media that corrupts the minds of every single American at home.
Hey, let me just add one more. Iran already has operatives here. They're here in the United States already. 10 years ago, Iran's IRGC, their special operations, so to speak, worked with Mexican cartels to bomb restaurants in Washington, D.C. There were other operatives that were arrested for casing out and reconnaissance of critical infrastructure. It is part of Iran's playbook to hit us here in the United States, in our communities, in our critical infrastructure, on our bases, if we ever have to go to some type of conflict. Folks, we are going to do everything we can to block and tackle and stop this administration's bad policy. But at the end of the day, we have to have a strong commander-in-chief. That's who I'm supporting.
There we go. That's where I'm at.
And I believe that's President Trump, who our enemies fear. Our enemies fear and respect. This would not have happened.
Absolutely.
If he had still been in office, period. Because he'll drop holy hell on them. You can have the most capable military in the world, and we are doing everything we can to get them off of wokeness and all of that other nonsense and back to having our enemies fear us. But if you don't have someone in the White House that's willing to use it and willing to restore deterrence, and at the end of the day, until Iran feels the pain, all of this is going to continue to happen. So thank you all
and again,
for everything you're doing.
All three of us have endorsed the president for a reason, because we got to make America great again, make America safe again.
There we go.
We got to put America first again.
Well, again, thank you, gentlemen. It's all the time we have. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
right, man. Okay, sure.
Into our program here in just a few minutes, but I want to have a timeout on this and have you go check out our website, rsbnetwork.com. Now, it's more than just a website. Yes, you're going to get articles and you're going to get programming notes. You get videos that are on there from previous broadcasts, like this one you're watching today will be uploaded on that as well. But the website's a great resource. Sign up for the newsletter, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. You can go on there, click on it, fill out a couple information. We'll get a newsletter into your inbox as news develops. And it's absolutely free. We're not going to sell your data. We're not going to sell it off to China. You're going to get bombed with spam emails. We don't do that. But what we will do is send you the information that you need to know on the subjects that are most concerning about you. Our editor-in-chief, Grace Saldana, does an excellent job. We have a staff of writers, Summer Lane, Alex Caldwell, and more. Go check it out. Subscribe to our newsletter. But while you're there, also, you can donate. Now, we started out this very humble little network years ago by contributions from you, the viewer. Now, we've got some great partners along the way for advertisers, which is great. But really, the backbone of this company has been you, the viewer, through your charitable donations. You can do a one-time donation. You can do a reoccurring donation. It's all up to you. The budget's all up to you. But I do encourage you, if you like the programming on Right Side, you like what we're doing, we're covering the 2024 presidential election, we're covering all the things in the Supreme Court across this country, then I encourage you to donate to Right Side. You can go to our website as well. You'll click on the donate tab. Like I said, you can do a one-time donation. You can sign up for a monthly reoccurring, and it's all up to you, and you certainly appreciate it. Check out our website, rsbnetwork.com. That's rsbnetwork.com. Now back to the program.
What's up, guys? My name is Jeanette Nunez, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Florida Freedom Summit on this beautiful Saturday here in November. I want to take a quick break and talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, we have another looming government shutdown coming. It's coming, folks, and, well, the elites in Washington will only deal with it the way they always deal with problems, and that is spending your money and making the dollar go down in value. Well, let's end this cycle and diversify into gold, silver, and precious metals. And the Birch Gold Group wants you to take that first step right now. Before we get back into programming, text the words Trump to 989898. And this is what you're going to get. I've got the latest offer that the Birch Gold Group has right now. And listen up. When you open a gold IRA, for every $10,000 you spend by December 22nd, Birch Gold Group will send you, ready for this, a free gold bar. Just text the words Trump right now to 989898 and get started in that. And you know what? You can convert your existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA with no money out of pocket. And get this, you still get to keep the free gold bar. Take advantage of the offer right now for this broadcast. Text the words Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. When you look what Congress is doing right now, they're going to kick the can down the road. The government shutdown is looming, and they're just going to spend more money to get out of it. And that is going to bring the value of the dollar down. Do not let your precious savings, your investments, go down to nothing. Protect it and diversify. Gold, silver, precious metals, our friends over the Birch Gold Group. Text the words Trump to 989898. Now, back to the Florida Freedom Summit.
Means being privileged, racist, and out of touch. Well, I'm not going to let them get away with it. I'm Byron Dobbins. I'm running for Congress, and I'm asking for your vote because Southwest Florida needs a conservative you can believe in.
Meet Rumble, the platform for authentic expression and empowering creators to control their... America's independent voices, free from algorithms and censors. Participate in bold discussions and help protect a free and open internet. Rumble, bold and free. Visit rumble.com and download the app today.
Now, the power of the digital citizen, how tech and e-commerce shape political engagement, featuring Congresswoman Kat Cammack, Rumble CEO Chris Pavlovski, and Public Square CEO Michael Seifert.
Hello. When you're 5'3", there is no graceful way to sit in these chairs.
Sink.
You really do sink into these. And I have to be honest, guys, because y'all know I'm very honest. I was in the bathroom sewing the back of my dress about 12 minutes ago. So if anything is showing, I apologize. So I am so excited to be here, not only with amazing patriots, but two of the most amazing entrepreneurs that we have in the movement for freedom today. So from Rumble, we have our good friend, Chris. Y'all on Rumble? Yeah, it's kind of a big deal. And Michael from Public Square.
Yeah.
Michael. So they gave me a list of questions that I'm supposed to ask, but as you guys know, I don't actually follow directions very well. And I think that's actually important in Congress, because if you do exactly what the establishment wants you to do, you're not going to get very far. So we're just going to, forget the questions.
This will be fun. I love it.
Yeah, so we're going to have some fun. I want to talk a little bit about what we have been working on in Congress, which is the weaponization of government. And one of the things that we have found is you have a DOJ, an FBI that is incredibly active in suppressing the constitutional rights of everyday Americans. In fact, I was talking to you guys about this backstage. We found on the Weaponization Committee a report that talked about how the Ukrainian SBU, which is the intelligence service of the Ukrainian government, was sending messages to our FBI demanding that they take down social media posts that Americans had posted that were not in line with the political climate in Ukraine. And guess what? The FBI, they complied. Yeah. And so I think that's where we have really come to know the concept of the industrial censorship complex. And you guys are really on the forefront of what we're doing to combat that. So if you guys could talk a little bit about what you're doing. I know, Michael, you're working extensively in the freedom economy, which I love.
Thank you.
And of course, Chris, you're right there talking about free speech and what it means to actually empower people, be the new public square. So I'm going to start with you. Talk to us about the industrial censorship complex and how that plays not only in the constitutional sense, but also globally.
Yeah, so we've had a lot of experience on this topic over the last 2 years. Most notably, you've probably heard that we had to turn our services off in France because we had a French MP, I believe, ask us to take down some content creators on our platform because they didn't agree with what they said. So our response to that was no.
I like that. No.
What we're going to do is, we're an American company. We're going to follow the laws in the United States, and we're not going to do what someone in a foreign country asks us to do that doesn't violate our policies. So instead, we turned off France. It's like extremely scary, though, when you're based in the United States and you have a foreign country, and it's not China, it's a European country that's asking you to censor one of your creators that didn't break the law, or you don't even really know what they did. They just said, we don't like them, take them down. That's a real scary moment in time. And like one of the things that we're noticing is that if you're not familiar with Rumble, Rumble has one of the very unique things about Rumble when I was looking at the streaming charts recently is that our top 10 top streamers on Rumble are all American. And then I was like, I wonder what that looks like at our competition at YouTube. And I looked there and I saw out of their top 10, number 1 was Qatar, and there was 1 American on that top 10 list.
Wow.
And I think about that and I look, we have an incentive to really help our creators all the time, and they're all American. And then these big tech platforms, they don't have that same incentive when you look at their top 10 lists of who's streaming and what they're streaming. So it's very interesting to see how the global world puts pressure on companies to do what they want to do. And one of the things like I'm personally extremely proud of is that we operate in America, and we really embrace those values, those American values. And I think we're one of few companies, you guys are another one, that really embrace, the Constitution and the values of America more than any other company in the United States at this point.
I love that. I love that. Well, and Michael, you actually, as part of your business model, you have your companies that host on the platform, they subscribe to a set of values, right? Talk a little bit about what it's like to, you guys went public, which is incredible. You have, was it 65,000 companies?
Over 70 now.
70,000.
Yeah,
see, my information's outdated. That's why we tossed the notes.
Yeah.
Talk to us about what is going on with the company and how you really had that philosophy around the core values.
Well, Chris mentioned a really important point, which is that you would be shocked if we would have told you 50 years ago that Western countries like France or the United States would be censoring politically dissident voices. Yeah. Our grandparents would just be rolling in their graves. I mean, nobody could have ever imagined that in the free West that you'd have to worry about censorship to the degree that we are today. And not only does that look like censorship of speech and of thought shared in the medium of content and media, but it also looks like censorship of your financial freedom. So if you look back at authoritarian societies for the last 150 years, since the ideologies of communism and Marxism, for example, have advanced, there's been one consistent theme that you will always see, whether it's with Stalin or Mao or Pol Pot. They go after your financial access first. They want to shut off your ability to engage in a free economy. So we could say, well, that's just happening in China. That's a wild thing, the social credit score. Like, thank God that could never happen here. And then Mike Lindell's bank account gets shut off. That could never happen in the West. And then Nigel Farage has his access to his debit account revoked. That could never happen here in the West until Donald Trump Jr. gets a letter saying you no longer have access to your bank account. That could never happen here in the West until you hear that you're actually not allowed to go in that store because you don't have the right medical checkpoints. So over the last few years, we've recognized how much is at stake. And one of the weapons, among many others, that the tyrants will use in society to try to get you to submit is through your financial standing. They want to ping you if you say the wrong thing. PayPal threatening $2,500 for misinformation violations. Their goal is that they'd be able to shut off your access if you think the wrong way. Our desire is for a free people to be able to shop freely with businesses that honor and respect and cherish your liberties. So in order to secure that, we have to make sure that we're creating an actual marketplace that embraces a set of values that will lead to that sort of environment where freedom and liberty and the love for the country and the Constitution and the values that that wonderful document protects are in fact kept pure. So we have 5 company core values that we ask businesses to sign on to when they sign up. They're vetted in alignment with these values. Now, a few things. These are values that speak to constitutional principles. We didn't come up with these things. We've essentially put them on our site as paraphrases of stuff that should be absolutely ingrained and natural as Americans. A love for the country, a belief in American exceptionalism, a love and cherishing for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all people, a protection of the family unit and the lives of the unborn, a recognition that small businesses are the backbone of our economy and they have to be protected. These values should not be something that's seen as fringe. They should be natural to each of us as people. Final value. The government did not give me my rights, so it cannot take them away. My rights come from somewhere else. We then have a fantastic team of research analysts that actually vet these businesses. They engage with them, so we get this great relational community. That way, you as consumers, my wife and I as consumers, we can shop with blessed assurance that we're not funding our opposition, but instead, we're promoting a parallel patriotic economy that we will all be able to be proud of decades to come. And we're so thankful that millions of consumers, 70,000 plus small businesses have partnered with us to create that. So it's an exciting time in the parallel economy. Obviously grateful to be partnered with Rumble. They're another incredible advocate in the world of media and entertainment and culture and content. And we're really trying to provide these solutions in the area of commerce. And thank God it's working.
I love that. I love that. That's like made in America on steroids. I love that. That is so great, though. And it's crazy that we get the opportunity to do this today, because I have said repeatedly, as a member of Congress, we will never legislate our way out of this mess. Because the ultra-liberal left, their whole ideology, their whole agenda, it is all wrapped into this concept that I've kind of distilled into, they want nothing more than dependency and control. Grow the size of government so that people remain dependent on those programs so that they, the swamp creatures, they stay in control. And so it's literally like whack-a-mole up in Washington. It's like we're trying to tackle one topic at a time and there's multiples going on, but it really is bigger than that, because it's Hollywood, it's the business world, it's corporate America, it is sports, it's every element of our society has been infiltrated by this ultra-liberal leftist thinking. So to you, Chris, talk to me about, and I could probably ask a show of hands, how many of you have been put in Facebook jail? I know I have.
A lot of people.
You've been shadow banned twice. We have a habitual offender up front. No, I mean, think about it. You've been shadow banned, you've been deplatformed, you've been thrown in Facebook jail, you've violated community standards. How many times? I know I have. It's ridiculous. And so they have this mechanism in order to control your voice on social media, which has really become the new public square. And so one of the concerns that I've been thinking about, and I know a lot of people have, is their data and privacy. And I'm the type of person who, during the height of COVID, when they kept asking me for my vaccine passport, I said, that's none of your damn business, thank you very much. It's, I mean, in a million years, would you ever think that would be a question you would get? So talk to me about what that means from your standpoint, what you guys are doing over at Rumble, protecting people's privacy while simultaneously protecting their constitutional rights.
No, absolutely. So at Rumble, one of the things that we've done, or we're trying to do, and we continue to get better at every day, is that we have to cut ourselves off from all these big tech companies that have all their tentacles into all of our companies in our world. Not only are they in social media, they are in infrastructure, they're on our TVs, they're everywhere. So one of the things we did before we went public, we started working on the cloud and the infrastructure side. So when that data that we collect from users, when they come on, is not going to be living on Amazon AWS. It's not going to be living on Microsoft Azure. It's going to be living on Rumble Cloud on servers that are here in the United States.
Wow.
That's been a major endeavor for us. It's obviously a massive investment. It's one of the core things that we need to do as a company, because quite frankly, it's existential to us. We also saw what happened with Parler. That can't happen at Rumble because we're laying down the metal ourselves and putting our users on our metal that's here in the United States. So we're very proud about that. And obviously there's still some tentacles that these other companies are gonna have into us, into, through the phones, et cetera. But for a large part, I think we're one of the few companies now that have really kind of laid down that metal across the United States and are hosting on top of that, where we're gonna treat and respect, according to the values of the United States, better than any of these other companies. Because like I said, our number one streamer on Rumble right now is Dan Bongino. The number one streamer, and by the way, if you don't know, Dan's growth on Rumble after he left YouTube entirely has been parabolic. He is, I would say, at the 11 o'clock slot every day right now, I would say he is the biggest stream in America today. And not a lot of people know that, and that's only on Rumble. And if you look at the biggest streams on the competing platforms, they're not Americans, and that's something to be said. So, we're very proud of what we built at Rumble, and very particularly proud because of the existential threat on the infrastructure side that we're able to launch the Rumble Cloud. We just launched it into beta in September and hope to roll it out to full public use in 2024. So that's what we've been working on, and hopefully one day we can have a phone too.
I love that. I love that. A phone too?
Yeah, why not? I think with Apple and Google, I think competition in that world is important as well.
I love that. I love that. That's the visionary type of leadership that we need, and that is just the coolest thing that I've heard today. And that's really something. So in the same vein of protecting privacy and data, I don't know if y'all know this, but on your iPhone, on your Androids, which my good friend Byron Donald, he's an Android user. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I can't send him funny videos or GIFs or anything because it comes through really small. When he gets up here to speak later, make sure you give him a hard time about it. Please do. But on those app stores, on the Apple Store, on the Google Play Store, that marketplace is, I believe, the next frontier of suppression. We saw what they did in deplatforming Parler. And all of the companies have a different negotiated contract. So Facebook, for example, to host their app on the App Store, it's $1 a year. But if you're Spotify, if you're Match.com, if you're eHarmony, whatever, name your app, you have to give 30% of your gross profits plus all of your data to Apple. Did y'all know that? I'm actually working on a bill right now. It's called the App Marketplace Fairness Bill. Apple hates me right now.
This is super important, what you're saying right now, super important.
We didn't even talk about this backstage at all. I'm kind of dropping this on your laps right now. Good. But it's really, really important because for somebody like you guys, who you are an e-commerce site, Apple should not have control of all of the consumers that are purchasing products on your site. They should not have access to the credit card information for you guys. Talk to me about what you're doing to really protect people's data, what the future is in e-commerce of protecting people's data. And I'll open it up to you too, Chris, but Michael, what do you got?
Yeah, well, you bring up an amazing point. Spotify is actually a good example. Yep, there you go. Spotify is a great example. If you're Spotify right now, you live in constant fear of cancellation. Now, you may say, that's strange, they're not really political. No, but they are a competitor to Apple Music. It's their only competitor. So if you look at a Spotify right now, they're having to live their entire life as a company on the platform of their competitor's infrastructure. And so Apple needs to make a really clear choice. Does it want to be a public domain or not? If it wants to be a public domain, then we got to remove this biased action toward the companies that you prefer to show favor to more than others. If they would actually like to be an app store with all the perks that, honestly, even our government at times relies on, seeing them as the legitimate app store, then they actually have to act like a public domain, and they need to be held to a higher standard, void of cancellation and censorship.
Yeah.
We at Public Square, we face this often because We as a company do not want to be beholden, as Chris mentioned, to other entities for our infrastructure and a pure existence that really don't like us. And so one thing that we've really tried to stress is actually different than many other commerce platforms, leading the way with our website. So we are on iOS, we are on Android. You can download the app, search Public Square, we'll pop up right there, America's Marketplace. But if you go to publicsquare.com, that's where you're getting the goods first. That's the new innovation and updates that we bring out. We've really tried to cultivate an audience on web. Right now, this past week, for example, it's about half and half. In the world of commerce, that's unheard of. And so we're really trying to build a business that does not rely on the tyrants for its success. And I think that Spotify, for example, is in a really tough challenge, because when's the last time you listened to Spotify on your computer? It's kind of rare. You got your phone while you're driving and you're relying on the app that you've downloaded. And so I think that the next year, honestly, with the heat of the election ramping up, is going to be really important, because all of a sudden you're going to see which businesses are willing to actually respect your right to say what you want, listen to what you want, shop where you want, and which businesses actually prefer to operate as agents of a bureaucratic regime. It's a very, very different environment depending on which businesses we prioritize. We obviously want to be a business that falls in the camp of the former. The last thing that I'll mention here is that, especially in the world of transactions, one thing that we're working hard at is taking on the payment space, looking for payment solutions, infrastructure there that will prioritize two things: not only freedom, of course, that's what we all want, but also void of predatory fees that are sort of behind the scenes. I mentioned PayPal earlier. When PayPal decides to fine folks for $2,500 for having the wrong political views, the payment infrastructure of our country is at stake here. And so something that I'd really hope that politicians will prioritize heading into next year is making sure that that core foundational layer of the economy, payments, is kept void of political censorship. That has to be evident, or we don't have a free economy.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think about I think that, I know we're getting super in the weeds, but this is so important, because think about this. We've had credit card companies in the last year say that they are going to reclassify gun purchases. Yep. They're going to start recategorizing your spending. And then, without a warrant, we have seen these companies turn over your financial documents, your credit card statements, your bank statements. We've seen them turn them over to federal officials without a warrant. This is so critical, what you're saying. And I know, Chris, you were going to say something on the app front, on the marketplace.
No, you touched on something that's like very dear to us. And
he's very Twitter-pated right now. You can't see it.
I mentioned how like a phone is necessary. Someone has to create a phone. You have two huge companies that are kind of dominating that market. Yeah. But it's worse than you think. Think about this for a second. If you're watching Dan Bongino's stream and you want to tip him while you're tipping him through the Google app, we have to pay that store a 30% fee. Now think about this though. Google owns YouTube, and YouTube's pre-installed on their phone. What's their fee? I know we only charge 20% to tip on rumble.com, but if we're gonna go through Google and pay them 30, and then we have to take our 20, that's 50. How do I compete with Google's 30%, YouTube's 30%? This is how important this is. For us as a company, the app stores are so important, and having like these large tech companies be able to have a strangle in the app stores, not only for they can choose what can go in the app store, and they own those highways, but they also have like a competitive advantage, which isn't fair to companies like ours if we want to be competitive. For the consumer, you want us to be competitive. You want Rumble to charge a lower fee so Dan can get more money from his tips. But if the stores are taking 30% off the top right away, it's almost impossible to compete on that front. So I just wanted to mention that, because like that is like so important to have something fair in that world. If it was fair, there would be no need for us to even think about creating a phone, but it's not fair. So maybe we have to create something.
Well, and it's so true that it's not fair. And I'll tell you, when I started kicking around the idea of the app marketplace fairness legislation that would basically level the playing field, right? You would not believe, and this is like behind the scenes swamp stuff, my door was basically beaten down by lobbyists from Apple. They hate this legislation. And I started getting phone calls, text messages, emails from people within the Apple orbit and other companies that benefited from the sweet deal that they got from Apple, including Facebook. And so then all of a sudden I started seeing, oh, my videos are being shadow banned. Huh. So this starts happening, and then other things starts happening. And it's unreal how far things will go in order to prevent that level playing field. But I think for one, the importance of who we are, our very core value, principled economy and what we are all about, it's important, but also for all the startups, for all the entrepreneurs who are trying to break into this space, it's critical. I want to talk about something that was definitely not on those pieces of paper that I threw behind me, but I think it's really, really important. AI. AI is really, really taken off in ways that people are having a hard time wrapping their head around. I want you guys to talk to us a little bit about what you're doing in the way of AI, where you see it taking your companies, and kind of the next 5-10 years for Rumble and Public Square.
Yeah, I'm happy to start. Every month, we actually poll our businesses. We send them a Freedom Economy Index survey. And if you're a business on Public Square, you've probably received that survey. And every month, we get thousands of responses. One of the questions we actually asked last month is, will you incorporate AI into your small business if it means you lose employees? 94% of our respondents said no. Wow. What I thought was really interesting about that is that we're obviously the largest compilation of patriotic small businesses in the country. We're not only, by the way, going after Amazon, we're going after the Chamber of Commerce because that bureaucratic cesspool has become so corrupted. But it was interesting to hear such a strong response from our small businesses, kind of pushing back against this move to AI and say, we really actually want real humans. We want real humans talking to the person at the checkout. We want real humans engaging with customers day in and day out. We want real humans in our offices interacting with other real humans. Here's the problem, though. When you hear bills like $20 minimum wage requirements, this small business is put in an awful position because it has to face the reality of, well, we either have to hire less employees, which lowers the service, but we got to pay them this much, or they say, well, I got to go hire a robot, I guess, and now there's only really one manager in the McDonald's and the rest of the ordering system are screens. They're placed in these weird situations that no business owner should ever be placed in. In a real free market, the businesses are able to prioritize providing the maximum amount of value to their customers and the community that they're supposed to be serving. I have a deep philosophical problem with this idea that we're just moving purely to automation run by a bunch of globalists that have no regard for your community or for relational connection. I don't respect it. I don't appreciate the move. And look, you can say, well, it's a free market. They should really be able to do whatever they want. And it's like, okay, then we can't have the minimum wage requirements, A, but B, we also have to decide as a country, do we want to live in a country where 5 companies own everything, they get special favors from the government, they're implementing AI throughout the board to steal your job, or do we want to be a country that actually recognizes that this government, paired with America's largest corporate entities, is actually, it's oligarchic fascism, it's not actually a free market, and if we want to create an environment that my daughter can be proud of, we have to make sure that the small businesses that prioritize true connection, community, and value to their customers are able to survive for the next generation. One of my favorite thinkers on this issue, yeah, thank you. It gets me fired up. One of my favorite thinkers on this issue is actually Tucker Carlson. And we as a company are really proud to be Tucker's first ad partner in his new media venture. One thing Tucker points out, there's this move to automate trucking, for example. Trucking is the largest employer in the United States of non-college educated males. 10 million people are involved in trucking. If we rush to automate that entire world without regard for the decimation to the fabric of our country that would result when 10 million non-college educated males lose their livelihood, that's a dangerous road to go down. So, do I love innovation? Absolutely. Do I want to move forward as a society? Of course. But we as conservatives have to recognize that it needs to be in our blood to conserve what makes our communities special, and that looks like connection, prioritization for the individual, and an accountability placed on the businesses that act more like agents of a state rather than a true provider of value.
Well, And Chris, specifically, since you guys are a social media platform, talk to us a little bit about the AI element and deep fakes. Because let me tell you, the other day I saw a video of myself speaking Cantonese. It was my voice, my face, my lips. It was perfect. It was dead, like spot on. And it was terrifying. And so that's coming. And in the context of an election next year with deep fakes just running rampant, what does that mean for you guys over at Rumble?
Yeah, it's a big question, and you can go down the rabbit hole on this one. I remember when earlier on in the stages of our growth, a lot of people are pressuring us to bring in AI for moderation, like taking down videos. And this is exactly what the big tech got wrong. Yeah. Is they relied on this technology to make decisions, and these decisions became biased and they became bad, and they ended up creating all these divisions that you're currently seeing right now. So we took the complete opposite approach, and one of our biggest teams right now is obviously the moderation side in terms of like violence, etc. And it's all people. It's not AI. We refuse the AI route for moderation for that exact reason, so that there isn't those biases, and we're not, making decisions based on some technology that we don't really know what that box looks like. So we stayed away from it quite a bit. The aspects in which Rumble can get into AI I wouldn't call it AI. I don't think the need for AI at Rumble is very high, but there is some needs on the cloud side for potential customers that do AI, and we'll help service them. But on the Rumble side, in terms of like recommending videos, you could consider that AI in one aspect, but it's, recommendations don't really need AI to do well. That's kind of like the soft touches that we're at right now, and whether we get into that is a decision that we'll make in the future. But as of right now, we're kind of sticking to our core values, sticking to the fact that our feed is chronological. We're not going to be recommending and amplifying content like other platforms. You get what you follow, and that's it. It's your own TV, it's your own converter. You can choose what you want to watch, and no one's going to tell you what to do.
I love that. Imagine that. You're not interfering with people in their feeds. I know we're at the end of our time, but I just want to say thank you to you both for really stepping up and taking ownership of a space. Yeah. It is so critical as Americans and as conservatives that we don't just vote at the ballot box. We need to vote every single day with our dollar, using services like Public Square. And then in terms of how we engage civically, I cannot tell you how important it is that we have platforms like Rumble where people can, one, get information directly from the source, but then you take that information and you act on it. When I had so many just bullets coming at me in terms of liberals and their bad information and their constant attacks, we were able to go on social media and say, hey, you want to stop this bill? Call your senators, call your congressmen. That kind of engagement is critical for legislators that are in the fight like me and Byron. We need that kind of engagement, and Rumble makes it possible. So it's not just about voting every November. It's about engaging with your dollar, using your voice, because at the end of the day, we the people, we have more power than we realize. And it's time that we tap into that because our country depends on it. So thank you guys for being here. Chris, thank you so much from Rumble. Michael, thank you so much from Public Square. Thank you guys so much for joining us for 30 minutes. We're only 2 minutes over. Thank you guys so much. Nice.
What a blast. Thank you.
To the Florida Freedom Summit here in just a second, but I want to take a break and talk about something very serious. And I think the timing of what I'm about to tell you is perfect. Now, did you know that 90% of our pharmaceuticals that we consume here in the U.S. are actually made outside the U.S.? So what happens if the next global crisis strikes? What happens if the next pandemic happens? What happens to those pharmaceuticals? Well, the price of those go way up. And if you can find them at all, most American shelves in pharmaceutical stores will be empty. And so there's 4-letter words that I want you to concentrate on right now: guns, gold, food, and meds. And that's where our friends at the Wellness Company come in. Now, they've got this emergency kit developed by Dr. Peter McAuliffe and others that can help you survive the next pandemic, the next crisis. And these are things that this emerging kit can deal with. And I want to make sure I go over these with you because I want you and your family to be safe. Now, this holds down 8 prescription medications. It's like having a pharmacy in your bathroom anywhere you need it. Antibiotics, antivirals, antiparasitics, and things that have like amoxicillin, ivermectin, Z-Paks, things that you need to have. Now, this kit comes with a 22-page guidebook and instructions on how to use each medication safely and how much. So you don't have to worry about not being instructed how to use this stuff. It's all in this emergency kit. It's like having a doctor in a box. So head to MakeCareGreatAgain.com. That's MakeCareGreatAgain.com and grab your medical emergency kit right now. And don't forget to put RSBN at checkout and you'll get 15% off your order. Now, right now, because of what's going on in the world, this is at a huge demand. So I encourage you to do it right now. Do it before the holidays. This does make a great holiday gift that you can leave at home, work, in your car, because who knows where you might need it. So right now, go take advantage of it. Go to MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Don't forget to put in the RSBN to save 15% off. Now, back to our program.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
God bless you. God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, good day, Florida. How's everyone doing? Awesome. Thank you so much for having me here today. Without any question, we all know this is a dangerous time for our nation and for the world. Innocent Americans and Israelis have been murdered, and I do mean butchered, burned alive, and beheaded. Our closest ally in the Middle East is at war. Our overseas bases are under attack, and our college campuses are taking the side of the terrorists. America, we must stand with Israel. You know, it's Psalms 122:6 that says, pray for the peace of Jerusalem, and those who do will prosper. We need to hold responsible the countries who are funding these terrorists like Iran, and they should feel the fire in Iran. And I have a message for every college campus in America. A federal subsidy for your education is not a right, it's a privilege. A visa so a foreign student can study here is not a right, it's a privilege. Do you know what is a right? the right of Jewish Americans to walk down the street in safety, to study in a library without being harassed. So hear me clearly. If you are a university that tolerates anti-Semitic hate, you should kiss your federal funding goodbye. And if you are a foreign student on a visa and you support terrorism, you should be deported. You're gone. And if you're a member of Congress, like Congresswoman Tlaib, acting, this is the time when you gotta love the booze because you are on the right side. Let me just say this. If you are a member of Congress, like Tlaib, you are an extension of the Hamas propaganda machine. You should be expelled from Congress. Because you have violated your oath of office. We defend America. Our city streets are unsafe. Our southern borders are wide open, and our Christian values are under attack. And the radical left, they are feeding our children lies about systemic racism and victim culture. It is time for the Republican Party to say enough already. It is time for us to stand in the gap for the next generation. It is time for us to not just fight, but to fight and win. I know Republicans don't do this all the time, but I gotta say, a couple of weeks ago, I went to the south side of Chicago. And you know what I saw there was that our inner cities are ground zero for the far left radical agenda. The far left in cities like Chicago, they have had a monopoly in these big blue cities. They have had total control, ultimate power. And what's the result? Devastation all across those big blue cities. It's the same thing they will do to the entire nation if we don't change course. Y'all know tomorrow is exactly 1 year from the 2024 election. We have 365 days to save America. We have a very large presidential field. We have some Republicans, including Ron DeSantis and Vivek, who think that America is in decline. I disagree with them. The American people are not in decline, but we are stuck in a Biden-led retreat. We are retreating from strength and safety, from law and order, from good jobs, stable prices, and energy independence. We are even retreating from God Himself. And they, the far radical left, they continue to manipulate the American people by using race and class to cover their tracks. It's ridiculous what we're seeing from the radical left, dividing our country for their political power. We have to stop Joe Biden's retreat, turn it around, and lead the charge. There is one thing that matters this election, and only one thing. We have to nominate a conservative who can unite our party, beat Joe Biden, and create a red wave across this nation from sea to shining sea. I'll be honest with you. I'm competing in a field with really solid Republicans. Ron DeSantis has been a strong governor. Nikki Haley, I've known her for years. I supported President Trump twice and spent 4 years working closely with the former president to deliver big wins. But I'm in this race for a very simple reason. We need a forward-looking, optimistic, conservative warrior who can unite our party, beat Joe Biden in a landslide, and save America. That's why I'm running. You see, I don't believe that Ron and Nikki can do that, but I will. Nikki is seeking support from moderates and the mainstream media for a simple reason. She's running as a moderate. She's leaving conservatism behind on life and social issues and key principles. She is playing in the lane of the never Trump. It won't unite our party, though. And we can't win with a moderate in 2024. As for Ron, I actually respect what Ron has done here in Florida. He started off as a strong, historically strong candidate with all the advantages. He had the hype. His allies have spent tens of millions of dollars. But the campaign has struggled. He's lost almost 2/3 of his support and is still falling. Because Ron believes that the nation is in decline. Like the dark days are here to stay. He doesn't have a forward-looking, aspirational vision about where our country should go. And our former president, I voted for him twice. I partnered with his administration on tax cuts, the largest tax cuts in American history, a $2.4 trillion tax cut. I wrote it and he signed it. We saw the rebuilding of our military. Supreme Court justices, 3 Supreme Court justices that led to overturning Roe v. Wade. We put 300 conservative judges on the bench. But our party has been underperforming in 3 consecutive national elections. We have to get back on offense. And that's why I know we must win. The 2024 race is just getting started. Most people are just starting to pay attention. Prime time starts right now. Unifying Republicans and beating Joe Biden will take a conservative. It will take an uplifting, inspiring leader with a vision for the future. And it will take a fresh, focused, and disciplined nominee to win in states that we've lost even as recently as 2020, states like Georgia and Nevada and Pennsylvania. We need a total focus on only beating Joe Biden, a conservative warrior who can create a red wave up and down the entire ballot. And we must win back the White House. I know how to make this election about Joe Biden, his failures, and his corruption. We will expose the Biden crime family. I will get the Republican Party back on offense, take our message to every corner of this country, and put the radical left on their heels. You see, the proof of my life destroys the lies of the radical left. And they know it. Because I'm the candidate they fear the most. The Republican who the left is most desperate to insult, intimidate, and frankly, silence. When I fought to refund the police, the liberals, they called me a token. When I cut your taxes, They called me a prop. When I pushed back on Joe Biden's socialism, they even called me the N-word. The ladies on The View, they tried to give me a, yes, I like y'all. The ladies on The View, they tried to give me a lecture on race issues. I blew up their talking points. I shattered them all over the floor. It got so bad that they had a producer run on the stage to cut me off. Because conservatism, you got it, baby. Conservatism, it works. It works in the poorest zip codes and it works in the richest zip codes. It works for the black folks, but it works for the white folks. It works from the up and it works on the down. It works from the wrong side of the tracks and it works on the right side of the tracks. You see, what we believe in, it works everywhere across this great nation. You see, I believe this so much that at the last debate, I said something that was politically just incorrect. The radical left lost their minds. I pointed out that the institution of the black family actually survived slavery and segregation. But what's been challenging in the last 60 years is the devastation unleashed in the inner city black communities by socialism and victimhood. And the press, boom, lost their minds. But the truth will set you free. It'll set you free. You see, hallelujah. I gotta tell you, the insults that came in, there is no bigger racist than a liberal losing an argument. They lost their minds. You see, I disrupt their narrative. I threaten their control. They say America is evil and systemically racist. I say America is the greatest country on God's green earth. They say we are a land of oppression, but the great opportunity party, we know we are the land of opportunity as long as you are willing to work for it. You gotta work for it in America. I know I'm getting close to my time, so I better hurry up over here. So they say to people like me, minorities, that we should give up hope. But I say anyone can work hard, stay in school, and take responsibility for their own lives. The left want us to be a culture driven by grievance, and we are a culture driven by greatness. And that's why I have a plan that would save women's sports and girls' locker rooms. Let's break the backs of the teachers' unions and protect our children from Planned Parenthood and big tech. And while we're at it, why don't we cut spending to pre-COVID levels, restore work requirements to welfare reform 2.0, and create millions of jobs in America, in factories and on farms and in our energy. Let's release America's energy resources. We know our policies work, but we are facing a crisis deeper than policy. It's cultural and it's spiritual. We don't just need new laws and executive orders. We need a cultural revolution. We need another great awakening. Our nation needs to be born again. We have to reject the left's valueless, faithless, fatherless society and get, hallelujah, and let's get back to faith and patriotism and individual responsibility. Let's stop choosing victimhood and start choosing victory. How about this? Let's stop kneeling in protest and start kneeling in prayer. It's these simple truths that built our country. You see, I believe if you're able-bodied in America, you work. If you take out a loan, you pay it back. If you commit a violent crime, you go to jail. And if God made you a man, you play sports against men. And if you father a child, it is your responsibility to raise the child, not ours. I don't just want to win the battle against Joe Biden. I want to win the war for our Christian conservative values that transformed my life and transformed and built America. I stand before you today as a testament to the power of a praying mama, giving my life to Christ 40 years ago, and understanding and experiencing the blessings of America. So I refuse to sit back and watch Biden liberals attacking every rung of the ladder that helped me climb. We have to defeat Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and break their coalition. We need a red wave in winning back the House and the Senate. We need not just to win an election, but to win a mandate for new six-figure jobs, for cracking down on crime. And how about let's just seal the southern border, close it completely. For a nation where we only kneel to the Father, but we always stand for the American flag. But it will take an optimistic conservative to unite our party, beat Joe Biden, and deliver 8 full years. We only have 365 days to save America. Let's make them count. Let's get it done. Thank you. God bless. And let's go to work. God bless you.
To our program here in just a few minutes, but this is the time of year you might be planning for the holidays. Perhaps Thanksgiving's right around the corner, even Christmas next month. But this is also the time when many Americans start to choose their 2024 health insurance plan. I know all of the confusion, which one is best, and if you make some kind of hasty decision, it could cost you a lot of money for even benefits that don't really fit your needs. So that's why our friends over at America First Healthcare is a company that was built by conservatives for conservatives. They want to help you weed through all of the confusion and get the best coverage for you. Now, unlike traditional health insurance companies, America First Healthcare offers health insurance plans that no other company has access to. This has many alternatives to the government-issued plans that you may not know about that can also cover all of your needs and save you money at the same time. This is one way to kick the government out of your health care. They have helped over 5,000 families, and they want to help yours as well. And they've got a very special offer for today's broadcast. Simply text SAVE. Now, I got a number here. You might want to write that down. It'll be on your screen as well. Text SAVE to 855-452-0986. That's SAVE to 855-452-0986. Do not shop for health care insurance alone. Their team will help you through this very complicated issue and get the right plan that's for you. You can even scan the QR code that's on the screen. But if you can't do that, text the word SAVE to 855-852. Scratch that, 855-452-0986. That's America First Healthcare now. Back to the Florida Freedom Summit.
And the physical state of the school, that was an issue. But there were a lot of kids at that school that weren't learning to read. Specifically, a lot of black children that weren't learning to read. Only about a quarter of the black kids in 3rd grade were reading on grade level. And that was being masked. That issue wasn't being addressed, and it needed to be. And so I decided I would run for school board to try to create some awareness. One county up from me, in Brevard County, Florida, Tina Descovich. Do we have any Brevard County folks in the audience today? There you go. Tina Descovich was making the same decision to serve in local office. It wasn't anything she had ever done before, but she had been volunteering in her kids' schools, and she thought to herself, wow, you know what, maybe I can make a difference here. Maybe I could get involved. I know I'm a mom, but maybe I could get involved and make a difference. And so she ran and won. And this parallel journey happened where Tina and I were both serving on school boards. We didn't know each other, but we were experiencing and seeing a lot of the same things in the schools, a lot of the indoctrination, right? A lot of the lack of focus on education. And we became concerned about those things. And so COVID happens and the world stops. I still remember March 13th, I was standing in the school district office and we got the notice that schools were going to be shut down. School districts are a lot like a cruise ship. They don't start easily, they don't stop easily. And I just remember it felt like somebody punched me in the stomach. I thought, gosh, this isn't going to be good. This isn't good for kids. And right about that same time, same day, Tina in Brevard County said she had the same feeling. And now, having done the work of Moms for Liberty, I speak to people all over the country and all over the world who knew in that moment that lockdowns and mandates were not the way forward. Tina and I watched each other on boards, Brevard and Indian River County, losing votes, 4-1 votes, 4-1 votes to keep masks on kids, right? To force lockdowns and mandates, stripping parents of their parental rights. Tina tells a story of a mom who came forward standing at the podium nervous, and she said, you know, I have a medical exemption for my child. You're not taking my medical exemption for my child, but my daughter is deaf. And she has limited vision in one of her eyes, and when she wears the mask and she has glasses on, anybody who wears glasses knows, right? Your glasses fog. And that just fell on deaf ears. And so we saw school districts, government schools, who had always worked to try to make accommodations for students, completely turn their backs on parents. Our terms ended in November of 2020, and Tina and I met up in December. We weren't friends, as I said. We didn't even know each other really. But Tina came to me and she said, you fought really hard. I've been fighting really hard. We've got to find a way forward out of this. We have to help parents to have their voices heard. The unions have an undue influence in our children's education, and we'll talk about that in a second. And we decided to start Moms for Liberty, and the mission statement that we wrote that December is the same mission statement that we have today. The mission statement of Moms for Liberty is to unify, educate, and empower parents to defend their parental rights at all levels of government. So, July 6th, Governor DeSantis comes out, he says, we're reopening schools. That was very unique, right? Yep, absolutely. Round of applause. Florida led, Governor DeSantis led in that moment. And parents, again, tried to have their voices heard, right? They were coming forward, they were being shut down. You remember all the mics were being shut off, right? Citizen input was changing. All of a sudden, it wasn't going to be in the main part of the meeting, it was going to be before. Or there was going to be a lottery system. Or your time to talk went down from 3 minutes to 1 minute. And American parents got angry and mad, and we wanted to help them to be effective advocates, to know how to make change happen, because we know we're not special, right? I'm a mom who loves her kids and loves her country and wants to help move this nation forward. And there are millions of moms just like me and just like Tina and our members. That's right, all over the country.
Moms for Liberty was set up by county. That's how we started. We thought we would just start in Florida and see how it went. That plan went quickly south because in 2 weeks, after starting the first 2 chapters of Moms for Liberty with moms who had been standing on the other side of the dais advocating for their children when we were on school board, we got a request from Nassau County, New York. Any New Yorkers? I know we have a lot of New Yorkers who are Floridians now, right? Yeah. And we got a call from Nassau County, and if you have family in New York, you know the lockdowns were brutal there. And they were facing possibly a vaccine mandate for children. And we knew that was wrong. And so Tina called me and she said, we've got a request from New York. What do you think? And I just remember saying, you know, Tina, this isn't ours. How do we say no? Right? We have to help these moms. And so we opened a Nassau County chapter within 2 weeks. That's right. For such a time as this. And then we opened the next county that wanted to join was Anne Arundel County, Maryland. And from that, some Maryland people, wonderful. From that, Moms for Liberty really just exploded like wildfire all over the United States of America. We now have over 300 chapters in 48 states with over 130,000 members, real members, not an email list, real members that are working, that are having their voices heard, that are becoming effective advocates. I know you know and you hear about them because they're everywhere all the time, right? And it's really been wonderful. Our chapters are set up, as I said, by county. We have a chapter chair, a vice chair, a secretary, a treasurer, and a voting block of that chapter if you're curious about how those chapters create such amazing positive change. And now what we've found is that as the chapters were getting together and growing in counties, they naturally wanted to come together at the state level to advocate for policies. One of the things during COVID I think all of us learned and understood was we wanted to know who holds the authority for this decision, right? This is a really crummy decision that's happening. Who holds the authority for that decision because I want to talk to them, right? And there were some things we could fix at the school board level, but there are some things that need to be fixed at the state level. And so these chapters have come together in legislative committees, and Florida has been an amazing leader when it comes to policy. For 2 years, yes, please, clap for Florida, clap for your legislators. Absolutely. They have done amazing work. We got a Parents' Bill of Rights passed that recognized that parents have the fundamental right to direct the upbringing of their children. That includes their education, their medical care, their morality, their religion. We have states all over the country that use the Florida bill as a model. You should be very proud of that. It's absolutely wonderful. We've continued to build upon that Parents' Bill of Rights with parental rights and education laws, stopping gender instruction and sexual orientation instruction in grades K through 3 and then continuing through grade 12. Thank goodness. I did an interview with 60 Minutes the other day. That should air soon. That should be interesting. And I asked the reporter, I said, is it really that shocking to you that parents would want to be the ones to have a conversation with their children about how babies are made? It's really that simple, right? The least interesting thing about an elementary school student should be their sexual orientation. These are not groundbreaking things I'm saying. This is common sense that we as Americans know, but it's time for people to start speaking out and saying things that make sense again in America. A few other policy notes in Florida that have happened. We had the Stop Woke Act, universal school choice so that parents can truly direct the upbringing and education of their children. Absolutely clap for that. Wonderful, wonderful. And we are seeing an explosion of school choice opportunities around the United States of America. I see my good friend Erica Donald sitting in the front row, Optima Ed, doing wonderful work in the classical charter school space. And opportunities like that are blossoming all over the state and all over the country. We also have term limits for district school board members now. I'm going to clap for that one. For too long, we have had people that have made a career out of running and sitting on school boards. They have been there forever, and they have deeply entrenched relationships. And while being on a school board is not supposed to be an adversarial relationship, you certainly need to understand that that superintendent, staff, work for you as a school board member. And as a school board member, you work for the people, your constituents, right? We also have been able to lead the country in a vetting process for librarians and for books. I didn't bring any books with me, so everyone can relax. I'm not going to read any porn to you today. I can't say the same thing for 60 Minutes. When I sat down with that gentleman and he wanted to talk about the books, I pulled out a big stack. Tina started laughing. I just kept pulling the books out, and I read things to him that made me blush, to be honest with you, but we did it. Yep. And we've also worked to be able to understand and make sure that girls are safe in their private spaces and respected on their sports teams. The wonderful thing, again, Florida leads, we've been able to take this policy and legislation and bring it all over the country, right? 27 bills passed, helped in 7 different states that our moms have helped to pass based on these existing policies in Florida. What a wonderful way to lead America forward. Speaking of the rest of the country, let's talk about California for a second, if I could. What happens in California does not stay in California. It is not Vegas. And I have no doubt that Gavin Newsom would very much like to be the President of the United States of America. Boo. I'm going to run through quickly just a little juxtaposition here so you understand some of the laws that are being proposed in Florida. They'd like for parents to lose custody of their children if they're not willing to confirm the child's want to change their gender. That's right. And minors can consent to counseling without parents. There was a bill that wanted to prevent local control. They wanted the State Board of Education to have to approve whatever a local board wanted to do when it came to books in schools. They want to mandate the HPV vaccine for public and private school students, require insurance companies to cover abortions and trans treatments, and they have an indoctrination program of professional development around LGBTQ issues for teachers in California. America doesn't want this, right? We did some national polling. In fact, over 70% of Americans, both Democrats and Republicans, do not want this in our schools or in our nation. So we must have our voices heard. They are trying to do everything to stop the voices of parents. They called us domestic terrorists. We had the FBI call one of our moms in her home one day. Do you have any guns in your home? Do you have a history of mental health illness? Oh, and by the way, don't tell anyone we called. That is not the America that we know and love. There is no compromise here. The SPLC has designated us an anti-government extremist hate group. Moms for Liberty, moms. This is the face, apparently, of anti-government extremism, right? They don't like our ideology. They don't like our ideology. They don't want us to have our voices heard, and they're working very hard to silence us. But let me tell you this, there is no compromise when it comes to our children. Either they win or we do, and we are going to win. So I thought a little bit in closing to just chat with you about what can the Republican Party do? What can you do as members of the party, as Floridians? What can you do every day in your lives to help with this mission to protect children in America? Number one, you can run for local office. It's probably one of the most important things that you could ever do in your life. Run for local office. If you don't want to run for local office, find somebody who wants to run for local office and help to support them. Give them money, give them time, give them effort. And if you don't think you're the right person to run for local office, you know what? I didn't either. But yet here I am standing on a stage with presidential candidates and influential policymakers, and we are making a difference in America. We need to create the space for people to join us. There are a lot of people in the United States of America that are waking up right now. They feel politically homeless. A lot of the people that they've supported, the party they've supported for a long time, is no longer doing the work that they respect and isn't listening to their voices. Let's make room for these people. People have the ability to change their minds. Everyone has a line. People's lines are being crossed every day. Let's make sure we're creating the space for them to join us in this movement based on the foundational principles of America: faith, family, freedom. And the last thing I'll say to you is this: support the disruption. There are a lot of people that are going to try to tell you that Matt Gaetz, Byron Donalds, other people that are shaking things up, right, that they're not really doing it for the right reasons, or somehow they're creating a problem, it's chaos, things aren't going well. You know what I know from working in a school district for 4 years? The administration doesn't like the disruption. The establishment doesn't like the disruption. That's why you should want it more. I'm so incredibly proud to lead this organization at Moms for Liberty. We have such amazing members who are making such a wonderful difference. If you don't know where your chapter is, go to our website, momsforliberty.org. There's a big map. Click, see if we have a chapter in your county. If we don't, please click to start one. There are people that are waiting for your bravery and for your courage. And my commitment and my promise to you is this: we are going to fight like hell for America, with a smile on our face, because we are joyful warriors and our children are watching. We will save this country for our kids. Thank you.
The program here in just a few minutes, but I want to take time to talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, we're up against another government shutdown, and how they usually deal with it is spend, spend, spend. Now, while our government is giving each other high fives, your savings and investments are losing value due to the weakening dollar. Now, we can end this cycle and diversify right now into gold. And our friends at the Birch Gold Group want you to take that first step in investing in gold, silver, and precious metals. And when you open a gold IRA, now check this out. For every $10,000 you spend by December 22nd, the Birch Gold Group will send you a free gold bar. Just simply text the words Trump to 989898 to claim eligibility before Black Friday. You got to do it before Black Friday. Now, the Birch Gold Group can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA with no money out of pocket. Now, no money out of pocket. Plus, you'll still get the gold bar for free. Now, don't let your savings become a victim of this further devaluation of the dollar. Text the words Trump to 989898 to our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. And remember, take advantage of this before Black Friday and get all of the benefits of investing in gold, silver, and precious metal. And do not let the looming government shutdown prevent you from protecting your savings and all of your investments from going down the drain. Diversifying gold, silver, and precious metals only from our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, back to our programming.
I think you know who that is. Oh, so he likes him. You like him. You like him who's coming up. I like him too. Before I came into the stage, I had a meeting with the Israeli Consul General and with a family whose loved ones are still being held by Hamas terrorists in Gaza. And you can see, obviously, from not just a family perspective, but from their humanity, how much they are concerned and they fear for the lives of their father, their mother, their sister, and their nephew, who are all being held by Hamas terrorists. The job of this president and of the United States and of Israel is to do everything possible to bring those hostages home. But the other job for the IDF and for Israel, with our full support, is to completely obliterate and destroy Hamas. This kind of terror, this kind of barbarism cannot be allowed to exist. The weak foreign policy from Tony Blinken and Joe Biden, the fecklessness brought to us by Barack Obama can no longer be America's foreign policy. You know, we had a guy, I affectionately refer to him as 45. But we had a guy who didn't want to be in endless wars. He didn't want that. He didn't want the American people to be lied to about intelligence. He wanted our troops to be safe. He wanted them to be paid and cared for. But he also understood that if it were the mullahs in Iran or anybody else, if they stepped out of line, they got what was coming to them. You see, I liken American foreign policy, frankly, to how you deal with your friends and with your families. Like, those are my friends. I see them in the front row right now. I got their back. They have mine. I'm a nice guy. I smile a lot. I'm very friendly. In this game of politics, in the sports entertainment of the political world, a lot of stuff happens. People say things about one another. You guys know what I'm talking about. But that's within the confines of what we do. But the second you go after my family, the second you go after my friends, the smile goes away. And with our countries who are our allies, namely Israel, we can talk to you, we'll be diplomatic, but when you have barbarians use hang gliders to kill young people at a music festival, when they go into the kibbutz in southern Israel and they chop off the heads of babies and they rape women and they basically tie up men and shoot them and kill them and drag them back across the border into Gaza, there is no more smiling. There is only obliteration. That might be tough. Some of our fellow citizens who go to Cornell and Yale and Harvard might think that that's wrong. But this is the nature of security and peace. There can be no peace through appeasement. There can be no peace through appeasement. There is only peace through strength. It's a restrained strength. It's something that's not just wielded for any old reason. But when your friends are attacked, and they've been with you through thick and thin, you have a responsibility to stand by them and support them. And we have a responsibility to stand by and support Israel with everything that they must do. We have a president right now Listen, he earns it, actually. He does earn the booze. But you have a president right now who has left our southern border wide open. He's done it on purpose. And if you're going to be really honest, he doesn't even know why he did it. Somebody told him to do so. He doesn't even have the respect for you, the American people, to go down to that southern border and investigate the disaster he created. I started affectionately referring to Joe Biden as the master of disaster. Not Apollo Creed, the real master of disaster. Because his southern border policy has led to an invasion of the United States of America. It has allowed our border agents to have no ability to control what's actually going on our southern border. It has left us wide open. There was a report that came out yesterday of a 20-year-old Palestinian who acquired a gun and who was doing some trainings. He wanted to inflict harm on us here at home. How we got into our country? Oh, I don't know, take a guess. Probably through the southern border. We have drug cartels who have operational control of said border. We have fentanyl killing 100,000 Americans a year through that southern border. And he doesn't even go. So when the halls of DC, when they say it's time to fund the government, my position has been very clear. I'm not interested in funding a government that doesn't do its first job, which is securing the border of the United States of America. And I got a special message. I have an extra special message for my colleagues in the Senate, Chuck Schumer and Mitch McConnell. Boys, my mom is probably going to see this recording, so I will. Boys, FAFO. We cannot continue to fund a government that doesn't do its first job, which is securing the border and securing the people of the United States of America. And they might disagree in the Senate, but there's a reason why the Senate has been wrong on every issue facing the United States for 30 years. The time has come for new leadership in Washington. The time has come for the people of this country to speak through their representatives to actually get the job done, to actually get the business done, and not say, oh, we got to wait for another election. Oh, we're only 1/2 of 1/3 of the federal government. We ain't got time for that no more. Don't believe me? Ask Eric Adams, the mayor of New York. Don't boo him too much. We'll do that next election cycle. But right now, they're talking to Joe Biden in the White House. And very quietly, they're saying, you know, you got to fix this southern border thing. This thing's a problem for us. They're taking kids off of soccer fields in New York to build shelters for migrants. They're bringing in translators into classrooms so young black kids and young white kids and young Hispanic kids who were already locked out of the classroom for 2 years in New York City are only going to fall further behind. Back to Mitch and the Senate Republicans. If you don't see that now is the time to squeeze this president and secure the border, I don't think you'll ever see it. I see it. I see it because it's not just Republicans who want to secure a country. You now have Democrats who want to secure a country. You have independent voters who want to secure a country. And they know full well that Joe Biden's terrible policy has led to a decrease in American security, and it's hitting everybody in their states, not just the people who live on the border in Texas. It's hitting us all. So now's the time to act. And now's the time to hold the line to make sure that our southern border is secure. While I'm on the discussion of Joe Biden, let's talk about a couple of things with him. I've never seen anybody get a check from their brother for $200,000. You know, I mean, look, I love my brothers. I do. They've not given me a check for $10. I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen an administration that knowingly spied on the American people and suppressed the voices of the American people. I've not seen an administration that has allowed the Department of Justice to cover up for their son, blatantly cover up, to the point that we have 40 FBI agents who have all come and have told us on the Oversight Committee that they were blocked in their investigations. They've told us this. We have a federal prosecutor in Pennsylvania who said that the normal investigative procedures were stopped by higher-ups at the FBI and at Main Justice. So I know we always talk about, well, are you going to hold them accountable? What are you going to do about it, Byron? I'm telling you, we are very, very close, in my view, to having articles of impeachment on Joe Biden. And it ain't just about the money, y'all. It ain't just about the money. It's about the fact that this man has been derelict in his duty. He has ignored federal immigration law. And oh, by the way, the Attorney General of the United States, Mr. Merrick Garland, look, I know I got on Mitch earlier, but if there's one thing we could thank Mitch for, is that he held the line to make sure that Merrick Garland was never on the Supreme Court. We got to thank him for that one. He was right then. But for Merrick Garland, don't get too cozy, because we're going to be investigating you as well. I'm not interested in being lectured by the radical left. They try to tell us that they fight for the soul of America and they fight for democracy. That is a lie. We are the ones who fight for the soul of America. We are the ones who are fighting for the republic here in America. We are the ones who are fighting for free speech in America. We are the ones who are fighting for people to be able to just run their businesses without knuckleheads in Washington telling you what to do with your business. We are the ones who fight for that in America. We are the ones who fight for young kids to have an opportunity at success, to have an opportunity to actually learn and not be indoctrinated here in America. We are the ones who fight for a military that has one job, and that is to go kill the enemy and come home and not indoctrinate them as well. And we fight for that here in America. I'm not going to be lectured to by the radical left. You should not be lectured to by the radical left, because they are wrong, and they have been wrong, because their desire is not a constitutional republic of, by, and for the people. Their goal is for you to bend the knee to their wishes and their whims, and they are too stupid to understand that they don't know enough for our country to be successful. It requires you, America, to be successful, not people up on Capitol Hill. You know what the funny thing is? I didn't really know what I was going to talk about today. I really didn't know. I got into politics 13 years ago, 14 years ago. I don't know, the years are going by fast now. But when I got into politics, I was an activist just like you. I knocked doors just like you. I made phone calls just like you. I got in my car and drove people to doors just like you. My passion for this country is because this is the only country where a kid like me had an opportunity to be successful. That's my passion. My sons are in the front row now. They were hanging out at the pool. What's up, fellas? Their lives are going to be massively better than anything my mother even thought was conceivable because of this country. And so as we turn the pages into 2024, we have a golden opportunity politically in America. I was on Maria Bartiromo's show last Sunday. Love Maria, love her, she's great. And she asked me, she goes, Byron, do you think that black voters would vote for Donald Trump? And I said, yes. And she goes, and all I said was, you have a lot of people in our country. They're white, they're black, they're Puerto Rican, they're Peruvian, they're Guatemalan, El Salvadoran. I just don't want to say Hispanic. That's not respectful. Don't call a Cuban a Dominican. You'll have a fight on your hands. Don't do that. Don't do that. When you go out and knock doors, be careful. Don't do that. But what they see in this country is a place where their kids have an opportunity to be significantly more than they ever thought possible. That's what they see when they see America. That's what we see when we see America. That's what a lot of black voters are seeing right now. They will tell you, man, this Joe Biden dude is a dummy. My pockets aren't right. My money's not looking good. Can you just bring Trump back? That's what they're saying. RPOF, that's what they're saying. So when I get people like Roland Martin who go to Twitter and say, oh, I'm lying on Maria Bartiromo, I giggle and I laugh because I know better. What I know is that the radical left thinks that everybody's just gonna fall in line. But Joe Biden has been so bad as the 46th president of the United States that a lot of voters who aren't really Republican voters are going to vote to make Donald Trump the 47th president of the United States. Now, the last thing I'm going to say is this, and I'm going to leave the stage, because I love y'all. I could do this for another hour, but I'm not going to do that. Man, I love you too, man. All right, appreciate you. We're in the middle of our primary process. We understand that. A lot of candidates have been up here today. This business of ours as a party, as a family, is going to be done probably over the next 5 to 6 months. Everybody's going to support who they want to, and I respect that. Might disagree, but I respect it. But when our business is done, when we go to Milwaukee and we hand over the nomination of our party, we have one job at that point, and that is to take back the White House, that is to take back the Senate, that is to increase our majorities in the House, and that is to go save the United States of America. God bless you, RPOF. God bless the United States of America.
Time to play the game. It's all about the game and how you play it. It's all about control. And if you can take it, it's all about your debt. And if you can pay it, it's all about pay. And who's gonna make it? I am the game, you don't wanna play me. I am control, no way you get.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy.
Thunder, 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 feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder.
All right, guys, I got a question for you. You want a pre-canned speech? You want to talk some truth? All right, put down these teleprompters. I'm not doing the pre-canned speech tonight. We're done with that. Let's get those down. We're going to go off script a little bit today. You're going to hear where we are right now as a country. Let's talk about the most important thing right now. Things have changed. I am deeply worried we are marching our way into World War III. Now, what we have is corrupt politicians in both parties that have spent trillions, killed millions, made billions for themselves in the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. After 9/11, George Bush and Dick Cheney, they sent people my age to go die in the Middle East, racking up $7 trillion in national debt that did not advance anybody's interests. And now the same class of people, Dick Cheney 2.0, trying to take over this Republican Party, set to do it all over again, marching us to World War III. I will keep us out of it, but let me tell you the truth. Here's how the Democrats do it. It's both parties. Joe Biden, his son Hunter Biden, gets paid a $5 million bribe from Ukraine, only to then have Joe Biden, his father, now the President of the United States, send $200 billion of our money, your taxpayer money, to that same nation of Ukraine. They sold off our foreign policy to make their own family rich. And it's wrong when the Democrats do it. But here's the dirty little secret. The Republican Party hasn't been that much better since that same era. I want to hear about truth. We're going to talk truth tonight. One of the people who chose not to show up today, running for U.S. president in the Republican Party, has been Nikki Haley. Military contractor, making millions after leaving the UN. Negative net worth, in debt, somehow becomes, just like Joe Biden, a multimillionaire as a military contractor, on the board of Boeing, on the boards of companies collecting stock options while running for president. These people in both parties are selling off our foreign policy to make their families rich. And I'll tell you this about the U.S. presidency. I'm a father of 2 sons. My moral obligation as a father is to my 2 sons. As your next president, my moral obligation is to you, the citizens of this nation. Not any other one, just this one, the United States of America. That is the moral obligation of the president of this country. And we have to remember that as we lead this nation forward. That's the choice we face in this primary. Do you want the Republican Party of the past? Do you want Dick Cheney 2.0? Or do you want the Republican Party of the future that actually stands for our own interests in this country? Keep us out of World War III. Declare independence from China. Use our military to protect our own border instead of somebody else's border halfway around the world. That is what it means to secure this homeland. That is how you deserve as a next president, an American who fights for our fellow Americans. Now let me tell you something. They'll talk to you about foreign wars. The truth is, we're in the middle of a war right here at home in the United States of America. It is not a war between black and white, as the media would teach you to believe. It's not a war even really between Democrats and Republicans, not really. It is far deeper than that. It is a war between the majority of us in the United States of America who believe that all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among these life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Who believe that you get ahead in this country not in the color of your skin, but on the content of your character. Who believe in American exceptionalism, that nations have borders, that our nation has a border, that we will not apologize for having a homeland, that we will not apologize for our ideals, that even though we're an imperfect nation, we are founded on the pursuit of a more perfect union, the pursuit of liberty, equality, and justice for all. That is one side of this war. And on the other side of this war, we have those who say your identity is based on your race, your gender, your sexuality. Those who believe that if you're black, you're disadvantaged, that if you're white, you're privileged, no matter your background or your upbringing. Your race and your gender govern who you are and what you can achieve in life. Who believe that we have to stop burning carbon in the United States, even as we shift those same carbon emissions to places like China. Who believe that maybe we can use our military to protect somebody else's border halfway around the world, but it is racist or xenophobic to protect our own border with our own military here at home. Who believe that we have to apologize for the ideals that this nation was founded on. Now, I call this a war because there's no middle ground in this war. You have to know that you're in a war to win one, okay? Either you believe in meritocracy or you believe in group quotas. You cannot have both. Either you believe in free speech or you believe in censorship. You cannot have both. Either you believe in American exceptionalism or you believe in American apologism. You cannot have both. And now is our moment to choose who is the commander-in-chief who will lead us to victory in that war. I think it's going to take someone from the outside. And believe me, I have respected Donald Trump more than anybody else in this race because he was the best president of the 21st century. I've said that before, and I will say it again because it's the right thing to do. We will honor that legacy. I am in this race because I have fresh legs. I am from a different generation to reach the next generation of Americans. And that is what this nation is founded on. Thomas Jefferson, he was 33 years old when he wrote the Declaration of Independence. He invented the swivel chair while he was at it too, by the way. That's the spirit we need to revive in this country. And I think it is going to take someone from the next generation to reach the next generation with our shared American ideals. When it comes down to the enemies we face here at home, starts right here with the deep state. That is the real enemy we face because it's not the people who we elect to run the government who run the government anymore. It's not. The people who we elect to run the government, they're no longer the ones who actually run the government. It is the managerial bureaucracy in the shadow government that pulls the strings today. So if we want to fix that problem, we got to get in there and shut government agencies down. You can't just tinker around the edges. The FBI, the ATF, the IRS, the CDC, the U.S. Department of Education. We will get in there and shut them down. Fire 75% of the federal bureaucrats. Rescind a majority of the unconstitutional federal regulations that act like a wet blanket on the U.S. economy. You know what? If I can't work for you all as the next president for more than 8 years, which I think is a good thing, then neither should any of those federal bureaucrats reporting into me either. 8-year term limits for the bureaucracy. That is how we restore the integrity of a constitutional republic. Look abroad. Who's our real enemy? It's not Ukraine. It's communist China. And today, we depend on our enemy, China, for our entire modern way of life, from the shoes on our feet to the phones in our pockets. You want to fix that? This is how we declare economic independence from communist China. That is the Declaration of Independence that Thomas Jefferson would have signed if he were alive today. That is the Declaration of Independence that we need to sign to move this nation forward. Independence from semiconductors, from pharmaceuticals, from our military equipment here in this country that we depend on. We cannot depend on our enemy for our modern way of life. Shut down the deep state at home. Declare independence from China abroad. But then we get to the real problem for how we win this war. We have to revive national pride in the United States of America. Young Americans, we are lost. I'm 38 years old. I'm the youngest person ever to run for U.S. president as a Republican. And I will tell you what is going on in our generation. We are hungry for a cause. We are starved for purpose and meaning and identity. At a time in our national history when the things that used to fill that void, faith, patriotism, hard work, family. These things have disappeared. That leaves a black hole in our hearts. And when you have a black hole that runs that deep, that is when the poison fills the void. Wokeism, transgenderism, climatism, COVIDism, globalism, Zelenskyism, depression, anxiety, fentanyl, suicide. Do you think it's an accident that we see the rise of these same poisons at the same time in our history? It is not. These are symptoms of a deeper void of purpose and meaning in our country. And for a long time, we in our party, we have been running from something. Race, gender, sexuality, climate, without offering a vision of our own, individual, family, nation, God. We have been running from something. Now is our moment, though, to actually start running to something, to our vision of what it means to be an American today. What does it mean to be an American? I'm an America First conservative, but to put this country first, we have to rediscover what this country is. Yes, people my age, that question, you get a blank stare in response. It's like a deer in the headlights. What does it mean to be an American? It means we believe, it means freedom. It means we believe in the ideals of the American Revolution. Ideals like meritocracy, the pursuit of excellence, that you do get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. That is why we will end affirmative action and race-based quotas in every area of American life. It's a cancer on our national soul, and we are done with it. What does it mean to be American? It means we believe in the rule of law. And I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law. That is why we will use our own military to secure our own southern border and our northern border too. That is what it means to stand for the rule of law. It means that we, the people, create a government that is accountable to us, not the other way around. That we, the people, sort out our differences through free speech and open debate in a constitutional republic where every citizen's voice and vote counts equally. Not in the back of palace halls in old world England, not in the back of some super PAC conference today, not in the back of BlackRock's corner office. No, we the people settle those differences at the ballot box where everybody's voice and vote counts equally. And by the way, you want to fix the elections? Single day voting on election day as a national holiday, paper ballots and government issued voter ID to match the voter file. And by the way, English as the sole language on the ballots or at the ballot box. Because if you don't know something about this country, then you shouldn't be participating in the elections of this country. That's how you revive our national identity. You want to end the identity crisis in this country, and I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country, that means we end birthright citizenship for the kids of illegal immigrants to this country that is not protected. This is what it means to be an American. I think every 12th grader who graduates from 12th grade should have to pass the same civics test that every immigrant has to pass to become a voting citizen of this country. We have to revive who we are as Americans. I'll tell you what happened in my generation. We were taught to celebrate our diversity and our differences so much that we forgot all of the ways we are really just the same as Americans, bound by that common set of ideals that set this nation into motion 250 years ago. We're going to revive those ideals, but here's how we're going to do it. Not just me, all of us, starting to speak the truth in the open again. You don't know the best measure of our country's health? It isn't the number of green pieces of paper in our bank account. It isn't the number of ballots that get cast every November. That's just a final act at the end of the process. The best measure of the health of our country, it is the percentage of people who feel free to say what they actually think in public. Right now, we're doing poorly. The only way we're going to fix it is all of us starting to speak the truth in the open again. Have a government that speaks that truth to its people. Tell us the truth about the Trump-Russia collusion hoax that never was. The truth about where the pandemic actually began. The truth about the Hunter Biden laptop story that we now know to be true. The truth about the Nashville transgender shooter manifesto that still hasn't been released. The truth about how many federal officials were in the field on January 6th, and we will pardon any peaceful protester on January 6th. The truth about how our money is being spent in Ukraine. We, the people, demand a government that tells us the truth again, not just when it's easy, but when it is hard. That is what this campaign is about. Speak the truth. Speak it with a spine. Speak it without fear. Speak it with respect. But part of respect is that you respect thy neighbor enough to tell him what you actually believe. That is what we are doing today, speaking the truth without apology. God is real. There are two genders. Fossil fuels are a requirement for human prosperity. Reverse racism is racism. An open border is not a border. Parents determine the education of their children. The nuclear family is the greatest form of governance known to mankind. Capitalism is still the best system known to man to lift us up from poverty. There are 3 branches of government, not 4. And the U.S. Constitution, it is the strongest and greatest guarantor of freedom in human history. That is the truth. We fight for the truth. We stand up for the truth. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what reunited us after the Civil War. That is what won us 2 world wars and the Cold War. That is what still gives hope to the free world. And if we can revive that dream over group identity and victimhood and grievance, then nobody in the world, not a nation, not a corporation, not a virus, not China is going to defeat us. That is what American exceptionalism is all about, and that is what we together will revive to save this great nation. We are telling you, you're taught to believe that they tell you we're a nation in decline, and I'll say this one in closing. They tell us we're at the end of the ancient Roman Empire. All we have left is to fight over the scraps of a shrinking pie. I don't think we have to be that nation in decline. I don't think we have to be ancient Rome. I told you I'm a young person here today. I will tell you that our nation right now is actually just a little young, actually. Going through our own version of adolescence. Figuring out who we're really going to be when we grow up. And when you view it that way, it starts to make sense again, actually. You go through your adolescence, you go through that identity crisis. You lose your way a little bit. You do some stupid things. I did. Most of us probably did. But we are stronger for it when we get to our adulthood on the other side. So no, I don't think we have to be that nation in decline. I think we can still yet be a nation in our ascent. Maybe the early stages of our ascent. Maybe we're not even yet at base camp. Still on our way to the next 250 years ahead of us, where we will tell our kids in good conscience, we will look them in the eye and mean it when we say the United States of America is still that nation where no matter who you are, or where your parents came from, or what your skin color is, or how long your last name is, that you will still get ahead in this country with your own hard work, your own commitment, your own dedication, and that you know what? You are free to speak your mind at every step of the way. That is the American dream. That is what we are running to. And that is what we together will revive to save this great nation. God bless you. God bless your families. And may God bless our United States of America. Thank you.
Feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, 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 thunder. Kids were laughing in my classes while I was scheming for the masses. Who do you think?
Florida man, Congressman Matt Gaetz.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We are gathered here at the headwaters of the majestic Florida Everglades, and one thing's for sure, I prefer the swamps of the Sunshine State far more than the swamp of Washington, D.C. My amazing wife Ginger and I consider it a blessing from God to call Florida home, but more and more, it feels like Florida is the world's greatest refugee camp. We have tax refugees who love our constitutional prohibition against a personal income tax. We have climate refugees who enjoy our beautiful shimmering oceans and our warm, inviting sands. We have political refugees, too, from communist governments in Cuba, Venezuela, New York, and California. New York seems to be finding out that when you import all of the third world's problems, you don't live in a sanctuary, you live in an asylum. Now more New Yorkers than ever are finding their sanctuary in our beloved Florida, and we welcome them so long as they leave their Democrat voter registration card north of the Mason-Dixon line. And thanks to the people in this room, Florida's getting redder by the hour. We have the greatest leadership team in all of America for our state Republican Party. Our chairman, Christian Ziegler, and our vice chairman, Evan Power, do a phenomenal job keeping this state red. Now, as a lifelong Florida man, I can tell you I know swamps very well. To build golf courses and subdivisions and outlet malls and theme parks, I've seen many swamps drained, and I know of what I speak. Here's something I can share. The alligators and the rats and the snakes and the vermin and the lizards don't like it too much when you're draining that swamp, and when the water level comes down, they hiss and bite and rattle around a little crazy. Now, I know I have taken a little bit of criticism this past month. Even the Wall Street Journal led with this editorial headline: "The Gates of Republican Hell." Keep in mind, this is the first regime change the Wall Street Journal editorial board has ever opposed. Maybe they would have been happy if I'd have found an extremist Sunni Muslim to become House Speaker. I understand why some of the rhinos and establishment Republicans are upset. People like Mitt Romney and Liz Cheney used to be important. Now, they are leaving the governance of the Republican Party to the actual Republicans. For too many years, the Republican Party was controlled opposition. Amnesty for illegal immigrants, intervention overseas,
and selling out to corporate America drove the agenda. Well, those days are over. The Make America Great Again movement is ascendant. Mike Johnson is House Speaker, and Donald John Trump will be the next President of the United States. And I'm not going anywhere. To my doubters, I have this question. Did people actually believe we were going to take power away from a corrupted person like Kevin McCarthy and the swamp creatures would just like it? Did you expect them to pack up and move? The lobbyists who owned Kevin McCarthy were never going to thank us on the way out the door. They weren't eager to leave their mud holes in the Speaker's office, but an extermination was necessary. And when there's an extermination going on, it can get a little grisly. Sometimes you don't want to watch the extermination happen, but you know the job must be done. Florida swamp drainers often endure bites and scratches and venom. All I had to endure was a little bit of Mark Levin and Judge Jeanine. But you notice those Fox News hosts really do seem to like our new speaker. Funny how that works. I'm sure glad they like the result. Some people called me vile, crazy, an agent of chaos. And that was just the congressional Republicans. They said far worse about me than they ever did Jack Smith or Ali Mayorkas or Merrick Garland or Christopher Wray or even Joe Biden. And by the way, Joe Biden deserves impeachment and Hunter Biden deserves a damn subpoena. Oh no, those rhino Republicans were so mad at me, but my sin wasn't deficit spending the dollar away or opening the border or arresting my political opponents. I did something far worse. I demanded that Republican congressmen actually keep their word to Republican voters. I guess I define chaos a little differently. To me, chaos is no budget. Chaos is an unaccountable administrative state. Chaos is a weaponized federal agency, everything from the DOJ to the FBI to the ATF, and I would defund every last damn one of them if we don't get them back on the side of our people. Chaos is voting on funding the whole government all at once. Politicians not naming post offices or passing messaging bills for 22 days is not chaos. By electing Mike Johnson Speaker of the House, we will bring order out of the chaos of Washington, D.C. I know what I'm fighting for. I'm fighting for budgets that balance. Our nation's debt right now is growing faster than our economy. We are jeopardizing America's future to fund wars and nonsense in the federal budget. We fund English language classes to professional transgender women makeup entrepreneurs in Nepal. We are borrowing money from China to fund transgender businesses in other parts of the world, and we do it while our leaders tell us that makes us stronger. My friends, America is not the world's police force, and America is not the world's piggy bank. There is no shame in wanting to put the people who live in this country first. I care more about the people in East Palestine, Ohio, than I care about some fake concept of Palestine in the Middle East. I care about what's going on in Maui, what's going on all across America, where liberal Democrats have let the people of our nation down. There is no excuse for not getting spending under control. The rampant spending that is behind this inflation is making life unaffordable for so many. Inflation has gotten so bad that foreign governments can no longer bribe Democrat senators with U.S. cash alone. They have to send gold bars just so that the bribes hold value.
But it's our fellow Americans who are spending more than $700 a month more than they were just 2 years ago for the same goods and services. 61% of this country right now, including probably many of you, living paycheck to paycheck. But when the paycheck doesn't stretch for the pay period, more Americans are turning to credit cards. Our debt is driving up the APR on those credit cards, and we now see more delinquencies than at any other time in the last decade. This inflation crisis is happening because we have a corrupt system where money is spent without itemized review. Just imagine if your wife turned to you and said, "Quick, let's spend $100,000 right now for the next year, or we have no food." The budget process is like this because powerful people buy off politicians to have influence. Our chaos, our challenges are nothing more than their next lobbying contract. I had no choice but to make the change we made because of the challenges and the gravity of those challenges that we face. Joe Biden is sleepwalking us into 1 or 2 or 3 wars, all while soiling his pants on the way to meet the Pope. Trump gave us peace through strength, and Biden gives us war without winning. But all of this weirdness, he's been scratching and sniffing his way through the presidency. You deserve better. You gave the donations, you knocked the doors, you made the calls, and you elected a Republican House of Representatives. I figured it was about time we started acting like Republicans again. When I first ran for Congress, my campaign theme was Fight Washington, Restore America. Now, fighting Washington hasn't won me all that many friends in Congress. Far from it. I can't seem to keep a food tester. 3 died on me last week. But fighting Washington has won us a new conservative speaker. Fighting Washington has shown the swamp creatures that they don't win every time, and they're not going to keep getting away with breaking their promises and paying lip services to the true conservatives, making sure we win elections. Fighting Washington has restored some modicum of power back to we the people. And I'm just getting started. Back in January, joined by the outstanding Byron Donalds and the indomitable Anna Paulina Luna, we demanded institutional change. Changes like single-subject spending bills, a vote on congressional term limits, a vote on a balanced budget amendment, reduced spending to pre-COVID levels, and a full and complete release of the January 6 tapes. These are the things that conservatives agree on, but we have got to stop talking and start doing. Congressional leadership, they sat me down before all this and said, I just lacked patience. But it seemed more to me that they lacked courage. And now one of them lacks keys to the Speaker's office. I want to spend all of my time fighting Democrats and their radical destructive agenda. They break everything they touch. The economy, the border, even gender. They broke gender. If you would have told me that we would have these things going on today when I first got elected, I would have said you are crazy. But when Republicans keep acting like Democrats, I will be in the battle with you and I will fight them too. I oppose most regime change abroad, but it was necessary to conduct a little regime change here at home in the People's House. And I promised 2 things. We would have a speaker more honest and a speaker more conservative than the California lottery winner. Now, Florida alone is responsible for 4 additional Republican congressmen. Without those wins that we got here in Florida, Nancy Pelosi would still have power today. And then I did what I had to do. So I guess in a way, you could say that it was Florida that led to the firing of not 1, but 2 liberal California speakers. Mike Johnson is a great conservative. He is a proud Christian who cares about the Constitution. And we won't agree always, but the mainstream media is correct when they call Mike Johnson the most conservative speaker in history. Put another way, it was entirely worth it. This is a fresh start in Washington, and the lobbyists and the Uniparty are not happy about it. You know what? That's exactly how it should be. Our leaders should be beholden to the voters alone, not the foreign interests abroad, not the special interests here at home. And that is why I am the only Republican in the entire United States Congress who refuses all donations from federal lobbyists and political action committees. I work for you. I work for you alone, not them. Know this about power in Washington, D.C. You only get it if you take it. Folks can brandish the titles, get the big staffs and the fancy corner offices. They can even spend their time toiling on busy work masquerading as legislating. But the real power, the stuff that starts or stops wars, the stuff that will save or destroy economies, the stuff that will extend or end America's story, that power is more elusive. If you take nothing else from my remarks this evening, know this: our destiny as America First conservatives demands that we wield the real power. The swamp loses sleep over votes for speaker. You and I lose sleep over the 100,000 dead Americans poisoned by fentanyl. They're passionate about Ukraine's borders. I'm passionate about America's. They prefer a status quo that has destroyed this nation, and I want to go a new direction to save the country. Like Abraham Lincoln, I never claim that God is on my side. I humbly pray that I am on his. But when I saw Mike Johnson take that gavel and assume the speakership, I felt how many prayers in this country were answered. Still in D.C. today, they say I'm not a team player. What they don't understand is that it's all of you who are my team. I'm on Team America, not Team Globalist or Team UN or Team Ukraine. My team doesn't bend to the lobbyists or special interests. My team counts actual wins, not just how many players wear our jersey, and I need you on my team. So keep praying and keep fighting. Both will make you stronger and more useful to the greatest movement and the greatest nation in all of human history. And if you are willing to take some risk, endure some criticism, and put it all on the line, then come fight with me. Our battle does not guarantee comfort, more like blood, sweat, toil, and tears. But we will not merely endure political pain, we will dish it out. It's time to fill the political graveyards with our enemies, not our ideas. More victories are on the way. God bless Florida. I miss the Sunshine State each and every day. God bless America. Thank you for having my back, and let's go get them.
Where no one sleeps deeply. The pillows are bad and the sheets are made cheaply. But there is one family in the Sleepyville town that uses MyPillow for the best sleep around. MyPillows are adjustable for proper alignment, and the Giza sheets breathe so they feel no confinement. So order MyPillow for great sleep refinement.
Why are they so chipper?
Their co-workers wondered.
So much energy and zest, like they've had the best slumber.
And when they peeked in the window, the secret was clear. MyPillow sheets, pillows, and mattress toppers appeared. MyPillow is breathable and lasts more than 10 years. It's washable and dryable and was manufactured right here. Giza cotton is what makes the softest of sheets, and the mattress topper helps support pressure points for deep, dreamy sleep. So click the link below to stop counting sheep.
We want MyPillow!
The citizens of Sleepyville cried, but they didn't realize the family had a surprise inside. They were all given a MyPillow to keep. We spend a third of our life snoozing, so let's make it quality sleep.
Yeah!
I got towels too.
And mine are blue.
So welcome to MyPillowville, where everyone sleeps on the pillows that align and the softest of sheets. With the support of the mattress topper, the people snooze deep and wake up well rested, and their deadlines they keep. So if your bed feels like rocks and your sheets feel like Brillo, you need better sleep, which means you need MyPillow. So what are you waiting for? Go ahead, click the button. I'm tired of rhyming, so please click it and save me. Please, I can't rhyme anymore. Just click that link. Stop watching this and click the link to get the best sleep of your life.
We moved our headquarters to the sunny state of Florida. It's amazing to be here. And we did this for a number of reasons, but all of them ultimately center around this core truth, which is that policy matters. California used to be the dream. It was the goal. It was the epitome of what the country could look like if it embraced fiscal conservatism, a love for the outdoors and for community. It was amazing. And then unfortunately, tyrants that prioritize authoritarian progressivism rather than the core classical principles that built the greatest country that's ever existed, they decimated that state. And one of the ways in which they did that above all others is by disincentivizing businesses' growth. So we at Public Square are among many other businesses that said enough is enough. We are out. We are moving our business to a wonderful state that will actually encourage our growth rather than detract from it. So we are really proud to be calling Florida home. I firmly believe that we will win. I believe ultimately that we, the people in this room, the millions, honestly, tens of millions of other Americans around the country that feel the way about what's happening that you feel, I believe that we will win. But it is not just going to look like voting for the right politician. It is not just going to look like engaging with your civic duties in your community. All of that is incredibly important, and we have to do it. And today we've spoken about it at great length. 2024 is a massive election year. We're heading into what I believe is the most consequential election of our nation's modern history. But what if I told you there was a way that you didn't have to wait until next November to vote, but you could actually vote day in and day out with the money that you are spending? I remember in 2018, I went into a Starbucks, and I went into a Starbucks, and I learned that the Starbucks was actually actively funding Planned Parenthood. They were taking your dollars that we use when we go to Starbucks, and they were actually turning it around and matching employee contributions to Planned Parenthood. I remember realizing that me and our family utilize seventh-generation household cleaning products. You guys familiar with seventh-generation household cleaning products? That company actually utilized a massive amount of corporate profits to fund BLM. In fact, they said as a household cleaning product that their goal was to eradicate policing as we know it. I remember learning that the companies that we had grown up cherishing, like Bud Light and Coca-Cola and Target, actually had a much deeper, more sinister political agenda. And then that awakening, the realization of that reality taking place on the ground in corporate America, spurred us to create a solution so that you in your day-to-day life could feel like for the money that you're spending, you're no longer funding your opposition, but instead you're supporting companies that will go back to the basics. Target this year decided that it was more important for them as an entity to lecture your children about gender ideology and sexual issues rather than providing value. Bud Light decided it was more important to lecture you about transgenderism than it was to actually provide a quality beer, which, to be honest, they weren't even good at in the first place. So why will we win? Because we, the people, are awake now. Over the last year, we have witnessed what happens when the corporate marketplace becomes highly politicized and weaponized against people that view the world the way that we do. If you don't want to be lectured about gender ideology while you're just trying to buy a cup of coffee, great news. 100 million plus Americans are with you. We're tired of it. And now we're starting to let our money speak. This summer, Target, Bud Light, and Disney saw a $50 billion decrease in their market capitalizations. And that's not just good news in and of itself. It's good news especially because that $50 billion, it doesn't just eviscerate, it is actually changing hands. There's a biblical proverb that talks about how the wealth of the wicked is stored up for the righteous. That eventually the people that believe in the truth will win, and the institutions that have become corrupted at their core will actually fall away. And there will be a transfer of resource, of wealth, of innovation, of energy, of excitement, of consumer drive to the people and the entities that are willing to prioritize truth over the lies, liberty over oppression. And that's what we're witnessing happening in the United States right now. Sound of Freedom, that movie, while Disney was crumbling, Sound of Freedom, yeah, amen. It was a fantastic film. Sound of Freedom skyrocketed. While the major musicians of this country and pop culture are wanting to lecture our children about sexual issues, you've got Richmond north of Richmond that's absolutely blowing up and sitting on top of the charts. When Target decides to make their core issue as a company about Pride Month, we led a massive boycott, and actually, Public Square, our company, was ranked ahead of them on the App Store for that entire month, and they had their first quarterly earnings miss in 6 years while the parallel economy is growing and thriving. We reached 1 million members on our platform faster than Twitter, faster than Airbnb, faster than Spotify, and we did it on a fraction of the budget. How? Because we, the people, are ready for solutions. It's one thing to boycott. It's important. You shouldn't feel like you have to spend money with any given company that is willing to use your money against you. But boycotting in and of itself is actually incomplete unless we shift our dollars to entities that we know we can feel proud to stand behind. So, we're winning because the power structures of society, if we vote with our wallet daily, are getting shifted back toward we, the people. Companies have heard loud and clear that the ESG and the DEI-driven agendas are not going to work. You guys familiar with ESG and DEI? Unfortunately, yes, I'm with you in the front. Yeah, you know, a few decades ago, ESG rose to prominence in response to a shift in the marketplace from shareholder capitalism to stakeholder capitalism. The difference is key. The U.S. economy used to be built on shareholder capitalism. The responsibility of a company was to provide the maximum amount of value to its customers and to its shareholders. That was it. So know who your customer is and serve them quality products. Then, what ended up happening in the 80s and 90s is that the company departed from shareholder capitalism and began to embrace stakeholder capitalism. What that means is that it's the duty of a company, according to the ESG tyrants of the world, to actually consider external stakeholders within your business rather than just your shareholders or your customers. What do I mean by that? Well, these people began to say things like, we should factor in the climate when we talk about selling cleaning products. We should factor in marginalized communities and the need for equity. If you ever hear anybody in the economic world talking about how they want to incentivize equity instead of true equality, that is a communist ideology. So this move towards stakeholder capitalism has ultimately eroded our view of capitalism itself because it's tainted what should have been a really pure economic system. When an entity that's trying to raise money can only access that additional capital from, as Omid mentioned earlier, the Sequoia Capitals of the world, if their ESG score is high enough, that's not pure capitalism. It's a crony, bureaucratic, oligarchic manifestation, mutation of what should have been a really pure economic system. Here's a case in point, by the way. Are you familiar with Sam Bankman-Fried? We're all aware that that guy's about to see justice served. Praise God. Did you know, though, that FTX had virtually the highest ESG score in the world of any company before it went south? So clearly governance is actually not that important to them. Sri Lanka, as a nation, by the way, because this happens not just in the world of economics, it also happens geopolitically. Sri Lanka has one of the highest ESG scores in the world, and yet the country is a completely corrupted mess. It's a cesspool of corruption, of lying, of deceit, of misleading their citizens in the country, and yet they have this high ESG score. Why does that matter? Because when those entities have access to greater financial favors, greater access to capital, loans, investment rounds, because they have a higher ESG score that actually has nothing to do with their ability to provide a quality business product or service to you, you know that our entire incentive structure is whack. Here's the dream we have. What if the incentive structure in our nation was actually set up such that we the people, and pleasing we the people with quality products and services, was the thing that would get you rewarded? That's it. No diversity quotas, no ESG agendas, no making sure that you manufacture through social engineering a certain makeup of your staff. What if instead we had pure excellence, meritocracy, drive, innovation, and a prioritization of the small businesses that have made this country so incredibly special? Many historians believe that the average life cycle of a civilization, kind of in modern-ish history, let's say the last 1,500 years, the average life cycle of a civilization or a nation state in one form is about 250 years. The United States is about to celebrate its 248th birthday, I believe. What's that mean? It means that we're at a little bit of a decision point as a country. What type of nation do we want to be moving forward into the future? My wife and I just had our first child a year ago. 1-year-old little girl. She is wonderful. By the way, having babies, teaching them to believe the truth, I am firmly convinced is the way we're going to win at the end. It's a numbers game. If the left is wanting to abort their kids and then trans them, it's not going to work in their favor. We have to actually prioritize life and the continuation of life and then teach them to believe the truth, and that's how we'll win decades to come. But when we had our baby girl, this whole new realization set in that life is more than just what I know and what I'll see while I'm alive. Life for me and the legacy for our family is actually going to carry on far after I'm gone. My daughter will have to deal with the decisions we make today as a generation. It's very sobering. And so now the drive is different. I recognize what's at stake in our country. We're hitting this precipice and we have a decision to make. Do we want to be a nation that recognizes the beauty of what got us here? Objective beauty, not morally relativistic nonsense. Objective beauty. Do we want to prioritize the classic American values that got us here? And then do we want to put our dollars behind those that are willing to embrace and forward those values? Or do we want to be a nation of complacency? Do we want to be a nation of apathy that says this is just how it is? Yeah, Amazon's corrupt. Yeah, YouTube is a mess. Yeah, they own our phones and they've got the App Store and Google Play. And yes, the financial incentive structure of Wall Street is a mess. Yes, yes, yes. And I'm just going to sit back and not do anything. We're throwing in the towel. I just hope my vote will matter next time. I don't know about you, y'all, but I do not want to be the latter. I want to be the former. I want to actually believe that we can have a better future, but here's how it's going to happen. What we spend our money on is what we empower, and do we want to be builders of solutions so that we don't have to empower corruption any longer, or do we just want to be partakers in an economy that is building corrupt systems without our buy-in? We want to be builders. We built Public Square, the nation's largest marketplace of businesses that don't hate you. It's that simple. I'm not a super smart guy. This is not some complex, innovative solution. It's actually pretty simple. There's a lot of businesses that don't like you. We made a list of businesses that do. It's very simple. But where this gets exciting is now that this parallel economy exists and it's growing and it's burgeoning and it's thriving, we're learning a lot about what Americans are actually looking for. So, case in point, you heard or maybe saw the ad earlier about Every Life. Did you guys see Every Life earlier? So Every Life, believe it or not, is the nation's only pro-life, pro-family diaper company. Believe it or not. If you want to hear something that'll blow your mind, every single major diaper brand in the United States today is either vocally or financially pro-abortion. I'm not kidding. Pampers, Huggies, Honest, Hello Bello, Coterie. Coterie is one of the nicest diapers money can buy. Coterie came out last year after the overturning of Roe v. Wade, and they said, and I quote, "Our team feels lost without abortion access." A diaper company. So last fall, we were looking through our app, and we discovered that a lot of mama bears were out there looking for baby gear. And unfortunately, there was not a parallel economy solution. So you know what we did? We built one. We saw a need, and we built it. Now we have created the fastest growing baby care brand in modern history because we, the people, amen, are waking up and putting their dollars behind their values. You guys familiar with Salesforce? Yes? So Salesforce is run by a guy named Mark Benioff. Mark Benioff called himself the most anti-conservative CEO in the country. He bought Time magazine. He's funded lawsuits against Trump. This guy has made it his sworn mission to essentially eradicate conservatism. He canceled once great organizations like Project Veritas. He has stifled free speech. He will penalize those that stand for the Second Amendment. So we're having a hard time with Salesforce. And not only that, their customer service is not all that great for a small business. You know what we did? We built an alternative. Head to psqlink.com. We built a sales platform primarily for our own use. We're trying to see needs and build solutions. And here's why I'm so hopeful. Anytime you see a solution arise in society, there is enough hope amongst this pro-American movement in this country, this conservative movement in this country, to actually go out of our way to support those solutions. Case in point, do y'all know Goya Foods? Yeah, love Goya. So the CEO, Robert, during 2020 election came out and he said, you know what, I'm voting for Trump. Amen. He said, I'm voting for Trump. Sue me. And Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, he probably shouldn't have said sue me because the Democrats love to sue everybody these days. But he said, I'm voting for Trump. Sue me. This is my right. And Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez from New York came out and said, as a Latin American woman, we should boycott Goya. You know what happened? Goya Foods experienced their record month of sales. It was phenomenal. You had white women in Kansas making chalupas and buying Goya Foods. Like, it was unlike anything we've ever seen. Such to the point that Goya Foods actually awarded Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez Employee of the Month. They hung her picture. Y'all, we have so many reasons to be hopeful. Every day, I wish you could see my inbox. I see story after story after story of small business owners, conscious consumers, saying that their lives are practically changing because of the power of the parallel economy. We had a pet store in Alabama that reached out and said, our sales have gone up 1,000% since joining Public Square and getting exposed to the parallel economy. We've had a hair salon reach out and say she was about to go out of business, but the power of the parallel economy has not only kept her business afloat, she's having her strongest season she's ever had. We heard from a doctor that reached out to us. She was a nurse practitioner, She was working at a doctor's office that fired her because she refused to get the vaccine. For 10 years, this medical chain trusted her with her patient's health, but then they wouldn't trust her with her own health. So she was let go, and she came to Public Square. She found a clinic on the platform, went to the clinic, and not only did they hire her on the spot, they prayed for her, and they said, we're so glad to have you as a part of the family. The country is going to change when patriots stand up and vote. That's why days like this are so incredibly important. It's why I cannot wait to hear from our president. It's why I believe so firmly in pressing in our election system and fighting for integrity. But, please do not let your vote stop at the ballot box. Recognize the power in your wallet. You wield the power in your wallet to dismantle corrupt ESG-driven corporations. That's what we learned this summer. You also have the power in your wallet to empower the types of salons and medical clinics and pet stores like I'm describing that would never infringe upon your liberties. And in fact, they love the values that you wake up in the morning to embrace. That's the economy we're creating at publicsquare.com. I hope and pray you'll join us on the journey. And friends, it's been a blast to speak with you. Thank you so much. Have a great night. And we can't wait to hear from our president. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now
I'm here in just a few minutes, but I want to take time to talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, we're up against another government shutdown, and how they usually deal with it is spend, spend, spend. Now, while our government is giving each other high fives, your savings and investments are losing value due to the weakening dollar. Now, we can end this cycle and diversify right now into gold. And our friends at the Birch Gold Group want you to take that first step in investing in gold, silver, and precious metals. And when you open a gold IRA, now check this out. For every $10,000 you spend by December 22nd, the Birch Gold Group will send you a free gold bar. Just simply text the words Trump to 989898 to claim eligibility before Black Friday. You got to do it before Black Friday. Now, the Birch Gold Group can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA with no money out of pocket. Now, no money out of pocket. Plus, you'll still get the gold bar for free. Now, don't let your savings become a victim of this further devaluation of the dollar. Text the words Trump to 989898 to our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. And remember, take advantage of this before Black Friday and get all of the benefits of investing in gold, silver, and precious metal. And do not let the looming government shutdown prevent you from protecting your savings and all of your investments from going down the drain. Diversifying gold, silver, and precious metals only from our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, back to our programming.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
All right, taking a quick break from our program. We'll get back to that in just a second, but I want to talk about our friends over at the Wellness Company. Now, did you know that 90% of our pharmaceuticals are actually made outside the U.S.? So if there's ever a pandemic, to that in just a second, but I want to talk about our friends over at the Wellness Company. Now, did you know that 90% of our pharmaceuticals are actually made outside the U.S.? So if there's ever a pandemic, another crisis, some kind of global issue, well, two things are going to happen. The price of these pharmaceuticals are going to go way up. And if you can find them, they're going to cost you a lot of money. But chances are you're not going to find them, and shelves here in America are going to be empty. That's why our friends, Dr. Peter McAuliffe and others, have developed this medical emergency kit. Now, I'm going to go over some of the things you get in this kit. This is very important that you might need in an upcoming crisis. You got 8 prescription medications. It's like having a pharmacy right there in your home with a doctor in your bathroom. Things like amoxicillin, ivermectin, a Z-Pack. This kit comes with a 22-page guidebook on instructions on how to take these medications. And this is everything from like a tick bite to extreme bio, injuries. I mean, you never know what's going to happen, and you want to be safe. Go check it out. The website is makecaregreatagain.com. That's makecaregreatagain.com. It's an emergency kit that you've got to have in your office, your home, your car. Keep one in your car as well. And don't forget to put RSBN at checkout to receive 15% off your order. This is very important. You look at what's going on in the world today. You never know what is around the corner, especially with an election coming up. I've said this for months. Go check it out. The website, makecaregreatagain.com, makecaregreatagain.com. Put that promo code, get the discount on that, because you need to protect your family in case of a crisis, and this medical emergency kit is just that. MakeCareGreatAgain.com, promo code RSBN. Now, back to the Florida Freedom Summit.
What's up, guys? My name is Jeanette Nunez, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Our programming, and I want to talk to you about something that not a lot of people like to do, and that is shopping for health insurance. I know it's not on your things to do list, but it's got to be on your things to do list. That's where our friends over at America First Healthcare are trying to make it as easy as possible. Now, this is a company that was built by conservatives for conservatives. They've helped out about 5,000 families kind of weed through all the confusion to find the right healthcare plan that is for you. And more importantly, to save you money. If you've ever wanted to kick the government out of healthcare, now is the time to do that. And they'll make sure that you're set up on the right policy. It fits your budget. That's important. And you got the government out of your healthcare. The company, America First Healthcare. Now, this is really easy. You've got a great QR code on the screen right now. You can scan that, and that will send you to a site to get more information on it. Or if you want to do it old school, you can simply text the word SAVE to 855-452-0986. That will get you all the information you need to know. Let America First Healthcare weed through all of the confusion that is setting up health insurance. And that's what you got to do for 2024. You're coming up this time of year is what you have to do. And they want to make it as easy as possible. Like I said, it's conservative health care for conservatives. Hello, that's something we should all value. The QR code is on your screen. That's probably the easiest thing to do. But if you want to do it old school, you can also text the word SAVE to 855-452-0986. Get that information kit. Make 2024, make it great again, but also make you healthy with the best health insurance plans for you and your family. America First Healthcare. Now, back to the Florida Freedom Summit.
Where no one sleeps deeply. The pillows are bad and the sheets are made cheaply. But there is one family in the Sleepyville town that uses MyPillow for the best sleep around. MyPillows are adjustable for proper alignment, and the Giza sheets breathe so they feel no confinement. So order MyPillow for great sleep refinement.
Why are they so chipper?
Their co-workers wondered.
So much energy and zest, like they've had the best slumber.
And when they peeked in the window, the secret was clear. MyPillow sheets, pillows, and mattress toppers appeared. MyPillow is breathable and lasts more than 10 years. It's washable and dryable and was manufactured right here. Giza cotton is what makes the softest of sheets, and the mattress topper helps support pressure points for deep, dreamy sleep. So click the link below to stop counting sheep.
We want MyPillow!
The citizens of Sleepyville cried, but they didn't realize the family had a surprise inside. They were all given a MyPillow to keep. We spend a third of our life snoozing, so let's make it quality sleep.
I got towels too.
And mine are blue.
So welcome to MyPillowville, where everyone sleeps on the pillows that align and the softest of sheets. With the support of the mattress topper, the people snooze deep and wake up well rested, and their deadlines they keep. So if your bed feels like rocks and your sheets feel like Brillo, you need better sleep, which means you need MyPillow. So what are you waiting for? Go ahead, click the button. I'm tired of rhyming, so please click it and save me. Please, I can't rhyme anymore. Just click that link. Stop watching this and click the link to get the best sleep of your life.
to an
have a
energetic,
timeout on
jacked
this
up
and
crowd
have
here in
you,
Pennsylvania. They
go
love
check
you
out
here
our
in this
website,
great state.
RSBN
But first, let's talk about last
Now,
night.
it's
You were in
more
Iowa
than
for the
just
GOP
a
Lincoln
website.
dinner.
Yes, you're gonna
I didn't
get
think it was possible
articles,
for
you're
you
gonna
to
get
rattle off. Have a few minutes with the president here in Erie, Pennsylvania. And before you step out to an energetic, jacked up crowd here in Pennsylvania, they love you here in this great state. But first, let's talk about last night. You were in Iowa for the GOP Lincoln dinner. I didn't think it was possible for you to rattle off so many accomplishments in under 10 minutes.
I really worked at it. That was not easy. You're right. I had to speak fast, and we had a fantastic evening. It was a beautiful evening. We really dominated the evening, I will say. And you see the polls that are coming out. We've never had polls like this, so strong. And we love the people, and they like us.
I think you broke a record on handshakes as well in your hospitality. We saw that, and you by far had the most people.
That hand is still feeling it. But we had, I think we probably shook over 1,000 hands or something like that, and other people were not too well received.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's talk about these poll numbers. Now, in the primary, he's got a 50-point-plus lead on anyone in the primary. And if you look at the head-to-head to Biden in some of these early states, you've got a lead on that as well. Thoughts on the polls?
Well, the polls have been great. It started off before I announced. We didn't know exactly, and nobody really knew. You never know about those things. But we thought we were very popular. We had a great 4 years, one of the best 4 years of any president. And it turned out that the people acknowledged that, and they want that, and it's been really amazing. And then you have the witch hunts that go on. There's Democrat witch hunts are always cheating on elections, and that actually boosted us because the Republicans see exactly, they understand it, they get it better than anybody, frankly. So it's been great. We're leading by 40 and 50 points, and we're leading Biden in most polls by quite a bit.
Which is the general population as far as the general polls goes. That is the most important thing is about taking back this White House. Let's talk about the economy. I talked to a lot of seniors, Mr. President. This is not the country they grew up in for several reasons, culturally speaking, the way society is. But let's talk about Bidenomics, because that is crushing seniors that are on a fixed income. Their pensions, their retirement funds, for whatever reasons, is not making ends meet. What can we do economically to turn this country around?
Well, I think Bidenomics, more than anything else, is showing inflation. And inflation is a killer. It's killed countries for hundreds of years. You look back at Germany many years ago and plenty of other countries, they almost ceased to exist because of inflation. Inflation is absolute cancer, and we have inflation, and I don't think it's showing it even as bad as it is, believe it or not. And the only way they're going to kill it is to kill the economy, and they're trying to kill the economy, and what they have is the remnants of Trump. We created something so strong with the tax cuts and all the other things we did, and they say it's just sort of running on the fumes of what we did. But now the economy is starting to go bad, and very bad thing, but the inflation is really a disaster for seniors and frankly, for everybody.
One final question. As we walk around, we talk to everyone, all your supporters, and there's thousands of them out there. How do you do this with all the legal stuff that's on your mind? You're still the most optimistic person that I know, and how do you stay so strong through these tough times?
So it's the most often question. People say, how do you do this? We have these thugs. I mean, they're thugs. And they go and they wait. You know, it's why didn't they do this 2.5 years ago? You know, this is 2.5 years ago stuff. This had to do with things that they were talking about January 6th years ago. And they wait till the election and they do it, they file it. And they do that just as really election. If you look, it's misinformation, typical misinformation, but it's election interference. And they are dirty players. They cheated on the other election, on the 2020 election. We got the most votes in the history of our country for a sitting president, and we lost. Supposedly, we did much better the second time than the first time. If we got the first time numbers, there was no way we could lose. But we lost. It was a rigged election, a disgrace. And now what we're doing is the numbers are better now. I mean, everything that we see is better now than it ever was. The enthusiasm is better now than it was 2 years ago and 3 years ago and frankly 7 years ago. We've never had anything like it. You even see it coming in from the plane where the people are on the streets and they're waving flags and waving everything. But it's a terrible thing that these are thugs. The DOJ, the FBI, what they're doing is so bad for our country, so bad for America. I'm talking at the top levels. And so bad for America, because I know so many people in the FBI, such fine people, they hate what's happened to the FBI, and people hate what's happened to the DOJ. They're using the DOJ to try and win an election that shouldn't be won, because the man's incompetent, he's corrupt, and now I can say things that normally, out of respect for the presidency, I would never have said things like I can say now, because they've broken the veil, and when you break the veil, I'm allowed to do what I have to do. And he's the most corrupt president we've ever had. He's the most dishonest. He's the most incompetent. He can't put together two sentences. And they tell us, oh, he's our president. The guy can't put together two sentences. And he's really potentially leading us into nuclear war. He said the other day that we have no ammunition. We're a country with no ammunition. Number one, that shouldn't have happened. Number two, how do you say a thing like that? China's just licking their chops when they hear that. No, we're being led by a corrupt and incompetent man, and it shouldn't happen.
Yeah. As Mr. President, always a pleasure. Thank you so much. I know the nation's praying for you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll get back to the program here in just a few minutes, but I want to take time to talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, we're up against another government shutdown, and how they usually deal with it is spend, spend, spend. Now, while our government is giving each other high fives, your savings and investments are losing value due to the weakening dollar. Now, we can end this cycle and diversify right now into gold. And our friends at the Birch Gold Group want you to take that first step in investing in gold, silver, and precious metals. And when you open a gold IRA, now check this out. For every $10,000 you spend by December 22nd, the Birch Gold Group will send you a free gold bar. Just simply text the words Trump to 989898 to claim eligibility before Black Friday. You got to do it before Black Friday. Now, Birch Gold Group can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA with no money out of pocket. Now, no money out of pocket. Plus, you'll still get the gold bar for free. Now, don't let your savings become a victim of this further devaluation of the dollar. Text the words Trump to 989898 to our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. And remember, take advantage of this before Black Friday and get all of the benefits of investing in gold, silver, and precious metal. And do not let the looming government shutdown prevent you from protecting your savings and all of your investments from going down the drain. Diversifying gold, silver, and precious metals only from our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, back to our programming.
My Towels solved the problem that we've all had with towels. You go into the stores and they feel lotiony and soft, but then you get them home and they wind dry you. That's why I made My Towels. They actually work.
J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no There ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Well, thank you very much, everybody, and it's great to be in one of the truly great places of the world, Florida. Thank you very much. And hello to all of the true American patriots of the Florida Republican Party. These are tremendous people. I know them all, actually, and they are tremendous people, and they love our country, and I love them. And I'm pleased to report that just moments ago, I officially filed to appear on the ballot in the Florida Republican primary. So we'll see. Which I'm also happy to report that we're leading by about 75 points. So that's. And with your help, we are going to win the Florida primary for the third straight time. We're going to win the state in a landslide next November, just like we've done twice. And we're going to defeat crooked Joe Biden, and we are going to make America great again. I want to thank a man who's done a fantastic job, State Party Chair Christian Ziegler. Thank you, Christian, wherever you may be, Christian. There's a lot of people out here. He's been really fantastic, and we appreciate it. And some really incredible warriors first and friends second, I think I could say, because they're warriors for our country. They love our country. They want our country to do incredibly well and be smart and safe, and that's not what's happening right now. We have a mess on our hands. We've never seen anything like it. What's happening now, I don't think this country has ever seen anything like it, from Afghanistan, the most embarrassing moment in our history, to inflation, to allowing what happened in Israel and allowing what happened in Ukraine. Millions of people are being killed, millions and millions of people. None of this would have happened. Inflation wouldn't have happened. Bad economy wouldn't have happened. None of it would have happened. But these are people that fight, and they fight so hard for you. I watched numerous speeches that they just made. They were incredible, and they're incredible people. They are members of Congress. Matt Gaetz. Where is Matt? Matt. Thank you, Matt. Great job. I'll tell you, he loves your state, and he loves our country, and they all do. Thank you very much, Matt. Good job. A friend of mine who has been absolutely incredible, and he's a star, and I've been with him actually for a long time. Years ago, he gave me an award. I said, you know, you ought to run for politics someday. He made such an impression, and he did, and he won right from the beginning. Byron Donalds. Where's Byron? Thank you, Byron. And his great family, and his wife, who knows more about education than just about anybody I know. So stay handy, okay? Stay handy. Thank you, Doug. A warrior who really understands what's happening in the world and really understands the military and everything having to do with the military. And I can tell you that the man following likewise. These are two incredible people, very, very strong on military. If we'd listened to their advice, we wouldn't be in the problems we are right now. Michael Waltz and Corey Mills. Thank you. Great people. These are really great people, incredible. And they are warriors. That's what we need. We need warriors. We can't have non-warriors. As well as Kansas GOP chair has done a fantastic job, Mike Brown, who's here. Mike Brown, thank you. Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you. Great job. How are we doing in Kansas? Pretty good? I hear good. Good. I think we're doing good there. And today I'm very grateful to receive the endorsements of 7 additional Florida legislators. And you know what? I'll announce them and I'll say, come on up. And if those great congressmen and Christian want to come up, you can come up too, because I see this is a very large stage. There was no holding back. So if you guys want to come up, come on up. State Senator Debbie Mayfield. Debbie's great. And State Representatives Jessica Baker, Webster Barnaby, Mike Beltran, David Borio, Kevin Steele, Paula Stark. Thank you very much. Ileana Garcia and Elena Garcia. What a nice-looking group of people. And also with us, who gave us the endorsement a little while ago, and just 2 great friends. I said, well, we have to bring them up too. Well, not really, sir. They did it before. I said, we're going to bring them up. They were early, and they were great, and they are great. Juan Porras and Randy Fine. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, fellas. Thank you. Great job. Not present, state senators. You know, Joe Gruters is an incredible man. You know that, right? And he's been with us from the beginning, and he's been, right? We would all agree he's been great. And Ana Maria Rodriguez, you know that? Great. And she sends her love, and she's on some very important work. And another person who gave us a very big endorsement on Friday, and it got a lot of publicity because he's an important guy, and he's a very good guy, and he's a U.S. Senator, and it's called Rick Scott, U.S. Senator Rick Scott. He's been a friend of mine for a long time, and he gave us a beautiful endorsement. So thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Fantastic. Thank you very much. We will not forget. We will not forget. We're going to win. We're going to win big. Very proud of you.
I appreciate what you did on the court.
Great people. For 7 years, you and I have been fighting side by side to rescue our nation from the evil and sinister forces who hate it and want to destroy it. Now we're approaching the most critical battle of our lives. Exactly 1 year from tomorrow, 1 year, we're getting there. But 1 year is a long time with the kind of destruction these people can do. They're grossly incompetent. You'll vote in the most important election in the history of our country. I believe that. You know, I used to say 2016 was the most, and I meant it at the time, but this is maybe far more important because our country is failing. We're a nation that's failing. But we're going to finish the job we started. We did some job, and we're going to finish that job. We're going to finish that job. And crooked Joe Biden's banana republic ends on November 5th, 2024. It's a banana republic. Job number 1 will be to stop the invasion on our southern border. 3 years ago, we had the most secure border in U.S. history. We never had a border as secure, and that included drugs and human trafficking. We had the best numbers we've ever had in the history of our country, and now we have the worst numbers probably in the history of the world. There's never been a border like this. There's never been anything like it when you see what's coming in from mental institutions and prisons all over the world. We built over 500 miles of border wall, got Mexico to give us 28,000 soldiers free of charge. And for those people that talk about Mexico, you know, I said Mexico's going to pay for a piece of the wall. They paid for much more than that. They gave us 28,000 soldiers because there was no way legally they could pay for our wall. You know, they tried to work that, but they paid much more. They paid for our soldiers, and that wasn't easy to do. They also did many other things for us, and now we have, as you probably know, we have a caravan heading up. That's the biggest one anyone's ever seen, and Biden has no clue as to what to do. But I know what to do. We also deported illegal alien criminals by the thousands and thousands, and we got them out, MS-13 by the thousands. We slashed illegal immigration by over 90%, think of that. And under Biden, the United States has become the dumping ground of the world, with gang members and inmates being emptied into our beautiful land, our beautiful country, emptied. Tough people, a lot of them as bad as you can ever find. And they're coming into our country by the tens of thousands. Also, terrorists are pouring into our country. Many terrorists are coming in. Thousands of middle-aged men are coming in. Young men are coming in. Everyone's saying, how come they're all so young and so strong? And they're coming from China. 16% come from China. Why are they all young and strong, mostly men? And you look at other countries are well represented also, including countries that right now are fighting in the Middle East. They're coming in by the thousands and thousands. We have no idea actually where they come from. We think they come from different parts. These people have no idea what's happening. They're destroying our country. They're destroying our country. The countries that are sending these caravans are trying to extort the United States out of billions and billions of dollars, but Biden doesn't want the caravans to stop. He probably wants them to come in. He doesn't know what he's doing. Look, the guy can't get off a stage. It's crazy. I say it. I've watched him again. Every time he goes on the stage, he can't get off. Exit. Like on this one, this is a hell of a big stage. What was on the stage before, Christian? They must have had a massive choir or something. This is a hell of a stage. But he would not be able to figure out, there's about 7 staircases that I see. He would not be able to figure it out. He can't put 2 sentences together, and he's in charge of our nuclear negotiations. But I think he wants our country to fail. I really believe they must, or the group that's actually running the country must want it to fail. As president, I stopped the caravans, and I did it very quickly. They can be done, and it can be done. They can be stopped. But the people running it, you look at the people running it, look at the people in charge. They're grossly incompetent. They don't have a clue, and they really don't know what to do. I believe they don't know what to do. I don't think that somebody can say, isn't that a wonderful thing? You know, countries are very smart. I got to know many of the presidents, the prime ministers, the dictators, the non-dictators, the people that get elected legally and the people that get elected illegally. I got to know every one of them. I tell you, they're very smart people. And when they're sending people into our country, they're not sending their best. They're keeping their best. They want to keep their best. You know, that's pretty basic. But we're getting some very rough people coming into our country, and it's got to stop, and we've got to have the largest mass deportation effort in history, and we're going to be started immediately. And I'm helping Biden when I say that, because when people are watching, you know, right now, if you watch Biden, they look at this guy who doesn't know what the hell's happening. Right now, when they hear me say mass deportation, and we're leading Biden in all the polls, but mass deportation, I'm helping Biden because people are going to stop. It's going to slow them up. Biden came in, he invited everybody in. It's like an invasion of our schools, our hospitals. We don't have hospital space. We don't have anything. There's no country where this would be sustainable. There's no country. When I'm reelected, we will tell the foreign nations that sending caravans, that all of these caravans that are coming up will not get 1 more cent of American money. You know, when you explain no money, no anything, no education, we're not going to take care of you better than our vets. You know, they get taken care of with Biden better than our great vets who are living on streets. We had that situation taken care of so well, and now it's right back where it started. And for any radical left charity, nonprofit, or so-called aid organization supporting these caravans and illegal aliens, we will prosecute them for their participation in human trafficking, child smuggling, and every other crime we can find. So Crooked Joe Biden, you know I changed the name. It was Sleepy Joe. And Hillary's sort of gone now. So, and you know, we have, I know what you mean, what they have done, what these people have done to our country. But I said, do we want to go with Sleepy Joe? Because now, you know, I believe in a lot of words out there, a lot of great words. We can use one per person. We don't need to use it on two people. So it was a great day for Hillary about 2 months ago when I said, we're not going to call her Crooked Hillary anymore. We're just going to call her maybe Beautiful Hillary. She's a beautiful woman. And I think she and Bill, they have a great relationship. You know, she and Bill went out and they celebrated that night because she was no longer called Crooked Hillary. I just felt that the term, especially what they're finding in Congress and all of the things that they're finding, I thought crooked would be a better term. Crooked Joe Biden. Let's do a poll right now. Do you mind? Let's do it. So we have Sleepy and we have Crooked. And just shout out which one you like, and we'll start with Crooked, all right? Should he be Crooked Joe Biden? That's tough to beat. That's a tough one to beat. Sleepy Joe Biden. Okay, Crooked Joe. But Crooked Joe Biden is importing millions of illegal aliens from all over the world and putting them on the fast track to welfare, free health care, food stamps, government housing, work permits, education, everything. They get everything. And again, this is not sustainable. These are millions and millions of people. On day one, I will shut down this travesty, terminate all work permits for illegal aliens, and demand that Congress send me a bill outlawing all welfare payments to illegal migrants of any kind. We have to ask them to leave. We have to ask them to go home. We have to. And we start with the really bad ones first, if that's okay. Some people say, we got to get the bad ones out. We have really bad people. And we got to get them out of here fast because this is a bomb that's waiting to happen. This is a terrible thing. And I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act to remove all known and suspected gang members like MS-13, drug dealers, and cartel members from the United States, ending the scourge of illegal alien gang violence once and for all. The violence is unbelievable. We had it close to stop. We took out thousands of MS-13, probably the toughest gang. History says when you see somebody with tattoos all over their face and bad phrases like destroy the USA, like all sorts of bad things on their face and on their forehead, history says it's not going to work out too well. We're going to get MS-13 out. We took out thousands and thousands. And you know, the countries, Honduras, Guatemala, they didn't want them, El Salvador, they didn't want them back. They didn't want them back. And when we said, get them out, I was informed by generals, I was informed by everybody, you can't because they won't take anybody back. And I said, what do you mean? Under the Obama administration, they wouldn't take anybody back. They put airplanes, big commercial planes on the runways, so we'd put them in a plane, would fly, we couldn't land, they came back. And this went on for years, never took them back. I said, so tell me about it, what's happening? He said, they just won't take them back, they don't want them back. I can't blame them. And I said, how much do we pay them as a group? How much money? You know, we give everybody money. We pay everybody money. It's ridiculous. You want to know the truth. But I said, how much do we pay them? $750 million a year. I said, so we give these countries $750, they won't take them back. That's right. I say, stop payment immediately. No more money. The following. I did exactly what Matt Gaetz would have done, okay? Except he might have been a little bit more violent about it. But I said, stop payment on the $750 million immediately. And the next day I go into the Oval Office, and I got there nice and early. I like to get there early. I mean, it's the Oval Office. You like to be in the Oval Office. And I'd get there, and I had 3 separate phone calls from the heads of each country. Mr. President, we don't understand. We understand that you are stopping payment. Why? I said, because you know why? You're sending people into our country. They're sending these people, by the way. These people don't just happen to go into a caravan. They're sending. The countries are putting them in. And you're sending us a lot of bad people, and you're sending very dangerous people, including terrorists, and we're not paying you anymore until we can bring them back into your country. May we call you back, sir? They called back about 2 minutes later. They said, it would be our great honor to accept MS-13 back into our country. So they had a problem for 7 years. They had that problem. I got to take care of it in about 4 minutes. And we brought them back by the tens of thousands. And now they all come flowing back through this border. It's so horrible and such a shame. But I already started the process, would have had it completed very quickly, and we wanted to end birthright citizenship. I heard a couple of your speakers in the plane where you touch a piece of our land and congratulations, you become a citizen. By the way, there's no country in the world that does this stupid stuff. If you touch a piece of land, you go through years of litigation and, you know, nobody ever shows up. They say, come back in 4 years. We think we'll get you a trial date. Just a touch, 1 foot, that's the end. You can't do anything. Not going to happen. Using Title 42, we will stop, and we did, all people coming in with very, very bad diseases that other people can catch. You know, you have people coming in that are very, very sick. And it's horrible that they are so sick, but they come in with diseases, and the disease spreads all over our country, and it's been happening, and we're just not going to take it anymore. We're not. And I'll end the child trafficking crisis by returning all trafficked children to their families and their home countries, and we'll do that immediately. Under Biden, the same people who raped, tortured, and murdered Israeli men, women, and children. So sad when you saw that. So sad. Would have never happened with us. You know why? Because when I was president, Iran was broke. They were broke. You know that, right? For a reason Byron could tell you. Byron, you knew that? Byron knew it very well. Michael knew it very well. Corey knew it very well. They had no money, and they weren't spreading terror because they couldn't. And I told China, if you buy 1 barrel of oil, you're not doing business in the United States, so we're going to put 100% tariff on everything that does come in. I told India the same thing. I told everybody. And they all listened, and they stopped. And we had something that was incredible. We had the great terror organization stopped, totally stopped. They stopped. And we had no problem. You know, for 4 years, we didn't have an incident. Think of it. And I didn't want to talk. I wanted to say it so badly, even during the campaign, where we did much better than we did the first time, by the way. We got millions and millions of more votes. But I wanted to say it so badly. There's been no terror. We put the terror ban. We put everything. We did things that nobody's ever done before. We had no terror for 4 years. We had no problems for 4 years. And I couldn't talk about it because I didn't want to say it, and the next day something happens. That happened to them, actually. You know, they said, well, we're doing good. But they weren't doing good. They were getting beaten up. But they did it, and then they had the attack, like 1 day after he made the statement. As soon as he made the statement, he had the attack. How about the man, and I'll ask you, the military people here, including the congressman, he said, I hope they don't attack us from the north, because that's our weak spot. Now, who the hell would say that? I watched him, security advisor. He said, I hope they don't attack Israel from the north because that's our weak spot. Who the hell would say that? Now, I'd say, I hope they attack us from the north because that's the toughest spot of all. And they wouldn't do it, right? No, I watched this guy saying, I hope they won't. And who would say this? So Biden said this a couple of months ago. We have no ammunition with the United States. You know, I rebuilt the United States military. We rebuilt the whole military. One of the many things we did. Of course, we gave a big chunk of it to Afghanistan, one of the most pathetic situations I've ever seen. But we rebuilt the entire military, and we had so much ammunition, we had to take warehouses all over the country and beyond the islands. We had so much ammunition, and they've used the ammunition, just like they've used all the oil that we put into the strategic reserves. It's at the lowest level it's ever been right now. The lowest level it's ever been, and we bought it very cheaply. We bought it very cheaply. And all of these things, there is nothing. I can't think of one thing in 3 years that these people have done that's good. But Biden got up and he said, we have no ammunition. Now, number one, we should never be put in that position. But assuming it's true, who the hell would say it? You think President Xi of China and Putin and all these, do you think they hear that statement a little bit? They can't believe what's happened to this country. You know, they respected our country when I was there. They respected your president, I will tell you that. And so did Kim Jong-un of North Korea. They respected us. And we were safe because they respected us. We were very, very safe. And they never talked to us the way they talked to this group. I mean, China talks to us like we're children, which we basically are mentally. If you look at our leaders, they're less than children. I just met some children that are far smarter. They're like 6 years old. They're smarter than Biden. By a lot. And that would include in his prime. I'm not just talking about that. On day one, I will restore the Trump travel ban on entering from having people that like to blow up our shopping centers and kill our people and do lots of bad things. Entry from terror-plagued countries. We will not allow people to come in, and we will implement strong ideological screening for all immigrants. We did that, and it was unbelievably successful. It was done at the Supreme Court. They approved it, and a lot of people were a little surprised, but it was a great thing. And, you know, again, we had no problem. I didn't talk about it, but I talked about it as soon as I left. I talked about it. Because it was an amazing thing we did. We were having a lot of problems, like World Trade Center, like a lot of other problems, and we had no problem during that 4-year period because they knew they cannot mess around. We had it tight. If you hate America, if you want to abolish Israel, if you sympathize with jihadists, and then you don't want your country to do well, you don't want your country to be successful, you're just not going to get in. You're not getting in. You're not coming into our country. On every policy, from the border to energy, from immigration to education, crooked Joe Biden always takes the side that helps America's enemies every time. The guy doesn't have a clue. He helps the enemies, and now we know why. Because Joe Biden is corrupt, and he's incompetent, and he's totally compromised. They are bribing our president. They're bribing our president. And you see this. This week, the House Republicans published explosive evidence. And I'll tell you, they've done a great job. They've really done a fantastic job. They really have. Amazing. Very explosive evidence proving once and for all that Crooked Joe received $40,000 in cash and $200,000. Every day you see it's a different check. But $40,000 in cash laundered out of China. And the real number, and when the final results are in, you're going to see millions and millions of dollars. Remember during the debate, Chris Wallace, how's he doing, by the way? Chris Wallace was there. And I said, why are you getting $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? And Biden couldn't answer the question, but Chris Wallace came in and helped him. You're not allowed to ask that question. Why not? 2 years later, that became a big subject. Why did they get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? It's a horrible thing. We brought it up, and he wouldn't let it be. I said, who am I debating here? Am I debating two people or one person? But I've had that every single debate, just about, right? The laptop from hell said Joe was getting 10%, and now we have the cold hard proof that Crooked Joe got exactly 10% of a very big payment from China. He got the money, got it in his account. That's what, could you imagine if I got it? I would, man. They say, we are thinking about reinstituting the death penalty. That's why the number one phrase out there right now, if you look at it, the number one phrase, and I'm greatly honored by it, but they have hats and everything all over the place, not sold by us, although we may start it. Why not? Trump was right about everything. We've been right about everything. And 3 years ago in that same debate, Crooked Joe stood on the debate stage and said, I quote, I have not taken a penny from any foreign source ever in my life. I mean, that's one of the greatest lies in history, right? And he said no one in his family had ever taken or made any money from China. Well, he's better off if he puts it just China, because how about all the others? But China was a big payer to them. Now we have pictures of the checks deposited directly into his account. If Joe Biden was not guilty, and everybody knows he was, he just lies. There's never been anybody that lied. Listen, the other day they were talking about truckers. He said he was a trucker. Then they were talking about airline pilots. He said he was an airline pilot. No, he said he was an airline pilot. Then they were talking about tractor operators. He said, when I operated a tractor, he never operated a tractor. But probably his biggest sin of all, to all of those that like sports and love golf and everything, he said he was a 6 handicap golfer. Now, I have to tell you, you don't know many of you about golf, but 6 handicap's a pretty good golfer. You know, they're percentage-wise not many. And I watched him take a swing. He's not a 6. He's not a 12. He's not a 25, and he's not a 36. You know, 36 is the max. He doesn't qualify for any handicap. He's a 6. I have friends, they're very good golfers. They're 6 handicaps. I say, Joe Biden says he's the equivalent of you. No, it's just a lie. Everything's a lie. The whole thing is a lie. The whole election was a lie. As president, I will be creating a Truth and Reconciliation Commission to shed sunlight on every dark and rotten corner of Washington, D.C., starting with Biden. And you got to understand, we were doing a job. I got rid of Comey. I got rid of the FBI top guys. I got rid of them all. Boy, oh boy. If I didn't, I probably wouldn't be standing here talking to you, because that was a bad thing they were planning. It was good instinct. A friend of mine said, very strong political person that everybody knows, he said, that's going to be the biggest mistake. Firing this guy, when I fired him, will be a big mistake. Look at what's happening. And last week he said it was one of the greatest political instinct moves that he's ever seen, firing Comey, because there were bad things planned. And we learned all about them, because that was like throwing a rock into a hornet's nest when I fired that guy. And then we learned about the insurance policy. Remember the insurance policy? Remember the two? Darling, darling, right? Darling, she's going to win, isn't she? Yes, darling. She's going to win 100 million to 1. But in case she doesn't win, we have an insurance policy. I said, whoa. That was the beginning, right, fellas? All you guys, that was the beginning when they said we have an insurance policy. That meant that they had a policy that if I won, they're going to get me out of office. These people are corrupt people. Got rid of everyone, got rid of all of these people. And then we had the COVID. We had to take care of it. We had a lot of things happen. We had a lot of amazing successes. We did a great job in COVID. We never got the credit for the job we did. We let Republican governors keep their states open. Many of them did. Henry McMaster, South Carolina, did a great job. South Dakota did a great job. Tennessee did a great job, a lot of them. They kept them open. No? I will say this. Every Republican governor did much better than the best Democrat governor. It's true. What they did, because some of them kept them open, some of them was not too many, frankly, but some opened up pretty quickly. But the Democrats kept them closed like it seemed like forever in all instances, and they really did a terrible job. Crooked Joe puts China first, Russia first, Venezuela first, Ukraine first, illegal aliens first, environmental lunatics first, everyone else first. He puts them ahead of our country. But he puts America last. He puts our workers last. He puts our industries last. He puts your families last. He puts everything that's good last. That's what happens. I put America first every single time. And our country is under the highest level of threat. You saw that the other day. It came out of a lot of different people's mouths. Highest threat that we've ever had, and yet all they do with the DOJ and FBI is, let's go after Trump and his family. Let's go after Trump. It's pretty sad, but it's no wonder that crooked Joe Biden and the far-left lunatics are desperate to stop us by weaponizing law enforcement, which we can't allow. But it does mean that the next president is able to say to the Attorney General, you know what, there's somebody running over there, and he happens to be a Democrat, and he's doing very well, and he's killing me in the polls. Indict him! Because that's what they did. This has never happened in our country. It happens in third world countries. Never happened in our country before. By weaponizing law enforcement. They go out and they weaponize law enforcement. It's really high-level election interference, and the congressmen and all of the people that we introduced today are doing a lot of things about it. People are very concerned about it because it really brings us into a very low level as a country. And we're beating them so badly in the polls that they feel that's the only way they can win. That's their form of cheating. You know the forms of cheating they did last time? This is a different form of cheating. In the Harris poll, we lead the primary field by 50 points with Trump at 61 and Ron DeSanctimonious at 11. And Bird Brain at 6. And we're demolishing crooked Joe Biden in the general by 10 points, 11 points. How about ABC Washington Post? They came out with a poll a week and a half ago that Trump is leading by 9. Then they said, whoops, we made a mistake. It's actually 10. Whoops, we made a mistake. It's actually 11. They say it must be an outlier. So they spent $1 million on a poll. And when the result came out, they said, oh, it must be a mistake. It's not a mistake. You go to every house, even coming here, we're passing houses. Every house has a Trump sign, Trump 2024. What we have to be careful of is the vote counters. You know, the vote counters are far more important than the candidate. Isn't that sad that we would have to say that? But the vote counters are far more important than the candidate, what they do and how they do it. And we have to be very, very careful. People say to me so often, you know, are you sure that's going to be good? We have the best people in it, but these are really crooked people. They cheat, and they cheat like hell. And you know what? If they didn't, they couldn't win. Look, open borders, high taxes, weak, woke military. I mean, what they did to our military. But our military is incredible. The strength of our military. You know, we defeated ISIS. We took out ISIS 100%. Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the job we did, our military is incredible. But we have to be vigilant. We have to be strong. And we can't let these people push us around when it comes to election time because we have all the votes we need. I tell people when we put them on, don't help me with the votes. We have the votes. Help me with, it used to be election day. Now I call it election period. We have 62 days in some cases, 62 days, where they have it 2 months before. You can vote 2 months before. And in case you need more time after the election is over, you get 2 weeks extra. You don't even know it's so horrible what they're doing. We should have all paper ballots, voter ID, and same-day voting. Same-day voting, like they have in France. You know, France had mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots are a disaster. They're a disaster. California sends out 36 mail-in ballots. They go all over the place. Some people get 6. Some people get 8. And many people, Republicans, I don't think do it much, but many people, they take those ballots and they send them all back in. But you look at some of these mail-ins, you know, Jimmy Carter, who, by the way, is the happiest man around today, because he is no longer considered a bad president. In fact, compared to crooked Joe Biden, I probably think he's considered one of the most brilliant people on earth. He's a happy man, which is good. But, you know, he had a commission with some other prominent senators, and they came to one conclusion: you can't do mail-in ballots. France gave it up because it was very corrupt, and they went in their last election. They had 36 million votes, all done in one day, strong voter ID. They had very strong identification. And they had a winner and they had a loser. At 10 o'clock in the evening, everyone went home. The winner was happy. The loser was unhappy. There were no disputes. Same-day voting, paper ballots. You know, they make a special paper that's almost impossible to forge. It's great. Watermark. Paper ballots and voter ID. It's so good, and it's so easy. And you save a lot of money. It is time for the Republican establishment to stop wasting time and money trying to push weak rhinos and never-Trumpers that nobody wants on the ballot. And to get behind the only candidate and candidates that can withstand the attacks from the radical left horror shows. They are horrible people. They are, and we got to win this election again. We don't win this election. You know, it's interesting, when we were in 2016, all I talked about was the border. The border, the military, but the border, because it was so bad. Nothing compared to, by the way, that border compared to today was 100% better. But I just talk about the border all the time. And then the other things, right? But the border, then I won the election. The problem is I did such a good job at the border that I couldn't talk about it in 2020. I told the story. Every time I mentioned the border, my people would say, "Sir, nobody cares about the border. You fix the border, sir. There's no problem with the border, though." I said, I want to talk about the border because it can get bad again, or at least I want to brag and tell people what a great job I did. Sir, nobody cares what a great job you did. They said that about Ron. You know that I endorsed Ron, and he went from having very little to having a lot and got him elected. And I thought that was nice. And then I got him past the crackhead, because that guy was, and don't kid yourself, that guy at the time was a very strong politician. They all said he's going to be a president someday. He's going to be a president. You remember him? Good-looking guy, everything good. And Ron said he can't beat him. I said, you're going to beat him. We got him past the primary. You know, in the primary, the Secretary of Agriculture was leading him by 37 points. You know that, right? Then I endorsed him, and he became a rocket ship in 24 hours. So we got him there. Then we got him past the election because we did some giant Trump rallies for him. I said, Ron, you're going to win. He said, no. He asked me for the endorsement. I said, you're so far behind that if George Washington and Abraham Lincoln came back from the dead and endorsed you, you couldn't win. He said, they like you in Florida, sir, very much. I think I could. Tears flowing from his eyes. I said, I need your endorsement, sir. I need your endorsement, please. I need your frickin' endorsement, please. So I gave him the endorsement, and he got the nomination. We then did the rallies, and he won. 4 years later, they said, Governor, are you going to run against the president? He said, I have no comment. I have no comment. I said, wow, no comment. That means he's going to run to me. And I said, let's hit him hard right now. And my people said, sir, don't hit him. He's a Republican. I said, I don't care if he's a Republican. And we hit him hard, and now he's like a wounded falling bird from the skies. But I don't like that, you know. And we talk about loyalty because I think it's the same thing. I said to the people, it's so disloyal. I don't think voters are going to like that. And my people said, they don't care, sir. They don't care about loyalty. I said, I think they do care about loyalty. And I was right. They do care. They do care. Every dollar that we spent, and it's true, every dollar that we spend on these never Trump super PACs is a dollar that's being donated to reelect crooked Joe Biden. It's a shame. You know, they have a debate coming up on Wednesday. By the way, we're doing a big rally in Hialeah. You'll all be there. You'll be there. You're all going to be there. Every one of you got to be there. No, it's going to be a big rally. But we're doing a big rally in Hialeah. It's, some people would call it counter-programming. I said, you know, I never thought of it that way, but I guess that would be a good name, wouldn't it? But, you know, the last debate had the lowest ratings in the history of presidential debates. Did you know that? And this one should do slightly worse. But they have a debate coming up. People don't want debates. I mean, I heard they booed Christie off the stage today. Is that true? I really say, what's he doing? Look, you know, we're all in a party. We want to win this race. What's he doing? The guy's, he's at 1.5, okay? And how about Asa Hutchinson? You have Ada, not Asa. Ada! No, you had and I heard he got booed off. Who got more boos? Who got louder boos, Christie or Asa Hutchinson? Christie. No, I heard they virtually booed him off the stage. Because you know what? What's it all about? He's just doing it because I didn't give him a job in the administration. What's he doing? And why would I do a debate when Christie, sir, I'm sorry, he is not a fat pig, okay? This man, you say, he is not a fat pig. No, it's true. And you can't use the term fat. You're allowed to use the word pig, but not fat. No, the man just said, he's a fat pig. And I said, no, he's not a fat pig. So now the press can't kill me because all I'm doing is responding. I'm responding. He is not a fat pig. We're 1 year from Election Day. We need to put every dollar and every bit of energy into winning in November. We don't need to have people that are at 1%, 2%, 3% out there doing a thing. And, you know, they say, why aren't you doing? So if, let's say, it looks like Birdbrain is going to be capturing. It looks like she might be in second place fairly soon. You know, they're like 7. And we're at 70. And why would you debate? I mean, they are professional politicians. Why would you debate people when you have a 55, 60, 62-point lead? That's lead. You know, you want a smart president, right? I think if I did that, I'd say, we didn't know he was so stupid, right? We want a smart president. But what we're doing instead is we're doing a massive, it's going to be wild. We're doing a big rally in Hialeah, and I hope you're all going to be there the night of the debate, and we'll start it right as they started, right that time. But it's not counter-programming. We didn't mean that to be counter-programming. It just happened to be a coincidence, okay? It's a coincidence. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we are not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024. Right? Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor because I'm being indicted for you. I am being, thanks a lot, I appreciate it. I'm being indicted for you. And I tell this story, did anybody ever heard, I'm sure you never heard of the gentleman, Al Capone. Did you ever hear of Al Capone? Alphonse Capone. He was the meanest of all. If he had dinner with you and if he didn't like you, he'd kill you the next day. He only got indicted 1 time. I got indicted 4 times within a period of about 90 seconds. If I fly my plane over a blue state, I have to go to a grand jury the next day, and then they indict me. No, they've weaponized this stuff. Alphonse Capone. This was a serious Scarface, right? Scarface. He had a large scar from here to here, and he didn't get that from playing tiddlywinks. He got that from being tough. But he only got indicted one time. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. That's what it's all about. And just so you know, if I didn't do this, if I said, oh, I'm going to just relax, I had 4 years with these maniacs. Look, we had China, we handled China really well. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars. Nobody's ever taken in 10 cents. Now, one president I took in hundreds of billions of dollars. We have North Korea. We got along with North Korea. Kim Jong-un and I got along. The press hated it. They said it's terrible that he gets along. No, it's not. He has massive nuclear weapons. We don't want people going around. We got along very well. Russia. I told Putin, I said, you can't go into Ukraine. If you go into Ukraine, we're going to have big problems. I told him what? He said, no way you're going to do that. I said, way. I'm going to do that. And we got along great, but he said, no way. I said, way, no way. We argued for about, and he didn't believe me, but you know what? He believed me 10%. That's all you needed. We only needed 10%. And they weren't going in. It wasn't even a thought. And it was the apple of his eye. We used to talk about it. It was the apple of his eye. But they weren't going in. When they saw Biden's gross incompetence and those television generals, we have great generals, by the way. We used them to defeat ISIS. They did it in record time, 4 weeks. It was supposed to take 5 years, maybe 4 years. And they didn't even know if they could do it. And we did it in 4 weeks. We have unbelievable generals, but not the television guys, right? Not the television guys. But when you look at the things we did and what we've done and how we've done it, it's incredible. And we can do that again. We can do it again, and we can do it very quickly. We're going to do it very quickly. You know, they don't use this line anymore, but DeSantis was saying, oh, you have to see. So I think it was NBC. Because branding is a very big deal, right? So I call him Ron DeSanctimonious. I call him Ron DeSantis. So NBC, sorry, no, he's all right. Leave him alone. He'll be fine. He's recovering. Leave him alone. But some, big broadcaster, it wasn't meant as a comedy. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to have Governor Ron DeSantis with us today. I branded him as DeSantis. They called him DeSantis 3 times. I loved it. I thought it was great. That's great branding, right? But he tried to change his name, too, to D, right? Ron DeSantis, right? Remember that? He wouldn't respond to people unless they call him DeSantis, which I don't think is as good. DeSantis is better than DeSantis. And I did give him one message. I said, never change your name in the middle of a campaign. Do you agree? But we're doing good. We're doing good with everybody. We have numbers that nobody's actually ever seen before, and we're going to, most importantly, we're going to do great with Biden because, I don't know, if he gets to the starting gate. Who thinks he's going to get to the starting gate? Does most? Okay, ready? He gets to the starting gate. He does. Who thinks he gets to the starting gate? That's not good news. Who thinks he doesn't get to the starting gate? We have great confidence in our president, don't we? No, when you think that he's in charge of nuclear negotiations with Putin and Xi and all these guys that are at the top of their game, they are at the top of their game. I know them very well. I got along with them all well. You know, it's funny, I got along with the really tough guys, but the ones that were weak, I didn't get along with them so well. It's sort of a weird feeling. You know, one of the strongest of all is Viktor Orban. And Viktor Orban of, of Hungary. And he has the privilege of fronting on Ukraine and Russia. It's the only one. He fronts on both and knows them very well. And they interviewed him last week. You probably saw this. It became actually a big story, which is shocking that the fake news would put it in. They said, what would you tell President Biden to do to solve the whole world? By the way, this isn't just the U.S. with all the things that are going wrong. The whole world is blowing up because of us, the whole world. What would you do? What would you tell him? And he goes, I would tell him to immediately resign and put Trump in charge, let him be president again, because for 4 years, this world had no problems. China respected him, Russia respected him, North Korea respected him, and they were afraid of him. I don't want people to be afraid, but that's okay. If they are, that's good too, right? You want to be a little unpredictable. But Viktor Orban, who's really a tough guy and a respected guy. He said, put Trump back. When Trump was here, we had no problems. We didn't have problems with China going into Taiwan, which they want to do immediately. You know, the day I left, they flew 28 bombers right over the middle of Taiwan because that was a signal. But it was a great honor that he made that statement. In the end, they're not after me, they're after you, and I'm just standing in their way. And you know that's happening. That's what it is. Remember this. And it is true, if I didn't do this, or if I was number 4 or 5 or 3, instead of leading him and everybody else in the polls, this wouldn't be happening. If I didn't run, or if I were doing poorly and I was way in the back, like Christie and Ada, you know, this would not be happening. This would not be happening. But if it is happening, it's okay because, you know, somebody asked me the other day, you've gone through so much. If you had it to do again, you had the greatest life in the world. The greatest. I mean, you couldn't have had better. But I love our country. Our country wasn't having such a great life. But they said to me, if you had it to do again, would you do it again? I said, without question. I answered that question because we have to save our country. We have to save our country, and we will save our country. You know what I called this the other day. Some people thought it was an incredible term. They never heard of it. I called this 4-year period. It's a 4-year period when it's up. I called it a pause. It's a pause. And we've learned from the pause. We've learned that all of these things that they have don't work. You know, the energy is a disaster. We were energy independent, and now we're going to be energy dominant within a matter of months. We're going to give tremendous amounts of oil and gas to Europe. We're going to make a fortune. We're going to pay down debt. We're going to lower taxes still further. You know, I gave you the largest tax cut in the history of our country. We're going to lower taxes further. But think of it. 3 years ago, we were energy independent. We had gasoline selling for $1.87 a gallon. And now they want to go to all electric cars. You know what that means? That means that all of our auto workers are going to be out of a job. They're going to be out of a job. They're doing a contract now. I was with them in Michigan recently. I said, you know, the electric cars are all going to be made in China and some other countries, but mostly in China, because we don't have what you need to do an electric car, but we have the greatest stuff in the world for doing combustion engine cars. You know what it's called? Liquid gold. It's right under our feet. We have more than any other country. And these people want to go all electric. And I said it sounds sort of simplistic, but it's really good. The cars don't go far. You know, wouldn't you like a more complicated? They have a very simple problem. They don't go far, number one. If you want to go to the local deli, I think an electric car is a fantastic thing to have, right? The greatest feeling for a person that goes, gets a brand new, is the first 10 minutes of a charge. After that, they're a basket case trying to figure out where the hell they're going to get a charge. But you know, how about this mandate? All cars will be, very shortly, electric. And you know, they subsidize all the car companies. That's why the car companies are doing it. If they didn't subsidize it, because they lose a fortune every time they make a car. Just like on the windmills. They subsidize every windmill. They subsidize it. And the windmills now are all breaking down. Do you see what's going on? First time I've seen it. I've been preaching against these things. They're horrible for the environment. They kill all our birds. They're destroying our seas. The whales are, you know, we had one whale in 10 years get washed up ashore in New Jersey. Now they're coming up every week. They're being destroyed because of the sound and the vibration. It's so bad. And the subsidy is massive. But with the electric cars, so they want to go all electric. And the problem is really very expensive. They don't go far. But worse, they want to go to all electric trucks. And I have friends in the trucking industry. In fact, I think they're going to probably support me because these guys are going to put them out of business. You talk about a supply chain. The supply chain is going to be a disaster. So if you buy a great truck today, great truck with diesel, they have these massive tanks, but not that big compared to a battery. The battery would take up most of the truck. And they can do, like a Peterbilt, they can go 2,000 miles on a nice large tank of diesel fuel, right? 2,000, remember that. An electric truck can only go 300 miles. That means you have to get it you have to get it charged 7 times, and it takes long to charge. You know, it doesn't go quickly. It takes a long time. And yet they want to go to all-electric trucks. Plus, there's a difference in power, and there's a difference in torque. It doesn't work. And one of the trucking companies said, you know, sir, for 50 years, he's one of the biggest guys, great guy. He said, for 50 years, I buy trucks. And every time I buy a truck, every year they get better and stronger, and everything is better, just better. Incredible what they've done. If they go to electric trucks, they will have set us back 60 years because they don't work. The other problem they have is the battery is so big that it would take up most of the storage capacity. You know those big, beautiful trucks? That sucker's going to be loaded up with a battery because you can't make a little battery. It's got to be a big battery. They just don't go far enough, and they don't work. And nothing you can do can stop it. I was in South Carolina. I met with a boat company. They're a great boat company, really make a lot of boats, very beautiful fishing boats and everything else. And he said, we have a problem. They want us to only go 2 miles an hour. I said, how long? Out to 90 miles. How far do the boats go? They never go beyond 60. Okay, this is not good. So the boats are, meant for speed, and they're not allowed to go fast. That was one thing. The other thing is, sir, they're going to want us to go all battery. And I asked him, I said, let me ask you a question. And he said, nobody's ever asked me this question. He said, if a boat goes in, because the batteries, he told me, are so heavy, he doesn't even know if the boats will float. And they take a lot of room, like the entire boat. Instead of a nice Mercury engine with a tank of gas, right? Those beautiful Mercury engines made in America, those beautiful Mercuries, they want to put them out of business. So I said, if you have a boat, and because of the fact that your battery is very heavy and big, let's say it sinks. What happens to you if you're sitting on top of a boat and it sinks and the whole boat is a battery? Do you get electrocuted? And what would happen if you look over there and you see a shark about 10 yards away? Would you go for the electrocution or would you go into the shark? And I told him, but I know what I do. I will take electrocution every single day. No, but they want to change it. The other thing they want to change is our Army tanks. We make the best Army tanks in the world. I kept the factory open in Ohio. I kept it open. First thing, I was president-elect. They wanted to close the Army tank. You could never reproduce these things, but I kept it open. I vetoed that order, which made my congressman very happy over here, I have to tell you. But I vetoed it, and we kept it open. But now they want to make all-electric Army tanks. And the purpose is, so we have this great tank, and it goes in, and it's blasting the hell out of a country. But it's doing it in an environmentally friendly way. These people are crazy. And they do have a problem with the size of the battery that you need to have it operate, because the Army tank would take a slightly different look. You'd have the tank the way it is, and behind it, you'd have this massive truck, which would be pulled by the tank. They want to do it environmentally friendly. Airplanes, too, they have a new fuel that the plane will be 15% less effective, but it will be environmentally friendly. It's the difference between losing those fights and winning these fights. These people are crazy, and they don't do anything about it. Now, the truck thing is so obvious, but they won't do anything about it. They never will. They want everything to be electric. And remember, what makes the electric is oil and gas and coal. You know that, right? Oil and gas and coal. It's what generates everything to make the electric. And in California, they have blackouts all the time, blackouts. And now they're supposed to take millions of cars on the same grid. I'm telling you that there's something wrong with them. And everybody in this room, when I explained the trucking and the supply chain, and you can only go 300 miles versus 2,000 miles, there's not a person in this room that doesn't understand that. We don't have to meet for hours. I can tell you that story, and then you can just say, okay, we can't do it. That's it. We go, right? These people don't care. They say, we don't care. We're doing it anyway. We don't care. I'm telling you, there's something wrong with them. They don't care. So what we have is more than a campaign. It's a movement. It's the greatest movement in history because, never been a movement like it. Years ago, like Pat Buchanan, he did well in New Hampshire. I think he came in second place, but nice guy, Pat Buchanan. Other people, they did well. They didn't even have to win a primary, and they became famous for life. We won, in the last time, 50 states. Think of it. 50 states. We won every state. We then did great in the election. We got 12 million more votes or so, 12 million more votes than we got the first time. I was told, if you get 63 million votes, you can't lose. John McLaughlin said it, great pollster. Fabrizio said it, Tony Fabrizio, great pollster. We got millions and millions more votes than that, and bad things happen. We can't let that happen this time. And you have to be vigilant, too. Everybody has to be vigilant, you know, because we're dealing with cheating dogs. But it's the greatest movement of all time. We won everything. You know, this is MAGA, Make America Great Again. I was going to, you know, we had the country going good, and I was going to call the next campaign CAG, Keep America Great, but I hated the word CAG. What do we like better, MAGA or CAG? I think we like MAGA. But I was going to call it, so I said, well, wait a minute, Keep America Great Again. But the problem is, when you look at what's happened, we're lucky we didn't call it that, because America, we love America, and we're going to make it great again, but it's not great right now. It's been laughed at all over the world. People think that we're a disintegrating nation. We're just a horribly failing place. Everything is going wrong. We give money to everybody. I mean, we give billions and billions and billions away to people that don't even like us. I read the other day that in Afghanistan, this year we gave $7 billion to Afghanistan. How the hell did that happen? And it's just the craziest thing, and we're going to change it all. We had it so good. This thing was running so good. We got hit with the COVID. Then we all of a sudden, you know, when we finished off with COVID, we did the biggest ventilator. We were giving ventilators all over the world, getting the goggles and the outfits and everything. We did a great job, but nobody knew what it was. But when we got hit with COVID, it was something that was incredible. It was so bad. We got it done. Think of it, what China did to us with COVID. Think of it. All from the Wuhan lab. I said it was from the Wuhan lab. I felt confident it was from the Wuhan lab. I saw body bags, thousands of body bags around the Wuhan lab. It was from the Wuhan lab. They tried to blame it on France, on Italy, on anybody, on American soldiers. But when we got hit, as we were leaving, our stock market was higher than it was just prior to COVID coming, and nobody thought a thing like that was possible. The stock market was actually higher than it was just prior to COVID. And, you know, we had so many people that did such a great job in this country, but we had this country going. We had the greatest economy in history. We had no inflation. We were all of the things that we talked about with energy. We were at a level that we've never been at, and we were ready to rock and roll. And then we had a terrible result in an election that should have never happened. We ended the NAFTA disaster, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA. Nobody thought that was possible. The congressmen here, most of them didn't think it was possible because we had to go through Congress. We had to end it. It had tremendous constituencies. The best trade deal ever made was the USMCA. And it was a giant win for Florida farmers and growers and producers. You know that. Tremendous win. I appointed nearly 300 federal judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices, which has been amazing. I kept my promise and recognized Israel's eternal capital and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. I also recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. And really, probably most importantly, but they did nothing with it, I withdrew from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, but they were supposed to do something with it. And you could have, because Iran didn't have any money. For 4 straight years under the Trump administration, I kept America safe, I kept Israel safe, and I kept the entire world safe. We were safe. We had nothing. This is shocking, what's going on. What's going on now is shocking. All over the planet, our enemies knew that if you try to kill our citizens, we will kill you. If you spill a drop of American blood, we will spill a gallon of your blood. That's what it was. And it wasn't a threat. That was just the way it was going to have to be. And we do it because we want to make sure that we're not starting wars. We didn't have to start wars. In the debate with beautiful Hillary Clinton, she said, look at him. Look at the way he talks. He's going to get us into wars. He's going to start World War III. And I said, no. It's the way I talk that will keep you out of World War III. And when you think of it, how important elections are, you'd have millions of people alive right now if the election wasn't rigged. They'd be alive. Ukraine, Israel, the attack would have never been made. All these people would be alive. The cities would be thriving. To every American who is petrified that Joe Biden's catastrophic weakness will bring our country to ruin, which he has a great chance of doing, it's close to that anyway, close to economic ruin, I make you this promise as your president, and nobody else can say it. I will restore peace through strength, and yes, I am the only one that will prevent World War III, because we are very close to World War III. And I know all the players. I know them all. I know them all, every one of them. We will prevent. And this won't be a First World War or Second World War. This will be obliteration, because the level of power, of weaponry, of power, you've never seen anything like. You don't want to see it. You don't want to see it. When they talk about global warming, because in 250 years our ocean's going to be 1/100 of an inch higher. And they never mentioned the power of nuclear weapons, where one madman can do damage the likes of which nobody has ever seen before. It's just crazy. It's just crazy to see it. It's crazy to talk about it. But I will stop, and it'll happen very quickly. There will not be a World War III, and we are closer than anybody understands. To protect our citizens from foreign threats, I will build a state-of-the-art missile defense shield. We will build that. We will build that. We need it. And it'll be jobs for America. It'll be built in America. You know, we developed the technology. Nobody else, by the way. And a lot of people are like, oh, we developed the technology. No, the technology was developed by us. And it works. I mean, you see it. You know, Ronald Reagan wanted to do it, but at that time, they really didn't have the technology. The concept was good, but they did. We have unbelievable technology. You can shoot a needle out of the air. It's incredible. But we do that. Wouldn't you feel a little safer, a little more comfortable if we could do that? And it's jobs in America. I will end Joe Biden's war on American energy and unleash our most powerful economic weapon. This is our most powerful economic weapon. You know what it is? Drill, baby, drill. Most powerful weapon we have. We will stop Joe Biden's inflation disaster, and we will rebuild the greatest economy in the history of the world with tax cuts, regulation cuts, energy price cuts, and interest rates cuts like you've never seen before. You know, we had a 2% interest rate, and now it's 8, 9, and 10%, and you can't get the money anyway, so what difference is there? Nobody's buying houses anymore. And unlike Ron DeSanctimonious, I will always protect Social Security and Medicare for our great seniors, because Ron wanted to obliterate Social Security, and he wanted to raise the minimum age to 70 or even 75. When I get back into the Oval Office, we will totally obliterate the rest of the deep state. We're going to obliterate it. And we will together restore law and order in our country. We will completely overhaul the DOJ to investigate every Marxist prosecutor in America for their illegal, racist, and reverse enforcement of the law. And on day one, I will also sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. And I will not give one penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or any mask mandate. We're not kidding. There will be no mask mandates. And incredibly, that I even have to say this because it's so ridiculous that it could even be a subject, I will keep men out of women's sports. And just as I did for 4 years very successfully, nobody's done it like I did, I will fully uphold our great Second Amendment. I will fully uphold. And I will continue to protect innocent life. We will restore quickly free speech, and I will totally secure our elections so catastrophic results like we had cannot be had again. That can't have. To have a great country, you need borders and you need free and clear and beautiful elections, and we don't have either. This is what we must do in conclusion to restore our country to greatness. The USA is a mess. Israel is under attack. Our economy is cratering like we haven't seen before. Inflation is out of control. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea formed together as a menacing and very destructive force. Our currency is crashing and will soon be the world's standard gone. It'll be gone. It'll be absolutely no longer the world standard, which will be the greatest single defeat of our country in over 200 years. If that happens, we will indeed be a third world country. None of these things, thank you, will ever happen with me, not even a little chance. Just like Russia would have never invaded Ukraine, China would not even have thought about raiding Taiwan, and the attack on Israel would never have happened, would have never happened. And we would have left Afghanistan with dignity and strength and pride instead of the greatest embarrassment in our history. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. They wouldn't have done near. So we are a failing nation. We are a nation in very serious decline. And now these radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement. It's totally corrupt, and we will never let it happen. If you want to save America from crooked Joe Biden and other people that are probably really running the country, then get every patriot you know, get them out to vote in the Florida primary on March 19th. And 2024, remember, it's our final battle. We're either going to have a country greater than ever before, or we're not going to have a country at all. It's our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government, and we will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media. We will evict Joe Biden from the White House, and we will finish the job that we so brilliantly started. It was doing so beautifully. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, we're doing it together. The forgotten man and woman will not be forgotten any longer. They will not be forgotten any longer. They've been forgotten. They weren't forgotten for 4 years, but they will not be forgotten any longer. With your help, your love, and your vote, we will put America first, and we will make America great again, greater than ever before. Thank you, Florida. We love you, Florida. God bless you all. God bless you. Thank you.
So we heard from some.
A lot of speakers. Obviously, you had a handful of candidates that are running for president on stage. You just wrapped up a speech by President Trump there, and once again touching on all the important elements facing this country right now, everything from the economy to the border to the crisis in the Middle East. It's all on the table for discussion, and all solutions that need to be developed to take care of those problems. I want to thank you guys for watching. I want to remind everybody, go check out our website, rsbnetwork.com. Don't forget to follow us on all of our social media platforms. Sign up for the newsletter right there. You get special offers exclusively on the newsletter that you can't get anywhere else. So go check that out. Plus, our partners for the day. The first one, the Birch Gold Group. We've talked about the dollar, the weakening dollar, and how your assets will become, hopefully, more than they are now. But chances are, with the looming government shutdown and the spending that our federal government's doing, you want to make sure you protect your savings. Don't forget to check out our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Also, the Wellness Company. You never know what crisis is around the corner. This medical emergency kit might be the thing to save your life. Go check it out as well. The information for that is on your screen. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. That's MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Don't forget about that promo code. That can save you some money as well. Then, hey, this time of year for health insurance. America First Healthcare has the coverage for you and your family. Forget about all the confusion what is looking into health insurance. Just let these guys do it for you. It's made by conservatives for conservatives. The company, America First Healthcare. Go check out the website and also scan the QR code that is on your screen right now. You'll see it there at the bottom. That's going to shoot you to another website to get all that information. So take the confusion out of health insurance. It's been a great day. Now, coming up on the programming guide, we are going to be down in South Florida just days from now for yet another President Trump rally. Now, this is going to be a full, kind of a bigger style rally than what we've had in the previous months. We've had a little bit of a smaller speech setting, but not this time. President Trump is going full out there in Miami for a rally. And then, of course, I'm hearing a special spin room after the rally behind the stage, and we'll have access for that. So President Trump taking on that GOP debate head on, if you will, coming up on the 11th. So you're glad you're joining us on that, on the 8th rather. Please go to our website, rsbnetwork.com, rsbnetwork.com for all programming notes. You can also follow us on Truth Social and on X, Facebook, Instagram, and without a doubt, subscribe to us on Rumble and all those social media platforms. All right, until next time, everybody, hope you have a fantastic rest of the day. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to Sleepyville, where no one sleeps deeply. The pillows are bad and the sheets are made cheaply. But there is one family in the Sleepyville town that uses MyPillow for the best sleep around. MyPillows are adjustable for proper alignment, and the Giza sheets breathe so they feel no confinement. So order MyPillow for great sleep refinement.
Why are they so chipper?
Their co-workers wondered.
So much energy and zest, like they've had the best slumber.
And when they peeked in the window, the secret was clear. MyPillow sheets, pillows, and mattress toppers appeared. MyPillow is breathable and lasts more than 10 years. It's washable and dryable and was manufactured right here. Giza cotton is what makes the softest of sheets, and the mattress topper helps support pressure points for deep, dreamy sleep. So click the link below to stop counting sheep.
We want MyPillow!
The citizens of Sleepyville cried, but they didn't realize the family had a surprise inside. They were all given a MyPillow to keep. We spend a third of our life snoozing, so let's make it quality sleep.
I got towels too.
And mine are blue.
So welcome to MyPillowville, where everyone sleeps on the pillows that align and the softest of sheets. With the support of the mattress topper, the people snooze deep and wake up well rested, and their deadlines they keep. So if your bed feels like rocks and your sheets feel like Brillo, you need better sleep, which means you need MyPillow. So what are you waiting for? Go ahead, click the button. I'm tired of rhyming, so please click it and save me. Please, I can't rhyme anymore. Just click that link. Stop watching this and click the link to get the best sleep of your life.
What's up, guys? My name is Jeanette Nunez, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
You asked and we listened. We've taken your suggestions and we've made our already amazing Percale bed sheets even better. As a thank you, we're bringing these to you for as low as $24.98 with your promo code. And our new line of Percale bed sheets include everything you loved about our original sheets. Lightweight, durable, breathable, and they sleep cool and crisp. But now, because of you, they're made with 100% long staple cotton and the highest thread count to date. These sheets are softer and more durable than ever before. Plus, they come in all these new colors and styles. And you'll be getting 5-star luxury sheets delivered directly to your front door for as low as $24.98. Not only that, they come with our 10-year warranty and the 60-day money-back guarantee. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen now. Use your promo code to save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. This introductory offer won't last long, so please order now.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
My Towels solved the problem that we've all had with towels. You go into the stores and they feel lotiony and soft, but then you get them home and they wind dry you. That's why I made My Towels. They actually work, they're soft, and they absorb. And now I'm excited to announce 2 brand new lines of My Towels. What makes them the best towels ever is they're now made with 100% long staple Shapir cotton. This is a combed ring spun cotton that makes My Towels even softer and more absorbent than ever. And now you get a 6-piece set for an amazing introductory sale price as low as $29.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get My Towels for only $29.98. Or you can get my designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% now on all My Towels. They actually work. What a concept. This offer won't last long, so please order now.
MyPillow.com